You are a professor at Stanford studying the biology of the human organism at the level of individual cells. So let me ask first the big ridiculous philosophical question. What is the most beautiful or fascinating aspect of human biology at the level of the cell to you?
The micro machines and the nano machines that proteins make and become. That to me is the most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that's constantly processing its environment. And at the heart of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine, a dynamic computation process. People think of the DNA as a linear code. It's codes within codes within codes, and it is actually the epigenetic state that's doing this amazing processing. And if you ever wanted to believe in God, just look inside the cell.
The DNA is both information and computer.
Exactly.
How did that computer come about? Continuing on the philosophical question, it's this both scientific and philosophical. How did life originate on Earth, do you think? How did this, at every level, so the very first step and the fascinating complex computer that is DNA, that is multicellular organism, and then maybe the fascinating complex computer that is the human mind?
Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to the complex computer that is the universe, right? All of the so-called particles or waves that people think the universe is made of, and appears, to me at least, to be a computational process. And embedded in that is biology, right? All the atoms of a protein, et cetera, sit in that computational matrix. From my point of view, it's computing something. It's computing towards something. It was created in some ways. If you want to believe in God, I don't know that I do, but if you want to believe in something, the universe was created, or at least made, to allow for life to form. And so the DNA, you ask where does DNA come from, and you can go all the way back to Richard Dawkins and the selfish gene hypotheses. The way I look at DNA, though, is it is not a moment in time. It assumes the context of the body and the environment in which it's going to live. And so if you want to ask a question of where and how does information get stored, DNA, although it's only 3 billion base pairs long, contains more information than I think the entire computational memory resources of our current knowledge. Because who and what you are is both what you were as an egg all the way through to the day you die, and it embodies all the different cell types and organs in your body. And so it's a computational reservoir of information and expectation that you would become. So actually, I would sort of turn it around a different way and say, if you wanted to create the best memory storage system possible, you could reverse engineer what a human is and create a DNA memory system that is not just the linear version, but is also everything that it could become.
When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. So you're talking about trying to come up with an optimal computer for this particular environment, right? So if you reverse engineer that computer, what do you mean by considering all the possible things it could become?
So who you are today, right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain, like 3 billion, doesn't explain me, right? But the DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you will live and grow and become. So all the information that is you, right, is actually not only embedded in the DNA, but it's embedded in the context of the world in which you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information, though, is packed in the expectation of what the DNA expects to see.
Interesting. So, like, some of the information, is that accurate to say it's stored outside the body?
Exactly. Yeah. The information is stored outside because there's a context of expectation. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, to linger on this point, if we were to run Earth over again a million times, how many different versions of this type of computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you assume there's no such thing as fate, right, and it's not all pre-programmed, and that there is some sort of, let's say, variation or randomness at the beginning, like you would get as many different versions of life as you could imagine. And I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into into the substrate of the universe. It wouldn't always be left-handed proteins, right?
But I wonder what the flapping or butterfly wing, what the effects it has, because it's possible that the system is really good at finding the efficient answer, and maybe the efficient answer is there's only a small finite set of them for this particular environment.
Exactly. That's the kind of, in a way, the anthropomorphic universe of the multiverse expectations, right? That there's probably a zillion other kinds of universes out there if you believe in multiverse theory. We only live in the ones where the rules are such that life like ours can exist.
So using that logic, how many alien civilizations do you think are out there? There's like trillions of environments, aka planets, or maybe you could think even bigger than planets. How many lifelike organisms do you think are out there thriving, and maybe how many do you think are long gone?
I think, well, innumerable. I think in terms of the ones
Greater
that
than zero.
are much greater than zero. I mean, I would just be surprised. What a waste, right, of all that space just for us, if we're never going to get there. That would be my first way to think about it. But second, I mean, I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and I would love if any of your listeners could find this National Geographic. I remember opening the page of the National Geographic. I was about, again, 7 to 10 years old. And it was sort of a current picture of the universe. It was around probably 1968, 1969. And I just remember looking at it and thinking, what kinds of empires have risen and fallen across that space that we'll never know about? And isn't that we know nothing about something so grand? And so I've always been a reader of science fiction because I like the creative ideas of what people come up with. And I especially like science fiction writers that base it in good science, but base it also in evolution. That if you evolve a civilization from something lifelike, right, some sort of biology, its assumptions about the universe will come from the environment in which you grew up. So, for instance, Larry Niven is a great writer, and he imagines different kinds of civilizations. In some cases, what happens if intelligence evolved from a herd animal? Right? Would you lead from behind? Right? Would you be, in his case, one of them were the so-called puppeteers, and to them, the moral imperative is cowardice. You put other people forward, the risk for you, right? So he writes entire books around that premise. There's another guy, David Grimm is his name. He writes the so-called Uplift Universe books. And in those, he takes different intelligences, each from a different evolutionary background, and then he posits a civilization based around where and what they came from. And so, to me, I mean, that's just fun. But I mean, back to your original question, is how many are there? I think as many stars as we can see. Now, how many are currently there? I don't know. I mean, that's the whole question of how long can a civilization last before it runs out of steam in you. For instance, does it just get bored, or does it transcend into something else, or does it say I've seen enough and I'm done?
What does running out of steam look like? It could destroy itself or get bored.
It's like, or we've done everything we can, and they just decide to stop. I don't know. I just don't know.
Is the Elon Musk worry that we stop reproducing? or we slow down the reproduction rate to where the population can go to zero.
Can go to zero, and we collapse. I mean, so the only way to get around that is perhaps create enough machines with AI to take care of us.
What could possibly go wrong? You've talked to people that told stories of UFO encounters. What is the most fascinating to you about the stories of these UFO encounters that you've heard that people have told you?
The similarity of them, the uniformity of the stories. Now, I just want to say up front, a lot of people think that when I speculate, I believe something. That's not true, right? Speculation is just creativity. Speculation is the beginning of hypothesis. None of what I hear in terms of the anecdotes do I necessarily believe are they true. But I still find them fascinating to listen to because at some level they're still raw data. And you have to listen. Once you start to hear the same story again and again, then you have to say, well, there might be something to it. I mean, maybe it's some kind of a Jungian background in the human mind and consciousness that creates these stories again and again. It's coming out of the DNA. It's coming out of that pre-programmed something. And Jung talked quite a bit about this kind of thing, the collective unconscious. But actually, one of the most interesting ones I find is this constant message that you're not taking care of your world. This came long before climate change. It came long before many kinds of, let's say, current day needs around, taking care of our planet, pollution, etc. And so, for instance, perhaps the best example of this, the one I find the most fascinating, is a story out of Zimbabwe. 50 or 60 children one afternoon in Zimbabwe. It was a well-educated group of white and black children who at lunchtime in the playground saw a crime. And they saw little men. And they all ran into the teachers and they told the same story and they drew the same pictures. And the message several of them got was, you are not taking care of your planet. And it got, there's actually a movie coming out on this episode. 30 years later now, the people who are there, the children who have grown up, say it happened to us. Now, did it happen? Was it some sort of hallucination? Or was it an imposed hallucination by something? Was it material? I don't know. But these kids were 7 to 10 years old. You see them on video. 7, 10-year-olds can't lie like that. And so, whether it's real or not, I don't know. But I find that fascinating data. And again, it's these unconnected stories of individuals with the same story that is worthy of further inquiry.
Yeah, so here we are, human, limited cognitive capacities, trying to make sense of the world, trying to understand what is real and not. We have this DNA that somehow, in complex ways, interacting with the environment, and then we get these novel ideas that come from the populace, and then they make us wonder about what it all means. And so how to interpret it. If you think from an alien perspective, how would you communicate with other life-like organisms? You perhaps have to find endpoints on this interaction between the DNA and its manifestations in terms of the human mind and how it interacts with the environment. To get some kind of, all right, what is this DNA? What is this environment? I have to get in somehow.
Right.
To interact with it, to perturb the system where these little ants, human-like ants, get excited and figure and see stuff out. Yeah, and then somehow steer them. First of all, for investigative purposes, understand oftentimes to understand a system you have to perturb it.
Exactly. Yeah.
To poke at it. get excited or not. And then the other way is you want to, if you worry about them, you can steer in one direction or another. And this kind of idea that we're not taking care of our world, that's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. Because that means that greater intelligence, which is what I would hope, we want to take care of us.
We want to take care of the gorillas in the national parks in Africa.
Yeah, but we don't want to take care of cockroaches. So there's a line we draw. So you have to hope that
right now we're a bunch of angry monkeys, and maybe whatever these intelligences are also keeping an eye on us. That you don't want a bunch of you don't want the angry monkey troop stomping around the local galactic arm.
Do you think these folks are telling the truth? Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
I think they saw what they said they saw, but I also think they saw what they were shown. I mean, if you go back to the whole notion of how long has this been around? It didn't just start showing up in 1947. There are stories going back, into the 1800s of people who saw things in their farm fields in the U.S. It's in local newspapers from the 1800s. It's fascinating. But if you go even further back, so to your point of how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Well, let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself as the spirits in the forest, and you give messages through that. Once you get a little bit more civilized, then you show yourself as the gods, and then you're God. Well, we don't believe in God anymore. So what do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show yourself as a form of technology, right? But the common thread is you're not alone, and there's something else here with you, and there's something that's, as you said, watching, and at least watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any good parent, you don't tell your student everything. You make them learn. And learning requires mistakes, because if you tell them everything, then they get lazy.
You've looked at the brains of more information coming from the brain of some of the people that have had the encounters. What's common about the brain of people who have
So the study started with a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that were brought to me and their MRIs to ask about the damage that had been seen in these individuals. It turns out that the majority of those patients ended up being, as far as we could tell, Havana syndrome. And so, for me at least, that part of the story ends in terms of the injury. It's likely almost all Havana syndrome. That's somebody else's problem now. It's not my problem. But when we were looking at the brains of these individuals, we noticed something right in the center of the basal ganglia in many of these individuals that at first we thought was damage. It was basically an enriched patch of MRI dense neurons that we thought was damage, but then it was showing up in everybody, and then they looked and they said, "No, it's actually not." The other readings on these MRIs showed that actually that's living tissue. That's actually the head of the caudate and container. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, who was a psychiatrist, what does the basal ganglia do? He said, "Oh, the basal ganglia is just about movement and nerve and motor control." And I said, "Well, that's odd, because these other papers that we were reading at the time started to suggest that it was involved with higher intelligence and is actually downstream of the executive function and involved with intuition and planning." And if you think about it, if you're going to have motor control, which is centralized in one place, motor control requires knowledge of the environment. You don't want to move something and hit the table. Or if you're walking across a room, you want to be aware and cognizant of what you might bump into. So obviously, all of that planning requires access to all the senses. It requires access to your desires and memory, knowledge of where and what you want, and desire to walk near or by. Like I use the example of you're at a party, you want to avoid that person, you like that person, the waiter's about to drop something. All without thinking, you maneuver. So that actually, all that planning is done in the basal ganglia. And it's actually now called the brain within the brain. It's a goal processing system subservient to executive function. So what we think we found there was not something which allows people to talk to UFOs. I mean, I think the UFO community took it a step too far. We found was a form of higher functioning processing. So what we then did, and this was the most fascinating part of it, we looked then at individuals and families of those, let's say the index case individuals, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, this is the most fascinating part, we've probably looked now at about 200 just random cases that you can download off of databases online. We don't see this higher connectivity. You only find it in what Kit Green would have called, or has called it, higher functioning individuals, people who are, he called them savants. I don't have the means to, we haven't done the testing, but it turns out my family has it, right? We found it in me, my brother, my sister, my mother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals and you found two husband-wife pairs, both of whom had it, and yet it's only found in about, we think, one individuals. The fact that two individuals came together, two sets of individuals came together, both of whom had it, implied either a restricted breeding group or attraction. The reason why it seems to be in, let's say, so-called experiencers or people who think, if intuition is the ability to see something that other people don't, I don't mean that in a paranormal sense, but being able to see something that's in front of you that other people might just dismiss. Well, maybe that's a function of a higher kind of intelligence to say, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something that I recognize it for not what it is, but that it is something different than is normally found in my environment.
I have a little bit of that. I seem to see magic in a lot of moments. Like I went deep. It's obviously not obviously, but it seems to be chemical in nature. That's I'm excited about life. Right? I love life. I love like stupid things. It feels like I'm high a lot. On like mushrooms or something like that, where you'd really appreciate this. I'm able to detect something about the environment that maybe others don't. I don't know, but like I seem to be over the top grateful to be alive on for a lot of stupid reasons, and that's in there somewhere. And it's kind of interesting because it really is true that our brains, the way we're brought up, also the genetics, enables us to see certain slices of the world. And some people are probably more receptive to anomalous information. They see the magic, the possibility in the novel thing, right? As opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common, of the regular. Some people are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people probably become scientists too. Like, like there's this pattern happening over and over and over, and then something weird just happening. And then you get excited by that weirdness and start to pull the string and discover what is at the core of that weirdness. Like perhaps is that, maybe by way of question, how does the human perception system deal with anomalous information, do you think?
Well, it first tries to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not food, if it's not sex, right? If it's not in the way of my desires, or if it is in the way of my desires, then you focus on it. And so I think the question is how much spare processing power, how much CPU cycles do we spend things that are not those core desires?
What is the most kind of memorable, powerful UFO encounter report you ever heard? Just to you on a personal level, it's something that's really powerful.
Well, Broadway one, that's particularly interesting. That actually most people don't know about, but family driving down the highway, two little girls in the back, open glass top car, and the little girls see a craft right over their car, middle of the day on a busy highway. The mother sees it. They look around, nobody else seems to see it. So the girls take out their camera, take a picture of it, and then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet above their car or so, probably about 3 feet across, kind of star-shaped. It's not the craft. And so what were they seeing? Were they projection? Were they seeing? And why were only they seeing?
And the photograph was capturing something very different than what we're seeing. There's still an object. What can you give a little bit of context? Is this from modern day?
It's modern day. Oh yeah, they had a camera. I mean, they had a cell phone camera.
And this report provided. By the way, where's the central place to provide a report? Is this?
Oh, there's a MUFON, but this isn't public. I've seen the picture.
Oh, this is something you've directly interacted with.
Yeah. I've seen the picture.
So those moments like that, they captivate your mind.
It's so different. It doesn't fall into the standard story at all. But in another way, it's kind of it's a clear enunciation of this notion that when people see events, they don't all see the same thing. Now, we've heard this about like traffic accidents. Different people will see the color of the car differently, or the chain of events differently, and this tells you that memory isn't anywhere near what we think it is. But the issue around these so-called UFO reports is that the same people will see a very different thing, almost as if whatever it is projecting something into the mind, rather than it being real, right? Rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of an altered virtual reality that is imposed. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality companies would love to have something like that, right? Where you don't have to actually wear something on your face, yes, to experience a virtual reality. What happens if you could just project it?
Well, that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. When you look at it, or as we humans look at ants, how does the perception system operate? And not only how does this thing's mind operate, how does the human mind operate, but how does their perception system operate? So that we can stimulate the perception system properly to get them to think certain things. And so, that's a really important question. Humans think that the only way to communicate is in 3D or 4D space-time. There's physical objects, or maybe you write things in some kind of language. But there could be just so much more richness in how you can communicate. And so from an alien perspective, when somebody has much greater technological capabilities, you have to figure out, how do I use the skills I have to stimulate the limited humans?
Right. Well, I mean, let's take the ants exam again as an example. Let's say that you wanted to make ants practical. You wanted to use them for something, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological robot. Now, DARPA and other people have been trying to use insects for, to turn them into biological robots. But if you wanted to, you would have to interact with their sense of smell, right? Their pheromone system that they use to interact with each other. So you would either create those molecules to make them do. I'm not saying talk to them as if they're intelligent, but talk to them to manipulate them in ways that you want. Or if you were advanced enough, you would use some sort of electromagnetic or other means to stimulate their neurons in ways that would accomplish the same goal as the pheromones, but by doing it in a sort of a telefactoring way. So let's say you wanted to telefactor with humans. You interact with them. And this is a technology which you could imagine possible. You could telefactor information into the sensory system, right? But then each human is a little bit different. So either you know enough about them to tailor it to that individual, or you just basically take advantage of whatever the sense net is that individual has. So if you happen to be good at sound, or you happen to be a very visually inclined individual, then maybe the sensory information that you get that's most effective in terms of transmitting information would come through that portal.
I think aliens need to figure out that humans value physical consistency. So we've discovered physics. So we want our perception to make sense. Maybe they don't, that's not an obvious fact of perception, but you have to figure out what kind of things are humans used to observing in this particular environment of Earth, and how do we stimulate the perception system in a way that's not anomalous, and not too, doesn't cross that threshold of just like, well, that's way too weird.
Right.
So that has to, that's not obvious that should be important. Maybe you want to err on the side of anomaly, like lean into the weirdness stuff. Communication is complicated.
Yeah, well, that's why I always find this issue of people talking about the so-called grays as interesting, because it is related to what you're saying. They're different enough, but they're not so different as to be scary, right? They're not venom-driven fangs, right? They're different enough, but it's also like they're what you could imagine us becoming in some distant future. So is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in the grays, for instance, but I believe that people think that they see it. So if we're talking about a communication strategy that says, we're like you, but not the same as you, this might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a communication strategy.
What do you make of David Faber's sighting of the Tic Tac UFO and other pilots who have seen these objects that seem to defy the laws of physics?
Well, I think you have to take them at their word.
Are they fascinating to you?
Absolutely. No, I know a lot of these people, right? So I know Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, the whole crowd. I saw the videos about 3 weeks or so before they went public at a bar with Lou overlooking the Pentagon in Crystal City, and they showed them to me. My hair stood on end. He said this is coming out soon, and I know one of the guys on the inside who was the NATO intelligence who had interviewed all of these pilots again before this came out, and it was hair raising to hear this, but also exciting that here's not just people's testimony; these are credible individuals. And if you've seen the 60-minute episode with some of the pilots, they have no monetary gain. If anything, they've got negative gain from coming out. But then you also have all of the simultaneous ship analysis from the USS Princeton and the radar analysis, etc. So, at the end of the day, it's just data. It's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy if somebody showed that it was all a hoax. I move back to my day job. Right?
That could be a hoax, but other things may not be.
Right.
This is the point. This is why it's nice to remove some of the stigma about this topic, because it's all just data, and anomalous events are such that there's they're going to be rare in terms of how much data they represent. But we have to consider the full range of data to discover the things that actually represent something that's, if we pull at it, discover something that's extraterrestrial or something deep about the phenomena on Earth that we don't yet understand.
Right. Well, if it's people, for instance, to think, okay, well, what happens if we could that with momentumless movement? And it stimulates young individuals to go into the sciences to ask those questions. That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been this in the last year, especially, I've had a number of students from top schools who aren't my students come to me and say, if I can help, let me. How can I help? I never had thought about this before, but you and others, not just you, and others have opened my mind to thinking about this matter.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that Elon Musk doesn't think too much about this. These kinds of propulsion systems that could defy the laws of physics as we currently understand them. To me, it's a powerful way to think what is possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's inspiring, even if some data doesn't represent extraterrestrial vehicles. I think the observation itself, it's like something you mentioned, which is hypothesizing, imagining these things, considering the possibility of these things. I think opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create the technology. First, you have to believe the technology is possible before you can create it.
In my own lab, we always look for, as I've said before, what is inevitable. And, saying inevitably this is the kind of data we need. But if we need that kind of data, the instrument we want doesn't exist. Okay, so I imagine an instrument, if you make it, and you back into something which is practical, and then you, in a sense, reverse engineer the future of what it is that you want to make. And I've started and sold like at least half a dozen or more companies using that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't exist today, but we had imagined what we wanted. And at the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for instance, all the gene therapy that's done today with retroviruses came from a group meeting in David Baltimore's lab. I was a postdoc with him. And one of the other postdocs wasn't able to make retrovirus the way that he wanted to. And I realized I had a cell line that allowed us to make retroviruses in 2 days, 2 months. And so he and I then worked together to make that system. And now all gene retroviruses is done using this approach around the whole world because something couldn't be done and we wanted to do it better and we imagined the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole UFO phenomenon is doing for people. It's like, well, let's imagine a future where these kinds of technologies are, but also let's imagine a future where we don't blow ourselves up, right? So if these things are there, they manage to not blow themselves up. So it means that at least one other civilization got past the inflection point.
So if some of the encounters are actually representing alien civilizations visiting us, why do you think they're doing so? You suggested that perhaps it's this study into past. What are some of the motivations, do you think? And again, from our perspective, us as humans, what motivations would we have when we approach others that they can discover in the future?
Well, I think one motivation might be to steer us away from the precipice, right? Or on the assumption that, even if we make it past the precipice, at least we're not a bunch of psychopaths, running around. So maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that the neighbor that's growing up next to you is not, unruly. But I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative, like what we have with, creating national parks where animals can continue to live out their lives in a natural way. I don't know. I mean, that would be. I mean, the problem is we're imagining from a anthropomorphic viewpoint what an alien might think. I mean, as I've said before, alien means it, right? I mean, not Hollywood aliens, but a whole different way of thinking and a whole different level of experience and, let's say, wisdom, hopefully, that we could only hope to understand. Now, but if we ever get out there, if we ever make it past our current problems, and even if we don't have faster than light travel, and even if we're only using ram scoops or light sails to get where we want to go, and it takes us 10,000 years to get somewhere or to spread out, we might encounter such things, and we're just going to stomp all over it, like we did in colonial South America or Africa or all the rest. On our current path, likely, and so what are we going to learn?
Well, we're getting better and better at understanding what is life. And I think we're getting better and better at being careful not to step on it when we see it. This is one of the nice things about talking about UFOs is it expands the Overton window. It expands our understanding of what possibly could be life.
Mm-hmm.
It gets us to think. It gets the scientific community to think. When we go to Mars, when we go to these different moons that could possibly have life, we're not looking at legged organisms. We're looking at some kind of complexity that arises in resistance to the natural world.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of interesting
resistance to the natural world. Yeah.
Somehow there's a rebellious process, complex system going on here. And I don't know, the many ways it could take form. There's a sense, for aliens that as the technology develops, they take form more and more as information, as something that can influence the space of ideas, of processing data itself. This idea of embodiment that we humans so admire. Physically visible, perceivable embodiment may be a very inefficient thing. Right?
If you think just about, your area, AI, we're trying to make smaller and smaller and smaller circuitry that is basically closer and closer to the physics of how the universe operates, right down at the level of quantum computers, or basically right down about quantum information storage. So fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the physics of the universe, right? And it doesn't require physical manifestation. It just sits in space-time. It's just a locally ordered space. We're just locally ordered space-time, right? But maybe they found a way to embody it there.
They probably have to get really good at not, trampling on the ants. Mm-hmm. The better your technology gets, the easier it is to accidentally, oops, right? Just destroy these simpleton biological systems.
We constantly think about whatever these things might be. We think that they are some sort of a unified force. Well, maybe they're not unified. Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are. And maybe what keeps them from stomping all over the ants is each other. Right? That they are in a self-tension to prevent one or more of them from running amok.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the anarchy of nations that we have on Earth. So there's always going to be this
there's a hierarchy.
This hierarchy that's formed of greater and greater intelligences. Right. And they're all probably also wondering, what's bigger than me?
Exactly. That's what I always wonder, is that maybe what keeps them in line is something that is beyond them.
Like, what created the universe? I mean, that's probably a question that bothers them too. Mm-hmm. What about the communication task itself? How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans? Is it something you think about this barrier of communication between biological systems and something else, how difficult is it to find language?
Well, I think if you're enough or technologically enabled enough, it's relatively straightforward. Now, whether your concepts can ever be dumbed down to us, that might be hard. I mean,
Again, talking to the ants.
talking to the ants. I mean,
On Instagram.
so
You want to look good in this picture.
let me explain to you why. Yeah. So that's the essential problem of, perhaps they realize who it is that they're talking to. And they say, rather than muddy the picture, we're only going to give them limited information. Right? And yeah, maybe if we could sit down like you and I and have a conversation, but then they would make assumptions. Humans would then make assumptions about us that aren't true because we're not humans, right? So let's stay at arm's length. Let's just let them know that we're here, right? And here's the limited amount of communication. Again, this notion that if you give somebody everything, they'll get nothing. And if they've been around as long as they have, they've seen every kind of thing that can go wrong. And so it's they know as much as they might want to step in, that would be a wrong thing.
Yeah, you have to also understand the amount of wisdom that they carry.
Yeah. And so it's very easy as well for religions to. I don't want to get into a whole religious conversation, but very easy for you can see how religions could call them angels or devils or what have you, because again, if you're trying to fit it into a frame of cultural understanding, the first thing you reach for is God. And so when you look at what these things are, and again, with the angels and the devils, in a similar sort of way, their communication is limited. They just kind of give little, what's the Oracle of Delphi? They kind of give these Delphic pronouncements to you to figure out what it is that they mean.
Stephen Greer claimed that a skeleton discovered in the Atacama region of Chile might be an alien. You reached out to him and been tasked with proving or disproving that with the regular science. The result is a paper titled Whole Genome Sequencing of Atacama Skeletons Mutations Linked with Dysplasia. Can you tell this full story?
The story was, as you put it right there, correct. Reached out, got a sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing, then worked with a team of two other Stanford scientists and Roche sequencing group, Roche Diagnostics, and probably a total team of about 11 or so people. And as is standard in these kinds of things, the professors actually don't do the work. The students do the work and figured out the answer. And then we helped them put together the story. And the story was simply that it was human. I went into it thinking it was originally a monkey of some sort. I got kind of excited a few months into the process, thinking, well, what happens if it is an alien? Right?
You would describe some of the characteristics of the skeleton that make it unique and interesting.
Primarily, it had dysmorphias of the brain. And so the first thing I did, actually, when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford, and he was on the paper. And he was the world expert in pediatric bone dysmorphias. He literally wrote the book and on this, because that's what you do. You go to an expert when it's outside of your field of interest. And he said, well, I haven't seen this particular collection of mutations before, or this physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. And he said, but based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be like 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or takes a speculation like that and turns it into a fact. No one ever said that it was that age. We only said that the bones made it look like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for explanations of why things might did. And if you, again, read the papers very carefully caveated to say that these mutations might result in this. But what we did find was an unexpectedly large number of mutations associated with bone growth in this individual. And it was just a bad roll of the dice, right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll the wrong dice all at once. So the sad part about it was individuals in the UFO community who wanted to think that there was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of my students to lie. I mean, come on, you know, I would lose my job first of all, and they would all be, you know, in trouble forever.
Yeah, but also it's just projecting malevolence onto people that I don't think exists in the normal populace, and especially doesn't exist in the scientific community. The kind of people that go into science, I mean, this is what bothers me with the current distrust of science, is they might be naive, they might not, especially in modern science, look at the big picture, philosophical, ethical questions, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, they're people with integrity and just a deep curiosity for the discovery of little things, and there's no malevolence, broadly speaking, in the scientific community. So, I mean, there's a bigger story here, which is, you know, there's a hunger in the populace to discover something anomalous, something new, and you know, science has to be both open to the anomalous, but also to reject the anomalous when the data doesn't support it. Well, what do you make of that, you know, walking that line for you? Because you're dealing with UFO encounters, you're dealing with the anomalous.
Well, people have said, let's go back to the Atacama case, that I was debunking it. Well, debunking is a loaded term. It sort of assumes that you were going in purposefully to prove something was wrong. I wasn't. I was just going in to collect the data. And, you know, I showed that this one was human. There was another report that somebody had at one point called the Star Child. They called it our child skull. I said, you know, I looked at it. I looked at the DNA sequencing that they had done. I said, this is human. End of story. The people who owned the thing at the time disagreed with me, and eventually another group came in and proved that I was right. And it's not about debunking. It's about getting the more spectacular and hyped cases off the table. I mean, the reason I got interested in it is because somebody was hyping it. And not because I wanted to disprove it, but because I just wanted to know. And let's get it off the table, because it's usually the most extravagant things that are most likely to be wrong. Somewhere in the rubble will be something interesting. And so that's what you do. You get the dross off the table, and then somewhere in the data will be something worth real inquiry.
And that, if you inquire deeply enough, will be extracted.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what actually exciting scientists do. I mean, you want the rigor of science to actually reveal the extraction.
And so look at CRISPR as probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in bacterial genomes, all arrayed one after the other with these strange sequences around them. But when you looked at the sequences, they looked like viruses. And so how did they get there? And lo and behold, after, you know, a lot of effort and work with a couple of Nobel Prizes, This went out the door, but these strange things ended up having extraordinarily extravagant possibilities.
You've also looked at UFO materials. You are in possession of UFO materials yourself.
Claimed UFO materials.
Claimed alleged UFO materials. Okay, so what's another term? Weird materials that don't seem to
That have a story.
They have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origins, but it's not. You know, there's a process to proving that, and that process would take decades, if not centuries, because you have to keep at the string and discover where they could possibly come from. But anyway, you're in possession of some materials of time. Can you describe some of them? Maybe also the process of how you investigate them, how you analyze them.
Right. So let's say that there's two classes of materials that I've been given by people, and they're not given by like the government, but just given people who've collected them, and there's a literal chain of evidence associated with them. Right? It's not just a pebble somebody picked up off of them. There are almost always things that people have claimed have either been like some sort of a leftover material, molten metals, or they are from an object that was released from that kind of exploded. They're almost always metals. I have some couple of things that might be biological that are interesting that I haven't really spent a lot of time on yet. When you look at a metal, you basically will look at what are the elements in it and what's it made of. And so there's pretty standard approaches to doing it. Most of them involve a technology called mass spectrometry. And there's probably about 5 or 6 different kinds of mass spectrometry that you could bring to bear on answering it. And they either tell you, depending on the limit of the resolution of the instrument, they either tell you the elements that are there, or they tell you the isotopes that are there. And you're interested not just in knowing whether something is there or not, you're interested in knowing whether there are, the amounts of it. And in the case of elements, how many different isotopes are there? Well, and that's kind of where, in some of these cases, it's interesting, right? Because in at least one of the materials, as we first studied it, the isotope ratios, in this case it was magnesium, way off normal. And I just don't know why. It doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that it was probably accomplished by some kind of an industrial process, whether it's the result of a process or whether, and this is sort of the leftover, or whether it was made that way for a particular purpose, I don't know. All I know is that it was engineered. That's it, right? But then the question is sort of you go one step deeper. Why would you engineer?
Right. Why engineer? What is engineered means? There's all kinds of. It could be a byproduct. It could be the main result of an engineering process. It will be a small part of the engineering process that is the main part.
Well, so the ratios of isotopes for any given element are basically the result of stellar processes. A supernova blew up sometime several billion years ago. That became a cloud. Those atoms coalesced gravitationally to form another sun and a ring that became a rocky planet. And the ratios of the isotopes were determined at the time of that explosion. And so everything in the local solar system is more or less of that ratio, depending upon certain gravitational difference. But by fragments of a percent, not whole tens of percent difference. So what do humans use isotopes for? Mostly to blow stuff up. I mean, the vast majority of the isotopes that have been made in the per pound or ton are things like certain ratios of plutonium and uranium to blow stuff up. We don't make or engineer isotopes. It's today is relatively easy to do, but it's still expensive. For any other reason, apart from, let's say, we use stable isotopes in money these days. Counterfeiting tool, you basically embed sorts of isotopes into for counterfeiters to accomplish. And so, but other than that, we don't do anything with that. So why would you make grams of such material in this one case and drop it around on a beach in Brazil?
So which case was comfortable?
This is the Uva case.
Can you describe this case a little bit further? Like what material we're talking about, just the story of the case.
So
it's an interesting one.
So a fisherman saw an object that exploded, and it was this. I've got some big chunks of it. Relatively pure magnesium with obviously something else in it because magnesium burns. So we're looking at that with other metals, simple alloy, that from basically burning up. And so the question is, and so then we had two pieces that came from two different chains of custody, both claimed to be from the same object. At least physically, when you look at the two things, they look the same, right? So we took small fragments of each of them. We put them in an instrument called a secondary ion mass spec, which is an extremely sensitive instrument, and it can see down to 0.0001 mass units, which is important for, let's say, more arcane reasons, but it's a sensitive instrument. And so one of the chains of custody, we had two pieces from the same chain of custody, and then two pieces from the other chain of custody. One of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratios, magnesium 24, 25, 26, and the other was off. Not just like slightly off, way off, and they were both off to the same extent. So, it was sort of like you had an internal control of what was normal, and you had this other one which was wrong. And so you're left with, it's what kind of an open question. Was this a hoax? Were these two chains of custody, one of them a hoax, that somebody purposefully introduced those things? Because you could do it. It would cost a lot. At the time that this was found, I guess the 1970s or so, might have been earlier, I forget. The amount that I had would have cost several tens of thousands of dollars to make. And again, it's not something you would just throw around. And why would you do it in the hope that some guy 30 years from then would pick it up and study it?
Very subtle.
It's a long-term plan. So I just don't know. I just don't know what to make of it. Except it's interesting. So a different kind of question that you're asking is, what constitutes evidence, right? So is this sufficient evidence? Absolutely not. But somebody's put it forward. I have the time. It's my time. I'll study it, and my objective is to sort of take those that I think are credible enough and do a reasonable analysis, put it out there, and maybe somebody else will come up with an idea as to what it is. Now, what would be better is some sort of true technology, right? Something that is obviously, we don't have it, and people, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Seth Shostak, rightfully, and have said, when you show up with, something really obviously technological that we don't understand, then we'll pay attention, right?
Not just material.
Not just material. A piece of metal is interesting, but and several of the things that I've looked at and other things that people have come to me with, we found to be completely banal, or were actually pieces of aircraft that were invented back in the 1940s. And so take them off the table.
Yeah, but I think, again, I think showing up with technology that we humans would find completely novel is actually a really difficult task for aliens, because it obviously can't be so novel that we don't recognize it for what it is. And I would say most of the technology aliens likely have would be something we don't recognize. So it's actually a hard problem how to convince ants. Like, you first have to understand about what they care about in order to inject into their culture, because that's why I think with the technology that presents in the space of ideas is try to influence individual humans and with the encounters, and try to, with this kind of thing that you mentioned about us not taking messages about us not taking care of the world. It's difficult. For them to understand, you have to come up with trinkets that impress us. Maybe the very technology, the fascination with the development of technology and the development of technology, the actual act of innovation itself is the thing that they're communicating. This is kind of what Jacques Vallée thinks about. It's the role of the control system. Well, let me ask about Jacques. Who is he? You know him. Who's Jacques Vallée? What have you learned about life, about UFOs, about technology, about our role in the universe?
Well, I met Jacques actually soon after the whole Obama thing. I was visited by those people associated with the government and whatever around the Havana, what ended up mostly being Havana locations, but also Jacques at the same time. They were actually working behind the scenes with each other. Here's the Stanford professor who is willing to talk about this stuff and investigate things. Maybe we should go talk to him. And he reached out through a colleague, and he and I had lunch actually the Rosewood Inn up on near Santa. So John is one of the first openly active scientists. He's really a scientist in this area, going back to the 1960s. He's put forward a number of ideas, speculations about what it might be that people are interacting with. And the first thing that I learned from him is this notion of what he called kabuki theater. That many of the things that people have seen are, I remember reading his books and thinking, he uses this word absurd a lot. The things that people claim they see are absurd, right? A ship doesn't land in a farmer's field and then come up and knock on the door and say, "Can I have a glass of water?" These are stories literally out of newspapers in the 1930s. It's absurd. And the other thing that people say, ships don't crash. If you're so technologically won't crash, it's absurd that they crash. So he said this is put on as a show. It's an influence campaign, right? It's not meant to influence individuals. It's meant to influence a culture as a whole. Maybe they don't look at us as individuals. Maybe they look at us as an organism that lives on a planet, right? And perhaps rightly so. And so that's how you interact with them. That's how you influence them. So that was one of the first things that kind of took me back and realized, wow, It's actually maybe there's a puppet behind the scenes that's doing this influencing all this stuff about aliens. It's just not true per se. They're just a representation of something that is meant to influence. So that was probably the most interesting thing. The man is brilliant. He's also, it can be, and I'm sorry, Jacques, he can also be incredibly annoying to have a conversation with, because he will pick apart your arguments or anything that you think you know and show you why you don't know what you think you know. And he used the example that, for me, that is all you need is one counter example to any conclusion, and you're wrong. And so I learned from him. I mean, I'm supposed to be a good scientist, but I learned from him. Don't talk about conclusions, just talk about the data. Because it is not wrong. I mean, convince yourself that the data is not wrong or not an artifact. But be careful about your conclusions, because whatever is going on, it's much more complicated than we imagine.
Wow, that's powerful. Being able to always step back. Because we humans get excited.
Yeah.
We start to jump to conclusions with the data. We always step back. Being able to always step back. Because we humans get excited.
Yeah.
We start to jump to conclusions with the data, but we always step back.
Well, in some of my Twitter feeds, when I dare to go on Twitter, are full of, well, when are you going to give us the answer? Science is not immediate. You're going to have to be patient. And even though my science colleagues have said, where's the data? My answer to that has been, where's been your work to try to produce it? I'm not here to give you everything on a silver platter.
We talked offline how much I love data and machine learning and so on. And it's been really disheartening to see that the U.S. government not invest as much as they possibly could into this whole process. So let's jump to the most recent thing, which is, what do you make of the report titled Preliminary Assessment, Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, that was released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in June 2021. So this was like, okay, we're going to step back. Where do we stand, and where do we have the future? What do you make of that report? Is it hopeful?
I see it's very hopeful. Very hopeful. I think the adults are finally stepping up and being in charge. Right?
In the good sense of adult.
What's that?
In the good sense.
In the good sense of adult.
Childlike curiosity is a pretty powerful thing.
That's true. Yeah. But it's also, I think, the people who were worried that the populace at large might run screaming into the streets and riot. They basically, the empiric evidence is over. These videos and all these things have been out for now, 5 years? Most people don't even know about it, right? So as hyped as it's been, and all over the newspapers that it's been, and et cetera, even Tucker Carlson has talked about it many times on his news program. Joe Rogan has. A lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So, but that said, I think it was an important sea change in the internal discussions going on in the government, because, and the reason being, that, and I think this is actually partly true with the maturation of human social technology, it was becoming so obvious that this stuff was showing up again and again and again around our ships. They just couldn't keep quiet anymore. Right? And so it's like, we need to do something about it. And Lou Elizondo and Chris and others, to their great credit, found the right angle to talk about this. So it's, well, okay, let's say it's not out there. Maybe it's the Russians, the Chinese, or somebody else. We should know about this, because we damn know it's not us. So that, to me, is an important thing to finally be a little bit more open about the matter. But like I often say, I'm not looking for people to give me permission to do anything. I'm just going to do the analysis myself of what I have. Avi Loeb has taken the same approach. He said, I'm not going to wait for the government to give me telescopic information about technologies or things that might be even in our own solar system. I'm just going to collect it myself. And that's the right way to do it. Like, don't wait for somebody else to give it to you.
It's also possible to inspire a large number of people to do a wider spread data collection.
Yes.
I mean, you yourself can't do a large enough data collection that would, if you're talking about anomalous events,
Right.
you should be collecting high resolution data about everything that's happening on Earth in terms of like, eh, in terms of the kind of things that would indicate to you a strong signal that something weird happened here. And this is why, governments can be promoted that fund large scale efforts.
Yes.
With, NASA and so on, working with SpaceX, with Blue Origin, fund capitalistic or fund companies, fund company efforts to do huge moonshot projects. And in the same way, do huge moonshot data collection efforts in terms of UFOs. I mean, it needs to be like 10x, like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude more funding to do this kind of thing. And I understand on the flip side of that, if you make it about what are the Russians, what are the Chinese doing, make it a question of geopolitics, it gets touchy because now you're kind of taken away from the realm of science and making it military. Some of the greatest, this is what makes me, as an Ephesian, makes me truly sad that some of the greatest engineering work ever done is by Lockheed Martin, and we'll never know about it.
Yeah, I agree. I wish it was different, but it's the world we live in. But related to that UFP task force announcement the bill was passed and the Department of Defense now formally established an office to collate that information and also to be transparent about it. Money is now set aside.
Right. Well, what do you think of, just in case people don't know, the DoD established a new department to study UFOs called Airborne, maybe, but yes, the Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group. Hey, do you know how to pronounce that?
No, I don't.
AOI, MSG.
It's stupid and needs to be renamed.
AOI, MSG. AO. All right. It's directed by the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. What do you make of this office? Are you hopeful about this office?
I think there's still a tug of war going on behind the scenes as to who's going to control this. But I do know, though, that money has been set aside that will be used to make things more public, right? To start to get others involved. And I'm involved in an effort to get other academics involved.
So you think there might be some of that money could be directed towards funding maybe like groups like yours to do some research, right? So they would be open to that, you think?
I hope so. I mean, nothing is set in stone yet, so and I'm not hiding anything because I just don't know anything, right? But I do think that there will be public efforts. Now, there are being set up other private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that to leverage and get access to some of the internal resources as well. So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem building up in a positive sense of people who are willing to do the research. So before it would be you couldn't even go to a scientist and ask them to help. Now, if there's money, as I said before, scientists are essentially capitalists. They go where the money is. I mean, the work that I've done, I did out of my own pocket. And probably about $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of money went into the paper we published out of my own pocket. But the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least a few millions to do the proper analysis of these materials. The work I know that the Galileo project is involved with is probably in the 5 to 10 million range to get stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
I should also push back a little bit on something you probably will agree with. You said scientists are essentially capitalists. What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes we're talking about basically research and basic science, the money is a little bit ambiguous to what direction you're doing research in. And the scientists get really good at telling a narrative of like, yeah, we're fulfilling the purpose of this funding, but we're actually they end up doing what they're curious about.
Yes.
And of course, you cannot deviate. Like if you get hunted penguins in Antarctica, you start building rockets. But probably you can because you will convince you concoct a narrative saying rockets are really important for studying penguins in Antarctica.
Right.
I think that's actually this is one thing I think people don't generally understand about the scientific mind is I don't know how capitalistic it is because if it was, they would start a effing company.
No. I mean, when I meant capitalist, I didn't mean in the they'll start companies per se. I mean, we can only do the research where there's money, and so from maybe it's a bad use of the term capitalist. So, but we will only do the research where there's money. I mean, why do most people work? Many biologists work in cancer research because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem, but I might not have ever gotten involved if there wasn't money. I might have gone and I was going to be a botanist when I was a kid. That's what I wanted to do. So having money available will bring people to bear. Now, another mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the lay public about science, is that people think that we're paid to do things. Just as you said, I get a research grant, and luckily from the NIH, they give you a fair amount of latitude. I will go my own way, and I'll find something. I might have proposed something, but I'll end up somewhere entirely different by the end of the project. And that's how good science is done. You follow the data, you follow the results. And so that's what I'm hoping can be done here. I think the worst kind of thing that could be done with this subject area is to put it inside another company where they have a set plan of what it is they're going to do, and the scientists either do what the executives tell them to do or not. That isn't how anything will really get discovered. Get it out into the public, get open minds thinking about it, and then publishing on it and doing the right kind of work. That's how real progress will be made with this.
Let's put our philosophical hats on. Do you think the U.S. government or some other government is in possession of something of extraterrestrial origin that is far more impressive than anything we've seen in the public?
If I've not seen anything personally, but if I believe the people who I don't think can lie, yes.
How does that make you feel in terms of the way government works, the way our human civilization works, that there might be things like that, and they're not public? Is there a hopeful message for transparency that's possible? Like if you were in power, and I'm not saying president because maybe the president is not the source of power here, would you release this information in some way or form?
Yes. If I were, I think it would. I think it's something that can bring humanity together, right? I think that knowledge of this kind of thing, to know that we are more alike than we are different in comparison to whatever this is a positive thing for us. And to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people have been talking about what we should give government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the data you had available to you at the time, and you had good reasons for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because you wanted to monetize it yourself to your benefit, but instead of others, then I think maybe there's something else that could be said. But an opportunity to get all this information out if I were in charge, I would try to do it. Now, I might be shown something though that says, there's a reason that you don't want everybody to know this. And you don't want everybody having access to unlimited energy, because maybe you might turn it into a bomb.
Or something that gives you hints that something like unlimited energy is possible, but you haven't figured it out yet. And if you make it public, maybe some of the other governments that you have tensions with will figure it out first.
Right.
I mean,
It's kind of an arms race, though.
I think in all forms, it makes me truly sad because it's obvious that, for example, the origins of the COVID virus, it's obvious to me that the Chinese government, whatever the origins are, is interested in not releasing information about it because it can only be bad for the Chinese government. And every government thinks like this. Like actually, this has been disappointing for me talking to PR folks at companies. Like they're always nervous. They're always like conservative, right? In the sense like, well, if we release more stuff, it can only be bad. And then an Elon Musk character comes along who tweets ridiculous memes and doesn't give a fuck. And I've been encouraging CEOs, I've been encouraging people to be transparent. And of course, government national security is really like another level. It's human lives at stake. But let's start at the lighter case of just releasing some of the awesome insights of the technology, how the sausage is made of the technology, and being transparent about it because it excites people. It, like you said, it connects people. It inspires them. It's good for the brand. It's good for everybody. I honestly think this kind of idea that people will steal the information and we use it against you is an idea that's not true in the idea of the 20th century. Like you said, some of the benefits of the social media, our social world is that transparency is beneficial, and I hope government will learn that lesson. Of course, they're usually the last to learn such lessons. Right? What do you make of Bob Lazar's story in terms of possession of aircraft? Do you believe it?
I don't believe in the Bob Lazar story, to be quite honest. I mean, Jeremy Corbell has done a great job interviewing him and has done some, beautiful documentaries. I just don't. I don't know how to interpret it. And again, some of the people who fraternize with think it's all rubbish. But maybe he's right, but I don't know. I mean, the problem is, and this is a little bit different about how I approach the whole areas and a lot of others. I'm less interested in going over old paperwork and all these old histories, who said what, the whole he said, she said of the history of UFOs. I'm a scientist. I worked on the brain area because it's something I can collect data on. I can go back to the same individual, collect their MRI again, and redo it. I can hand that MRI to somebody else, they can analyze it. I can get materials, I can analyze them. I can get some of these skeletons. I won't touch any skeletons ever again, but I can analyze it and somebody else can reproduce the data. I mean, that's what I'm good at. And so, I'm not going to go into the whole, I'm not a historian.
Yeah, that's true, but there's a human side to it. Sometimes I think with these, because again, anomalous, rare events, some of the data is inextricably connected to humans. The observations, right? I hope in the future, that sensory data will not be polluted by human subjectivity, but that's still powerful data. Direct observation. Yeah. Talk about what pilots. And so it's an interesting question to me whether Bob Lazar is telling the truth, whether he believes he's telling the truth too, and what impact stories like his have on the willingness of governments to be transparent and so on. So you have to credit his story for captivating the imagination of people and getting the conversation going.
He's been telling this story for all these years with little to no change
Gary Nolan
that I'm aware
sucks.
of. So, but there's so many other people who are, let's say, experts in that story.
Their gut, you accumulate a set of sort of circumstantial evidence where your gut will say that somebody is not there.
Yeah.
You mentioned Avi Loeb. I forgot to ask you about Oumuamua.
Mhm.
Because you've analyzed specimens here on Earth.
Mhm.
What do you make of that one? And what do you make broadly of our efforts to look at rocks, essentially, or look at objects
Mhm.
flying around in our solar system? Is that a value?
I think it was amazing. I figured out a really good way to screen people, like it's better than I have been. And let's do a quick breakdown. 43 minutes ago, somebody with a Paris Hilton avatar wrote, "This motherfucker, I am not speaking to Rabbi this," but they took a screenshot of my message and it's like just helps to promote. Then this person below, this chick wrote, "Share to be a trillionaire." Then the person with the Paris Hilton avatar again wrote, "Share both of these nuts," and it made me laugh because it's just a funny joke that I really like. I like that joke. It's so simple, and it reminds me of the Chappelle Show, where there's this little boy who asks an older man if he can call Mr. Dees, and the older man says, "Mr. Dees," and the little boy goes, "Dees nuts." It's like a joke from 20 years ago that still makes me laugh. It's yeah, I don't know if it came from that. That was a joke. That's just been a joke for a long time, but that kind of made it more popular. And I just think this kind of jokes are really funny. So here's my strategy if you could. Okay, normally what I have to do is I have to create an account and then I have to solve a captcha. You know these captchas, I told you about it like 1,000 times. And that takes time. And the project or my spamming can't continue if I'm not doing the captchas. Which means at night when I'm asleep, I can't spam for like 8 hours, or sometimes 10 hours, or however long I sleep, 5 hours, whatever. I'm about efficiency. I let this bad boy go at 24/7, 365. So I put out this really pretty brilliant strategy. So what it is I have these computers that are spamming. And then I have these phones that are creating new accounts from. And I can make a lot of accounts pretty quickly with these phones. And then I have them saved in a spreadsheet. And I have my bot program to just go down the line and get a new account. Welcome, how are you? What up, future? How you looking, Pip? How'd you find out about me? Oh yeah, okay. What's good, my friend? Dude, what'd you think about Aiden's fight with AB? Antonio Brown. Oh, dude, Antonio Brown fired, I think, multiple gunshots. It's all on kick and streams and stuff. But basically, you know who Antonio Brown is? All right, so AB, yeah, exactly. And so he was like detained, but he was not arrested because he didn't do anything wrong. And like people got it on, they didn't get like that. They got it like the sound on the camera and stuff. But that was at the Nate Robson fight, so that was pretty wild. How are things in your neck of the woods? Are you slaying a dick like it's going out of style? Excellent. All right, that's not always a move. Are there some shorties there who you got your eye on? All right, so tell me about the one you got your eye on. Is she bad? All right. So what's your plan? What's your strategy? How are you gonna pick this chick up? Yeah, it's not a good idea to ask out the coworkers. So what about like Tinder or Plenty Fish or Match or Bumble or any of those? Yeah, that's a good move. I mean, if you want to keep your job, but also if they're in a relationship or they just don't like you, it's super awkward. But nobody wants to work in that kind of environment. Good move. All right. So you're not looking to get your dick wet? All right. So you're just chilling. I got you. Well, what's been taking up your days? What have you been up to? Yeah, obviously not getting your dick wet or slinging it or tearing up pussy. What have you been doing? Jerking yourself raw, okay. Have you been playing any games? Playing any sports? You've been following sports? All right, what do you want to? All right, what do you want to be when you grow up? I got you. I got you. What do you want to be when you grow up? A leader? All right. Well, you're influencing me right now. All right. So you just simply just want to travel the world, hook up with hot chicks, and on Instagram. All right. That sounds like a good life. All right. So okay. What's your platform of choice? Oh, you've got a YouTube channel. Oh, okay. You think you're gonna be an influencer without any content, son? Okay. How's that gonna work? Nobody's gonna know about you. Okay. Well, why don't you share that with us? Okay. You know that we are. You know that you are 373 days away from Grandpa Carlos 60 lunch. Are you going to 373? Are you going to tear that up on Chili's? Dog, you've only had 10 years to finish that game. Dog, you've only had 10 years to finish that game. Okay, so that's cool. Are you going to be a GTA 6 influencer? Okay, you should start doing a video a day as a content. Start with like 1 year help. Then you've got some content. And then when you start to show some, they have been streaming at least once doing a countdown on GTA 6 for a year. I want to follow them because they have hype. You should, absolutely. You get a little bit of an audience, but then the big one is GTA 6. So I understand you're dealing with some stuff in your life. Everybody's got that. I get that. But you've got to have goals and plans. You want to be an influencer. You like the game. And this is going to be the biggest game launch in global history. And you're going to have the opportunity and enough time to be able to prep an audience for it. When you stream, how many people watch you simultaneously? Zero. So you got a whole year to increase that to more than zero. And you multi-stream it, so when you put your work in on YouTube, it's also going on Twitch and Rumble and Kick, and you'll get some people following you and you hype them up. We've got, 365 days until Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm playing the final campaign of GTA 5. You need to like, follow, subscribe, all that stuff. 364 days, 363 days, and 300 days, and 200 days. And you start hyping people up 100 days, and then, you camp out at a GameStop or whatever. 24-hour stream right before. Just get people excited for it. Absolutely. All right. And if you tell me that you're doing it with I'll watch you so at least I get the real enough. And that's what people do. They'll be like, hey, you guys know Future? They're going to be like, who the fuck is Future? And like, Future's been doing a countdown for Grand Theft Auto every single day until it's launched. And he's a huge GTA 6 influencer. He's got cryptocurrency, he gets donations, and you'll be able to have your own little nice spot with it. And then those shorties at work will start you up. And you don't have to worry about a sexual harassment lawsuit. And also, you'll have your pick of the litter. Have you been wanting to? No, I understand. I'm kind of just joking. Have, have you been watching it across the street? Okay. Yeah, dude, it used to be popular. And then they made it really private. And I'm like the only person ever in there. They used to have every single day, like 20 people, every day, 20 sides. Right, people used to give me all kinds of shit. Doug, 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 what was citrus there? Right, you would have. All right, so what's your talent? How the, how the, how the fuck are you going to say that you won the talent show when you didn't have any talent? I got you. Well, you dropped the ball. If you did have a talent, what? Can you sing? Okay, what's your favorite song? Is that the song? All right, I like it how you want to be an influencer, but you don't have, you don't, you don't influence, and you want to be a rock star, but you don't know any songs. Just putting it out there, start learning some songs, get comfortable in front of the camera. If you want to be a rock star, I have all the support for you in the world. I think you could be, but you got to have more confidence in yourself. I know you could sing. I bet you could. There's a song out there that you could sing where you could show people that you have a talent. What's your favorite song in the world? Okay, well, what's a song that you like? Okay, that's cool. I know every hip hop song ever. Of course. You know Thrill of It? I think it's just called The Thrill. Yeah, you know that song? That's one of my favorite songs of all time. That's one of my favorite songs of all time. It starts, oh, college educated, she graduated. Oh, fuck no. No, 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 no. That's one of my favorite songs of all time. She's addicted to champagne. All right. So you like, all right, sing it. That's cool. You've got a great background and you've got a great personality. You should let the camera display that. You should start. You should say something. You know what? Everybody's right. I should put in 1 hour work on the street. I may not people who watch me. But 1 year from now, when they're launching Grand Theft Auto 6, an influencer, and I'll have people that subscribe to me, and I'll have an audience, and then I'll have to just play video games to get paid for it. We're not gonna know, right? It's just here's the biggest hurdle is people are very self-conscious. I know you're self-conscious. Everybody's self-conscious, especially with the camera. Because they're like, wow, exactly. You just got to get over that. I mean, I sleep on camera. I'm live into 8 hours. You know that like I'm the least affected person by this because I have worn down that anxiety. I no longer have that social anxiety. You see me do whatever. Anybody ever rips on me, I'm able to take it. I let any kind of hate roll off me like water off a duck's back. It doesn't bother me. You have to be bulletproof yourself. It's not easy being an influencer. But if you want to do it, and that's what you've said you want to do, you got to start somewhere. And I'm not saying you have to do 24-hour streams like I do, and I'm not saying that you have to have 50 million people watching you simultaneously like Hayden Roscoe. But what you do have to do is hit that go live button, and you have to do it regularly and consistently. I've heard there's a streamer on Kick. He's a friend of mine. He's ex Straight Savage. He gets paid to stream. He bought 2 cars this year just for Kick, And I've asked him, if you have any advice to new streamers and, for people in our audience. And he sums it up pretty well, I would say. You got to network, you've got to be consistent, you have to be you. And you network well, I mean, you people, and you will meet, and some influencers. You've got to be consistent, though. Like, you say you've got a YouTube channel. I understand you don't have many people watching you. That's totally fine. But you have to have the content. You have, like, you do cool stuff in your life, but none of it's captured, none of it's recorded. And the other thing is, just be yourself. You don't let people get to you. But, like, you literally can say to yourself, 1 year from now, do I want to be ready for the biggest launch in the history of gaming with an audience and people have subbed to me? Or do I want to just be sitting here talking about maybe one day I'm going to put some shit, maybe on my lunch hour or something like that? I know you're not doing that, but you know what I'm saying. That basically you want to make moves. And one way to make moves is just hitting that go live button. And I'm not saying you have to do it for 4 or 5 hours, that's long. But if you do an hour a day, 1 hour, I would tell you this. You do 1 hour a day for the next 365 days or so. You can do that. Okay, then that's great. But what you don't want to do is burn yourself out and say, "Oh, I did 4 hours yesterday. I'm not going to do it today." No, at least 1 hour a day. And you don't have to do it. But literally, it could just be doing it in front of your computer and you look on Reddit or you look on YouTube. You just watch stuff and you do react to it. You just have to recognize if you want to be an influencer, you have to influence somebody. People have to get to know you. I have a huge database, the largest database of any individual on earth when it comes to the amount of video that I have. Aiden Ross has huge amounts of video. You can go back and see him mature through the years, and you can go and see Amaranth when she just started and where she is today, and Fuji and all of those people want to be like her as well. And I'm telling you, it's free to multi-stream. You get on Kick, you get on Rumble, you get on YouTube, you get on Twitch. You do 4 at once. All of your chats are unified. And so you've got 4 times the audience. And you just start making moves. You do collaborations with people. That's a great way to do it. I'll tell you a really good way that I got to meet a lot of influencers is this. I just started my own podcast. And how did I do it? I went on Spotify. Spotify has a creator app, and what you do is you go into someone's stream, like a Kick stream or a YouTube stream, as a chatter, and you just say, "Hey, do you want to be on my podcast?" Everybody said yes because it's free. Like everybody wants to be on a podcast, and everybody wants that free influence, and so you can do it right there with them. It's really easy. And I did it with some of the biggest streamers that they have on Kick, including Ori and Sam Bond and X Straight Savage. And my podcast was nothing special. I asked the same 73 questions to all the people. I didn't want them to be intimidated. I didn't want to have a gotcha. And you can do the same thing. These don't have to be 6-hour podcasts, but that way, every single person with whom you make a connection, now you have an influencer friend. Now you build a network. They can help you, and you can help them. You got to get the ball rolling somehow if you want to be an influencer. The main thing, though, is having the account. Well, one of the main things is having the account. Do you have a Flickr account? No. Do you have a Reddit account? Yeah, you do. Good. Do you have an Imager account? No, that's okay. But what I'm saying is you got to get the top 20 platforms. So you have a YouTube account. Do you have a Rumble account? Excellent. Do you have a Twitch account? Excellent. Do you have a Kick account? Excellent. Do you have a Linktree account? Okay, so you need that because that's going to be the thing that links you all your social media. I'm just checking you out, and I want to see your stuff. I go to that Linktree account, and I get all your social media. Do you have a Snapchat account? Excellent. Do you have an Instagram account? Do you have a Facebook account? Okay, I understand you may not want to put all these things on there, but you got a Discord account. So you basically have the main accounts, but you need all of them. If anything, you don't want somebody to come in and impersonate you. So what does that mean? Do you have a Twitter account? Excellent. Do you have a Blue Sky account? That's fine. So you want to get a Blue Sky account, a Mastodon account, and a Truth Social account. And you don't have to tweet on them or whatever, but you just want so that somebody else doesn't swipe up your day because they will. And you get all of these accounts. There are about 20 main platforms. Here, if you want to know what they are, I have them listed in this Discord. Dude, they're below. Just look below, and you'll see a list of them. It's YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble, Snapchat, Twitter, TikTok, Africa TV, which is big in South Korea, Instagram, Imager, Reddit, Discord, Monkey, Bilibili, One Live, Only TV, Flickr, Telegram, Facebook, Pinterest, LinkedIn, Tumblr, the contact, though you might not be able to get that one because it's in Russian. So yeah, just pick each one of those. Exactly. And you get those, and at least if anything, other people can't steal your platform. And then what you do is you take all those and connect them in your link tree. Then you've got a powerful weapon in terms of being an influencer and in terms of being able to market yourself. So then when you get somebody who says, hey, what are your socials? You just say, go to my link tree. You've got all your socials there. They're nice and organized. Maybe somebody doesn't use Twitter, but they do use Instagram. Or they don't use Instagram, but they do use Twitter. Everybody's got their own sauce that they like. And this way you give them many options to be able to follow and connect with you as possible. And then from there, it's about just being at the stream. So one thing that people like about my stream is that I'm always here. I'm always available. So they always know if they're ever bored, they can come connect with me. I'm not saying that you would do that effect. I discourage you from doing it because unless you could really say I can do this in the next few years. But if you don't, which I understand, then just do it an hour a day. So what you say, that means at 7 o'clock, whatever your time is, or your hot time, you'll find it. You do from 7 to 8, and you can go through the sports scores. You can go through what's cool on Reddit or trending on Twitter. You can do Monkey app. Do you know what Monkey app is? Absolutely. So just do Monkey app and Open TV, and you do that for an hour. And you, pardon me? Absolutely. 100%. Then you've got content. Then what you do after you do it for a week or a month or so, you have enough clips to have a really nice compilation. You upload that to YouTube, and it gets because it's fast. It's for people with short attention spans, and a 1 to 2 minute clip compilation of you can catch somebody's attention, make them follow you, perhaps make them want to do a collaboration with you. But I'm just saying, you don't want to be here May 19th, 2026, saying, you know what, Grand Theft Auto is going to be launching. And I remember talking to Rabbi a year ago, and I wanted to be an influencer, and this is the perfect opportunity to do it. And I still haven't done it. I still don't have the link tree. We don't want to do that. And I understand you've got stuff that you're handling in your life. Nothing that I've said really is going to get in the way of it. It's very easy and free to get all of these social media accounts. So you get those, and then just doing an hour a night. Heck, you could have streamed this, and it would have been fine, and you would have had content. 100%. We're all dealing with shit. You don't think that Emira's dealing with shit? She got robbed for her $40 million cryptocurrency. $40 million cryptocurrency. You don't think Aiden Roth just had bullets fired in the 12 years of life? I mean, you're right. Everybody can have stuff going on. So you just have to say, I don't have to be those people, but I do need to start streaming, and I do need to make content. And I gotta say that your content doesn't have to be perfect. Don't be some things on which to be a perfectionist, but there are other things that you just say, you know what, it's fine. I'm gonna just go and stream, and if my hair wasn't perfect, that's fine. I'm gonna keep this stream. I'm not gonna delete it. And you're gonna have, if you started streaming tomorrow, or not even, but like this week, you will have 365 hours worth of content this time next year, right before Grand Theft Auto launch. You'll know everything about the game. You'll probably have 1,000 followers on all of these different platforms, and these aren't fake followers; these are organic followers. And if I were you, I'd start my Discord. You're on Discord a lot, so start Discord. I'm not saying that you have to live with Discord, but it gives people an opportunity to be able to connect with you in just another way. And you're on Discord so much that you know a lot of people on Discord. That's fine. Absolutely. Look at my Discord and all the different stuff there is. I've got music bots, I've got karaoke bots, I've got different every kind of interest that you'd ever want. I've got start your own channel. If you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. Start your own channel. You can do that. I've got Marina. We got a ton of different stuff. I'm not saying you have to make it look just like mine, but just know that there's a lot. I know you know there's a lot you can do with it. And so put all your social media in there, put all your interests in there, connect with people, and by this time, 1 year from now, you'll have subscribers. You'll have literally people who are paying you money to just be good. It's going to be a really exciting opportunity for you. If you want to be an influencer, that's what you got to do. If you just want to work a job, that's cool too. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying you could probably do both. You work your 8-hour job and do whatever you need to do, whatever job you want to work, and then just 1 hour a night, put it to work, you get that go live button, and you start connecting with people. And like you said, you could get really great tips from Monkey App and Homie TV. It will lead to new people too. You get people who follow you. I mean, one of the best things to do on Monkey App and Homie TV is this. You go. I've done this for years. I'll be on Monkey App and there'll be somebody and I'll be like, hey, do you want to see yourself on YouTube? They'll be like, yeah, I want to see myself on YouTube. Like, all right, type Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube, filter by live, and I'll show them on camera themselves, and they're blown away by them. It's an easy thing to do, and then you get a subscriber right away. Welcome, Big Dog. I'm here if you need any support, okay? Excellent. All right, well, again, I'll give you everything that I can, and if you really want to be an influencer, you have to say to yourself, how badly do you want it? And if you want it, then you got to go all in. Nobody is going to consider you if you don't have content. But you're cool, man. You're cool, and you're around cool people. You got a great look. You've got a great background. People will follow you. You just, basically have to put yourself out there. Can you repeat that, please? Excellent, man. So, dude, that's a huge thing. We should do a countdown until when you turn 21. That's a big deal, man. Dude, when I turned 21, I had 21st birthdays. And I had different groups of friends. And I'm telling you, that's a big event in your life because it's probably the last big birthday that you have. Why? Because everything else after that is just basically, there are no other highlights, At 25, you get to rent a car. At 40, you're considered like elderly, basically. At 65, it's like Social Security. There are no other really big, maybe your 50th birthday might be pretty big. But 21, go all out for it. I mean, you don't have to give me the exact date, but is it like in in a few months. All right, perfect, man. So you got like 2 months, a little bit more that you could do a countdown for that, and then like basically, if you're going out to and you're able to say that you're an influencer, that's a great way in with women. I mean, as opposed to, yeah, I'm working the drive-thru, which I'm not putting down people working the drive-thru. That is a respectable job, and people are needed to do that. But a lot of people do that. It's not sexy though. Being an influencer is sexy. So you get some chick who's in a bar and you're like, oh, it's your 21st birthday. Yeah, what do you do? Oh, I'm an influencer. Oh, really? What's your Instagram? Oh, here's my Instagram. Here's my link so you can see all my stuff. I share every day. I've actually been doing a countdown to my 21st birthday. That's why I'm here at the bar, and I've got all my friends here. We're having a good time. You want a shot? Let's do a shot together, whatever. And then from there then you're 21. And every time you go out, you're a real influencer. You just won't be someone who has an Instagram account. You'll be like, yeah, I create content. You can follow me. I do at least an hour stream every single night. Absolutely. I picked up a lot of shit. I'm telling you, these things are, and you don't have to be done it as an influencer. I've done it and have a great personality. I'm a nice person. I'm intelligent. I can get women in other ways, but I'm telling you that the influencer aspect of this, especially for a young man in today's day and age, is a real handy-dropping. Being an influencer today is a real handy-dropping, meaning it is attractive to women. Every woman wants to be with a famous man. And even if you're not super famous, that's okay. You're going to have more fame than most people in the bar. Most people in the bar are not YouTubers, or at least not consistent YouTubers. And if you can at least say, yeah, I have a Twitch, I have a Kick, I have YouTube, and I stream every night. I meet people on Omi TV. I meet people on Monkey App. I have a podcast. I mean, like, women are going to flock to you. Women are going to flock to you if you're an influencer. Did you know that being an influencer is the number one desired career of people under age 25? So they're gonna be women who have Instagrams out there, OnlyFans or whatever, and they're gonna want to connect with you. And it's a big deal to be a consistent streamer. All right, so go ahead and do it. Dude, absolutely. 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 They're going to be hindered. You just have to recognize it. There's something that I learned a long time ago. I'll just give you the magic potion. All right, future. Do you know how you know if you're cool? Yes, it's a question I want you to answer. Do you know how you know if you're absolutely? Absolutely. This is and you're exactly right. This is how you know if you're cool. You just know. It's internal. Someone can give you that. No matter how big your audience is, no matter how many followers you have, no matter how much data you have. It's an internal thing. Yeah, you don't want to put other people down. You're 100% right. And you recognize it. Being cool isn't given to you externally; it comes internally. So if you know that you're cool, which it seemingly you do, then you'll be able to put up with any haters out there. So you know what to do, future. I gave you the list, or it's in this Discord. You just create all of those different accounts. You hook them up in Linktree. You make yourself a nice avatar, and then you should. I'll tell you what. There's some that you, no, there's some that you don't. There's some that you don't need. Um, but like, it's not a bad idea to make sure that you have an imager or a Flickr or Telegram. The main one would be YouTube. No, YouTube's the main one. All of those. Yeah, I mean, but it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to have them all because you don't necessarily have to have them all in the picture, but it doesn't hurt to have them because somebody's going to come out and steal it anyway. And then you're going to be like, you know what, I should have got that one. Now they're impersonating me. There's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, you're cutting out, but yeah, people will come in. It happened in here. A a streamer, his name's a Flashlight. I told him, hey, do you have a Blue Sky account? He's like, no, do I need one? He's like, okay, whatever. How do you do it? How you doing? There you go. You're good, big guy. Yep, you're good. Uh, it happened in here. A friend of mine, he's from, I think, Jamaica. He came in here and I was like, hey, do you have a Blue Sky account? He's like, no, I really think I need one. I'm like, if you don't get one, somebody's going to steal it from you. And he was live streaming at the time and somebody picked it up. You want to make sure that you have it so that that doesn't happen to you. Yes, you do. And even if you don't use them, you need to make sure that you have them so that you don't get impersonated. It doesn't take long. It would take you like 2 hours to get them. If you, it takes like 5 minutes. Each one takes like 5 minutes. But people don't do it, and then they get impersonated, and then they boo-hoo later on because they report the person for impersonation, and now it becomes a he said, she said kind of deal on up to the moderation team. You don't want it to be that way. Just get them, and then you're all set. Get your time. All right, so you're comfortable on camera. So, I mean, you really have nothing to stop you. And you'll be fine. You'll be fine. don't pay any attention. Yeah, I mean that helps. There are also some good comebacks that I find helpful. So I don't know, people say things to me, and I know it's a tragedy one. You just say, "Cool story, bro." Everyone hates that comeback, but it works really well. Cool story, bro. Somebody's like, "Hey, you're ugly." Okay, cool story, bro. Everyone hates that because it switches the moment that they have. Whatever they were coming at you with, it's just like, okay, cool story, bro. There's another one that I like. That's just like your opinion, man. Somebody can come in here and be like, I think that you have a big head. Okay, well, that's just like your opinion, man. Like, okay, I mean, that's from the Big Lebowski, but it works really well. Somebody can say whatever they want. I think that you have long legs. Okay, cool story, bro. I think that you have your hair isn't combed. All right, that's just like your opinion, man. And if you say it, it becomes very funny, especially if you make it your own. And there are a bunch of those that you can have. But, it basically extinguishes any kind of momentum that the other side has to make fun of you. And they'll go find somebody else, or they'll go do something else, or they'll realize that you're too cool for them. I mean, you saw me in Aiden Ross's Discord a year ago when he had a bunch of people in there, and people give me all kinds of shit, and I just didn't really pay attention to them. I know I'm too cool for them anyway. So, I would talk if I ever needed to, if anybody needed me. But I got Aiden Ross in my stream. Not everybody can say that, and you'll be able to do the same thing. There you go. So we've already connected with some really good influencers. All right, well, his loss. That's all right. His loss. He'll get a chance to stop you in the future. Hopefully. Who's Reggie? Who's in like? No. But, okay, very cool. Not off the top of my head, but I can remember one street all the time. I still have Discord. Okay. Okay. Absolutely. All right, that's another thing you can do. I mean, join 99 biggest influencers that you can find, and then have your own Discord, and make sure that your Discord links to your profile. And you get a lot of people just join your Discord because it's in there, and that you have this omnipresence. You're always available. And you can do IRL streaming. I do IRL streaming, but it's expensive. And nobody watches me when I do IRL streaming because they don't know what I'm going to be doing. I don't really know what I'm going to be doing. And you need battery packs, and you need data plans, and it's a huge thing. So I advise you to just do desktop streams until you really either afford it or you have a big enough audience that that's going to be really exciting for them. And that's fine. You could do one desktop stream from now on the launch of Grand Theft Auto 6, which is May 26, 2026, and and you will potentially not need to work 1 year from now if you do it right. I mean, you don't want to work a job anymore. You'd like to be able to and make money and just watch your bank account grow and your crypto wallet grow and the amount of girls in your DMs grow. So the way that you do that is by doing a stream a day. Now there are some cheat codes. You can definitely improve your positioning since you have a job if you buy some followers so that not all your accounts start at zero. That's always a definite bump. But even if you don't do that and you just start at zero, you'll have 1,000 people follow you on each one of your platforms. You do one stream a day from now until next year. So there you go. Those are the secrets of being an influencer. It isn't, hey, you need to stay at the Four Seasons and you need to travel to Cancun and Las Vegas and Toronto. I mean, that's cool, that's great, but that's the second level. You got to walk before you run. And so it's just about consistent streams at this point. And you watch, when you turn 21, absolutely. You turn 21 and you've been doing a stream every day until then, and then you go out to the bar, you're a real streamer, you're a real influencer. You'll pick up. And that's what you want. What are your plans for your 21st birthday? Very cool. Okay, very cool. Okay, excellent. So there's a lot of fun stuff to do there. Can you do a countdown? And then you go out with your friends, you have a good time. You don't have to live stream it. I mean, you can live your life normally. But at least when some chick comes up to you and she's like, what do you do for a living? You can be like, I do X, Y, and Z, but really I'm an influencer. She's going to say, you're an influencer? You're like, yeah. She's going to say, oh, okay, what's your social media? She's going to want to look good. She doesn't want to see that you go, or 6 years ago, you'd be like, no, I'm there. I'm very consistent. And then she's going to take you seriously. And then you're an influencer in her mind. Then I mean, quickly, that's what makes you cool. But in her mind, it's going to be like, wow, this guy's got a little bit of Riz in him. He's pretty famous. And she's going to go tell her girlfriends, hey, you know that guy? Yeah, he's a streamer. He streams every day. You want to see his YouTube? You want to see his Kick? You want to see his Rumble? You want to see his Instagram? You want to see his Twitter? That's just what people are going to want to do. They're going to be interested in it. I do too. All right, so you know what to do, future. So go do it. Go do it. Absolutely, you're welcome. Go do it, and then when you're done, come back and tell me all about it. What you learned, and I'll follow you on all my accounts. You'll get like hundreds of followers just for that. So go do it. You're welcome, big dog. We'll see you soon. Peace. Honey, what are you blabbing about? I'm telling you bad advice. terrible at this? You know, it's the best advice that you can give. Okay. You sound like you have a pillow over your mouth. Okay, well, everybody can have their own opinion. He's not going to be an influence if he doesn't start creating content. Oh, yeah, okay. You want to pray in? Audio. I can't hear you. Do you want me to send you a game invitation? Okay, I'll find the game. Audio, I can't hear you. You have to type it. I just sent you an invite. Yeah, there you go.
Valuable pursuit, or maybe most of the stories that can be, most of the fascinating things can be discovered here on Earth or on other nearby planets.
Just going to Amoloa, I think Avi's insight.
Either your microphone's drops or you're not talking. Or both. I know. I picked the wrong one. Don't worry, we'll catch it later.
is an interesting speculation, right? Like I was saying before, people can sometimes look at something and not see it for what it is. Many would just look at that and say, oh, it's an asteroid, and dismiss it. There was something odd about the data that Avi picked up on and said, well, here's an alternative explanation that doesn't fit, that actually better fits the models, just being a lot. And to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he believes the data is and is using that then as a battering ram to go after other things. So I think that's great.
Yeah. What is his main conclusion? Does he say it could be of alien extraterrestrial origin?
Well, that's one of the things. I mean, he's explained how it could be a light sail, and a light sail is certainly within near human capabilities to make such a thing. I think Yuri Milner, he's a Russian billionaire. He's involved, I think, in a project to make light sails with laser, to launch them with laser power, essentially, towards outside. Right? So it's something that humans could make. I think Avi's proposal is perfectly within the realm of possibility. I mean, sadly, the thing is, now nearly out of our solar system.
Yes, I mean, to me, that's aspiring to greater levels of data collection in our solar system, but also here on Earth. It just seems like we should be constantly collecting data because the tools of software that we're developing get better and better at dealing with huge amounts of data. It's changing the nature of science. I mean, we collect all of the data.
Right, collect the data. I mean, the Galileo project asked me over the weekend to join, and I did. So, I'm not a specialist in any of the stuff that they're doing, but looking at the list of people who are on there, there are really no biologists on there. So, at some point, if my expertise is required for something,
what's the goal and the vision of the Galileo project?
Better talk to Avi, but my understanding and just actually looking at the sort of the bylaws this morning, literally just got them, is number one, collect the data on UAP, and number two, collect data on potentially local technological artifacts.
I need to look into this. This is fascinating. And Avi is heading the Galileo project.
Yeah. Have you spoken to him?
On this podcast, yes. Oh, that was before, I believe it's before he was headed. Oh. It's a new creation.
Yeah, the Galileo project was, I think it's about 6 or 7 months old now.
Amazing. And he's getting a group of scientists together.
Oh yeah, it's about 100. Oh, it's awesome. Actually, I was looking at some of their stuff over the weekend. I'm shocked at the level of organization that they've already got put together. That's amazing. It looks like a moonshot project. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of NIH, on large NIH projects, which involve a lot of people in coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist. But yet you're keeping an open mind to a lot of ideas that maybe require you to take a leap outside the conventional. So what advice would you give to young people today that are, in high school or in college, that are dreaming of having impact in science, or maybe in whatever career path that goes outside of the conventional, that really does something new?
If you believe in something, you believe that an idea is valuable, or you have an approach to something, don't let others shame you into not doing it. But, as I said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something and then looking it wrong. But shame also is something that is circumscribing your environment. I've never let people who've told me, you shouldn't do that line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking that. Give me a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. You basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are. And if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it could lead to an advance, and if it's my time, why does it bother you? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once tell me that I was going to hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
I have a couple questions on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say, this is going to hurt your career. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator that there's something interesting when a senior wise person tells you this is going to hurt your career. I think that's just the one. As a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you this is going to hurt your career, think twice about taking that advice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's the primary thing. And the other, I tell my own students, I have a lab of about 20, 30 people, and it's been that big since 1992. People come and go. It's not the data that falls in line that's so interesting. It's the spot off the graph that you want to understand. That's it. You want to, when something is way off the graph, that's the interesting thing, because that's usually where discovery is. And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and said, wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ended up being something interesting that made their careers. I could count on a few hands.
Yeah, get excited by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing that you've done in the past. Just on a personal psychological level, is there? I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure in you exploring some of these ideas, there's pressure. How do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to the people that say, that push you away from these topics? Where would you set shame?
I just point to my successes. I say, you're the ones who told me not
There
to
he
start
is.
companies.
How you like to fail? Hey, Zoo, how are you? Good job. Oh, excellent. You're at 15.2% body fat. Okay, well, now go tell the people that you want to be a mass stripper. Is that what they said? Okay. Speaking of 12, that's how many days in a row, that's how many games in a row I've beaten you. Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure? Like on Earth? Can we include losing to 12 straight games? Oh, okay. I don't know, a fluffer? I agree with you. Zoo, are you going to play this game like Squid Games? Zoo, So, do you mind if I call you Mr. T? These nuts! Dude, do you know what bofa is? Dude, do you know what bofa is? Do you want to know what bofa is? Okay. Dude, can I interview you after my 13th win? Wait, dude, can I interview you after my 13th win? Go in, go in the black shirt. Okay, what's your challenge? No, I'm like available with right now. I have been fun, but not like with the hundred. I have actually I do. I have wireless phone. Well, all I care about is giving you 13 times. You fucked up. Zoo, no, you fucked up majorly. Yeah, well, yo, Pimp, if you have to make this, no, you don't have to make this shot. You have a very difficult shot. And you missed it. Zoo, Zoo, you're down one hole. It's not over. Oh, dude, did you see that? That was pretty good. Oh, Zoo, that which one is a big shot? Oh, Zoo, you might be able to make it. You might be able to make it. I think you can make this. It's a lot of sand, though. Dude, that was a big shot. We're on hole 4, Zoo. Zoo, you love this hole. Dude, what are your thoughts? If I make this shot, I've won 13 straight games, which is the record that we've ever had. 13. Oh, Zoo, how did it not go in? Zoo. All right, so you have to make this. Zoo, are you ready for your interview? You've never, so you've never scored on this place. No, you're not. I'm gonna fuck with you because I already have the lead, and it's because I fuck because I always fuck with you. Oh no, dude, what you gonna do, big dog? Oh, dude, that was disgusting. Yo, Kim, dude, are you even gonna get out of this? Kangaroo? All right, well then, stink, dude. I don't know what your fucking budget is. Yeah. Okay, that's why I said kangaroo. I don't know how much it is. It's illegal. Okay, but that's like okay, the chicken breast. Welcome. Yo, what's going on? How you living, Kim? All right, well then buy it. Okay, how much is chicken breast? Okay, admin, how'd you find out about me? Yeah, how'd you find out about me? Okay, what platform? Oh, okay. Hey, admin, just a moment. We have to do an interview with Zoot here. He's lost 13 straight games, which is the record that we've ever had. Here we are on the fifth green with Zoot. Zoot, you've just lost your 13th straight game. What are your thoughts? Back to you. All right, Zoot. Are we playing again? I mean, Zoot, you didn't have 1,000 pieces inside. You just lost 13 straight games. Lost 13 straight games. We're playing chess. We do play chess. We're playing mini golf. Mini golf? Right. I don't know. I only play. I don't play rugby. Okay. What is your ranking? Wow, you're really good. Yeah, I think I'm 1,200. 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. All right, well, you're very good at chess. On chess.com. It's a ranking. Okay, I mean that's fine. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, okay. So what the fuck did you decide? You. But I think I just helped you. So what the fuck was that? Oh, stop. Dude, don't make it. Dude, I'm fucked, dude. Dude, you have to leave. I got distracted by Bobby Fischer. You didn't like that, did you? Oh, yeah. Dude, we're back to five. Get there. Get there. Dude. Dude, what the fuck is that? Get my ball, dude. Thank you, big dog. I can't even hear. Dude, can you hear me? Why did you hit such a shitty shot? Yo, yeah, I just wanted you to know that I'm about to take the lead. No amount. This is what I no, no amount. This is what I love to do. If anything, I would take whatever money I made to start streaming and then just start my stream again. I love creating the world's largest timeline. Dude, did you know that I have to leave? Do you know the name of this hole? It's the pee hole. Do you know why it's called the pee hole? Because it's shaped like a pea. Zoo. Oh, Zoo. That was stop. Hit the tree, dude. Hit the tree. All right, Zoo. We're even. What the fuck is that? Zoo. You ready for your interview? Zoo, we're about to do an interview. That's 14 straight wins. Here we are at the green of the fifth hole. Zoo has just lost a record. Not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, not seven, not eight, not nine, not 10, not 11, not 12, not 13, but 14 straight games. Zoo, what are your thoughts? Go ahead. Zoo is, yeah, you're right. I talk more shit to Zoo than perhaps anybody else. Squid Game. All right, Zoo. This is you want the 15th. Artie's so sweet. Zoo is such a good story. Yeah, you're exactly right. 100% right. Zoo. That's a that's a tough shot that you can bounce it back. There you go. That's a good shot. But guess what I'm gonna do? Guess what I'm gonna do to you? Oh yeah, but not that. It wasn't that close. You're 100%. Oh, you got a tough shot. You can make it though. No way, that was a bad shot. You should have bounced it off that back wall. Dude, it's Squid Games, baby. Do. Dude, you're down there. Oh, okay, is that what's gonna happen? I hate this whole dude. Yeah, because I have to go first. Oh, but that's a really good shot. Dude, don't fuck up. Yes, it was. Was it as good as this shot, though, son? I just made it. Dude, I just made it. It's Squid Games. Do. Oh, Zoo matched it. Good job, big dog. Are you sure? No, you weren't. What are you talking about? Yeah, and it was basically
and now you're the advice, perhaps, right? From the scientific area, it's you're wanting to take something off the table that might be an explanation. How is that the scientific method? I reverse.
Because to me, it would just feel lonely. There's immediate science, and when you're working on something that's outside a particular convention, in the 90s, it'd be lonely.
I have met because of it. So, it or should I step outside of I'm open about this area. I'll go and give a talk, in Boston, Harvard, MIT. And at dinner, inevitably, this subject comes up. And inevitably, somebody else at the table will admit both that they're interested or that they've seen something. And suddenly the whole tone of the conversation changes. It's kind of like there's safety in numbers. And then, or I've had people come to me afterwards, after dinner, and say, hey, I don't talk about this a little bit. So the number of scientists who know that there's something else going on is much larger than the scientific community would like to think.
That's really powerful one, which is I don't talk about this, openly, but here's what I believe. And you'd be surprised how many people speak like this and hold those beliefs. And I am optimistic about social media and a more connected world to reveal more and more, like us not to have these two personalities, more like this public and private one. We've mentioned the big questions of the origins of the universe. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing for us humans, our human existence here on Earth, or just at the individual level of the human life? What Gary's new life?
I think that what we're going through today with this realization, it's kind of like you've lived on an island your whole life, and you've looked across, imagined there was another island with anybody else, and then suddenly the ship. Suddenly your world just got a lot bigger. I think we're in one of those view, our galactic view is open, right, to something a little bit bigger. And not just that there might be somebody else, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood, to me, is what's exciting. Because I can fill it with my dreams.
And this discovery, our world is about to get a lot more humbling and a lot more fascinating. Once we look out and realize we were on an island all along.
It makes us both smaller but larger at the same time, to me. I can look outside at the stars and think and imagine what else might be out there. And although I know that I will never see it all, it excites me to know that it's there.
Well, Gary, both to respect your time and also because at 12 I turned into a princess, let me just say thank you for doing everything you're doing as a great scientist, as a person willing to reject the conventional. And thank you for spending your extremely valuable time with me today. Thanks for talking.
Thanks so much. It was great talking.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gary Nolan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Stanislav Lem in Solaris. How do you expect to communicate with the ocean when we can't even understand one another? Thanks for listening. Hope to see you next time.
I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness.
Do you think we're living in a simulation?
We could be in the Matrix. This could be a very vivid dream.
There's going to be a few people that are now visualizing a pink elephant,
A hamster has consciousness.
except for cats who are evil automatons that are void of consciousness.
Consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern.
Do you think there'll be a time in like 20, 30, 50 years when we're not morally okay turning off the power to a robot? The following is a conversation with Philip Goff, philosopher specializing in philosophy of mind and consciousness. He is a panpsychist, which means he believes that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of physical reality, of all matter in the universe. He is the author of Galileo's Error, Foundations for a New Science of Consciousness, and is the host of an excellent podcast called Mind Chat. This is the Let's Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Philip Goff. I opened my second podcast conversation with Elon Musk with a question about consciousness and panpsychism. The question was, quote, does consciousness permeate all matter? I don't know why I opened the conversation this way. He looked at me like, what the hell is this guy talking about? So he said no, because we wouldn't be able to tell if it did or not. So it's outside the realm of the scientific method. Do you agree or disagree with Elon Musk's answer?
I disagree. I guess I do think consciousness pervades matter. In fact, I think consciousness is the ultimate nature of matter. So, as for whether it's outside of the scientific method, I think there's a fundamental challenge at the heart of the science of consciousness that we need to face up to, which is that consciousness is not publicly observable. Right? I can't look inside your head and see your feelings and experiences. We know about consciousness not from doing experiments or public observation. We just know about it from our immediate awareness of our feelings and experiences. So,
Qualitative, not quantitative.
yeah, that's another aspect of it. So there are a couple of reasons consciousness, I think, is not susceptible to the standard, or not fully susceptible to the standard scientific approach. One reason you just raised is that it's qualitative rather than quantitative. Another reason is it's not publicly observable. So I mean, science is used to dealing with unobservables, right? Fundamental particles, quantum wave functions, other universes. None of these things are observable. But there's an important difference. With all these things, we postulate unobservables in order to explain what we can observe. Right? In the whole of science, that's how it works. In the case of consciousness, in the unique case of consciousness, the thing we are trying to explain is not publicly observable, and that is utterly unique. If we want to fully bring science into consciousness, we need a more expansive conception of the scientific method. So it doesn't mean we can't explain consciousness scientifically, but we need to rethink what science is.
What do you mean publicly? The word publicly observable. Is there something interesting to be said about the word publicly, I suppose, versus privately?
Yeah, it's tricky to define, but I suppose the data of physics are available to anybody. If there were aliens who visited us from another planet, maybe they'd have very different sense organs. Maybe they'd struggle to understand our
you say? You feel like a tap on my phone? All right, well, I feel like I'm going to turn off the tap on my phone. That makes you feel better. You work better than most times. That's good. Yeah. Are you going to still breathe? Are you going to still think my phone if you have to the bathroom? Oh, you'd be like the calculator app? That's a good app. It works all the time. It's like always on your phone. I don't even know if you can delete it. And it's like a reliable app. It definitely would not be the YouTube app because that app sucks. And it would not be Twitter because the Twitter app sucks. Yeah, Calculator's a good app. It's probably the best app that I could say. You know? Oh yeah, it's reliable, it's accurate, gets the job done. I mean, it could be I don't know, Instagram, but it's too wild.
Art or on music.
Get some sleep. It's close your eyes. Close your eyes. Just listen. Yeah, this guy will put us to sleep.
But if they were intelligent enough to do mathematics, they could understand our physics. They could look at the data of our experiments. They could run the experiments themselves. Whereas consciousness, is it observable? Is it not observable? In a sense, it's observable. As you say, we could say it's privately observable. I am directly aware of my own feelings and experiences. If I'm in pain, it's just right there for me. My pain is just totally directly evident to me. But you from the outside cannot directly access my pain. You can access my pain behavior, or you can ask me, but you can't access my pain in the way that I can access my pain. So I think that's a distinction. It might be difficult to totally pin it down how we define those things, but I think there's a fairly clear and very important difference there.
So you think there's a kind of direct observation that you're able to do of your pain that I'm not. So my observation, all the ways in which I can sneak up to observing your pain is indirect versus yours is direct. Can you play devil's advocate? Is it possible for me to get closer and closer and closer to being able to observe your pain, like all the subjective experiences, yours in the way that you do?
Yeah, I mean, so it's, of course, it's not that we observe behavior and then we make an inference. We are hardwired to instinctively interpret smiles as happiness, crying as sadness, and
as we get to know someone, we find it very easy to adopt their perspective, get into their shoes. But strictly speaking, all we have perceptual access to is someone's behavior. And if you were just, strictly speaking, if you were trying to explain someone's behavior, those aspects that are publicly observable, I don't think you'd ever have recourse to attribute consciousness. You could just postulate some kind of mechanism if you were just trying to explain the behavior. So someone like Daniel Dennett is very consistent on this. So I think for most people, what science is in the business of is explaining the data of public observation experiments. If you religiously followed that, you would not postulate consciousness, because it's not a datum that's known about in that way. And Daniel Dennett is really consistent on this. He thinks my consciousness cannot be empirically verified, and therefore it doesn't exist. Dennett is consistent on this. I think I'm consistent on this, but I think a lot of people have a slightly confused middle way position on this. On the one hand, they think the business of science is just to account for public observation experiments, but on the other hand, they also believe in consciousness without appreciating, I think, that implies that there is another datum over and above the data of public observation experiments, namely just the reality of feelings and experiences.
As we walk along this conversation, you keep opening doors that I want to walk into, and I will, but I want to try to stay kind of focused. You mentioned Daniel Dennett. Let's lay it out. So he sticks to his story, pun unintended, and then you stick to yours. What is your story? What is your theory of consciousness versus his? Can you clarify his position?
So, my view, I defend the view known as panpsychism, which is the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world. So it doesn't literally mean that everything is conscious, despite the meaning of the word pan, everything, psyche, mind. So literally, that means everything has mind. But the typical commitment of the panpsychist is that the fundamental building blocks of reality, maybe fundamental particles like electrons and quarks, have incredibly simple forms of experience, and that the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from this much more simple consciousness at the level of fundamental physics. So, I mean, that's a theory that I would justify on the grounds that it can account for this datum of consciousness that we are immediately aware of in our experience in a way that I don't think other theories can. If you ask me to contrast that to Daniel Dennett, I think he would just say there is no such datum. Dennett says the data for science of consciousness is what he calls heterophenomenology, which is specifically defined as what we can access from the third person perspective, including what people say, but crucially, we're not treating what they say, we're not testimony as evidence for some unobservable realm of feelings and experiences. We're just treating what they say as a datum of public observation experiment that we can account for in terms of underlying mechanisms.
But I feel like there's a deeper view of what consciousness is. So you have a very clear, I want to talk quite a bit about panpsychism. We have a clear view of what, almost like a physics view of consciousness. He, I think, has a kind of view that consciousness is almost a side effect of this massively parallel computation system going on in our brain. That the brain has a model of the world, and it's taking in perceptions, and it's constantly weaving multiple stories about that world. That's integrating the new perceptions, and the multiple stories are somehow, it's like a Google Doc, collaborative editing. And that collaborative editing is the actual experience of what we think of as consciousness. Somehow, the editing is consciousness of this story. I mean, that's the theory of consciousness. It's not the narrative theory of consciousness.
consciousness, or the multiple versions, editing, collaborative editing of a narrative theory of consciousness.
Yeah, he calls it the multiple drafts model. Incidentally, there's a very interesting paper just come out by very good philosopher Luke Roloff defending a panpsychist version of Dennett's multiple drafts model.
Like a deeper turtle that goes back.
Just the difference being that this is Luke Roloff's view, all of the drafts are conscious. So I guess for Dennett, there's sort of no fact of the matter about which of these drafts is the correct one. On Roloff's view, maybe there's no fact of the matter about which of these drafts is my consciousness, but nonetheless, all the drafts correspond to some consciousness. And I mean, it's just kind of funny. I guess I think he calls it Dennettian panpsychism. But Luke is one of the most rigorous and serious philosophers alive at the moment, I think. And I hate having Luke Roloff in an audience if I'm giving a talk, because he always cuts straight to the weakness in your position that you haven't thought of. And so it's nice, panpsychism is sometimes associated with fluffy thinking, but contemporary panpsychists have come out of this tradition we call analytic philosophy, which is rooted in, detailed, rigorous argumentation, and it is defended in that manner.
Yeah, those analytic philosophers are sticklers for terminology. It's very fun group to talk shit with those.
Yeah, well, I mean, it gets boring if you just start and end defining words, right?
Yeah.
I think starting defining words is good. Actually, the philosopher Derek Parfit said when he first was thinking about philosophy, he went to a talk in analytic philosophy, and he went to a talk in continental philosophy, and he decided that the problem with the continental philosophy, if it was really unrigorous, really imprecise, the problem with the analytic philosophy is it was just not about anything important. And he thought there was more chance of working within analytic philosophy and asking some more meaningful, some more profound questions than there was in working in continental philosophy and making it more rigorous. Now, they're both horrific stereotypes, and I don't want to get nasty emails from either of these groups, but there's something to what you say.
I think just a tiny tangent on terminology. I do think that there's a lot of deep insight to be discovered by just asking questions. What do we mean by this word? I remember I was taking a course on algorithms and data structures in computer science, and the instructor, shout out to him, Ali Shekafande, amazing professor. I remember he asked some basic questions like, what is an algorithm? The pressure of pushing students to answer, to think deeply. You just woke up, hungover in college or whatever, and you're tasked with answering some deep philosophical question about what is an algorithm. These basic questions, and they sound very simple, but they're actually very difficult. And one of the things I really value in conversation is asking these dumb, simple questions of what is intelligence? And just continually asking that question over and over of some of the sort of biggest researchers in the artificial intelligence computer science space. It's actually very useful. At the same time, it should start in terminology and then progress where you kind of say, fuck it. We'll just assume we know what we mean by that. Otherwise, you get the Bill Clinton situation where it's like, what is the meaning of is whatever he said. It's like, hey man, did you do the sex stuff or not? Yeah, and so you have to both be able to talk about the sex stuff and the meaning of the word is. With consciousness, because we don't really understand, very much, terminology discussions are very important. It's like you're almost trying to sneak up to some deep insight by just discussing some basic terminology. Like what is consciousness, or even defining the different aspects of panpsychism is fascinating. But just to linger on the Daniel Dennett thing, what do you think about narrative? Sort of the mind constructing narratives for ourselves. So there's nothing special about consciousness deeply. It is some property of the human mind that's just is able to tell these pretty stories that we experience as consciousness, and that is unique, perhaps, to the human mind, which is, I suppose, what Daniel Dennett would argue is
either deeply unique or mostly unique to the human mind.
It's just on the question of terminology before yes, I think it used to be the fashion among philosophers that we had to come up with utterly precise, necessary and sufficient conditions for each word. And then I think this has gone out of fashion a bit, partly because it's just been, such a failure. The word knowledge in particular, people used to define knowledge as true justified belief. And then this guy, Gettier, had this very short paper where he just produced some pretty conclusive counterexamples to that. I think, he wrote very few papers, but this is just, you have to teach this on an undergraduate philosophy course. And then after that, you had a huge literature of people trying to address this and propose a new definition. Someone else came out with counterexamples, and then you get a new definition of knowledge and counterexamples, and it just went on and never seemed to get anywhere. So I think the thought now is, let's work out how precise we need to be for what we're trying to do. And I think that's a healthier attitude. So precision is important, but you just need to work out how precise do we need to be for these purposes. Going to Dennett and narrative theories. I mean, I think narrative theories are a plausible contender for a theory of the self, theory of my identity over time. What makes me the same person in some sense today as I was 20 years ago, given that I've changed so much physically and psychologically. One running contender is something connected to the kind of stories we tell about ourselves, or maybe some story about the chains of psychological continuity. I'm not saying I accept such a theory, but it's plausible. I don't think these theories are good as theories of consciousness, at least if we're taking consciousness just to be subjective experience, pleasure, pain, seeing color, hearing sound. I think, a hamster has consciousness in that sense. There's something that it's like to be a hamster. It feels pain if you stand on it. If you're cruel enough to do, I don't know why I gave that stand. People always give, I don't know, also give these very violent examples to get across consciousness, and it's, I don't know why that's come about. But anyway,
Say mean things they have. Let's go back. It experiences pain, it experiences pleasure and joy. But there's some limits to that experience with a hamster, but there is nevertheless the presence of a subjective experience.
Yeah, consciousness is just something, I think it's a very ambiguous word, but if we're just using it to mean some kind of experience, some kind of inner life, that is pretty widespread in the animal kingdom. A bit difficult to say where it stops, where it starts, but you certainly don't need something as sophisticated as the capacity to self-consciously tell stories about yourself to just have experience.
Except for cats, or evil automatons that are void of consciousness. They're the fingertips of the devil.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I was taking that as read. I mean, Descartes thought animals were mechanisms.
And humans are unique. So animals are robots, essentially, in the formulation of Descartes, and humans are unique. Yeah. So in which way would you say humans are unique versus even our closest ancestors? Like, is there something special about humans? What is, in your view, under the panpsychism? I guess we're walking backwards. We'll have the big picture conversation about what is panpsychism, but given your kind of broad theory of consciousness, what's unique about humans?
As a panpsychist, there is a great continuity between humans and the rest of the universe. There's nothing that special about human consciousness. It's just a highly evolved form of what exists throughout the universe. So we're very much continuous with the rest of the physical universe. What is unique about human beings? I suppose the capacity to reflect on our conscious experience, plan for the future, the capacity, I would say, to respond to reasons as well. Animals in some sense have motivations, but when a human being makes a decision, they're responding to what philosophers call normative considerations. If you're saying, should I take this job in the US? You weigh it up, you say, well, I'll get more money, I'll have maybe a better quality of life, but if I stay in the UK, I'll be close to the family, and you weigh up these considerations. I'm not sure any non-human animals quite respond to considerations of value in that way. I mean, I might be reflecting here that I'm something of an objectivist about value. I think there are objective facts about what we have reason to do and what we have reason to believe.
And humans have access to those
And
facts.
humans have access to them and can respond to them. That's a controversial claim, many of my panpsychist brethren might not
They would say the hamster too can look up to the stars and ponder theoretical physics.
maybe not, but I think it depends what you think about value. If you have a more Humean picture of value, by which I mean relating to the philosopher David Hume, who said reason is the slave of the passions. Really, we just have motivations, and what we have reason to do arises from our motivations. I'm not a Humean. I think there are objective facts about what we have a reason to do, and I think we have access to them. I don't think any non-human animal has access to objective facts about what they have reason to do, what they have reason to believe. They don't weigh up evidence.
Reason is a slave of the passions.
That was David Hume's view, yeah. I mean, yeah, do you want to know my problem with Hume? I had a radical conversion. This might not be connected, it's not connected to panpsychism, but I had a radical conversion. I used to have a more Humean view when I was a graduate student, but I was persuaded by some professors at the University of Reading, where I was, that if you have the Humean view, you have to say any basic life goals are equally valid. So, for example, let's take someone whose basic goal in life is counting blades of grass, right? And crucially, they don't enjoy it, right? This is crucial, but they get no pleasure from it. That's just their basic goal, to spend their life counting as many blades of grass as possible. Not for some greater goal, that's just their basic goal. I want to say that is objectively stupid. That is objectively pointless. I shouldn't say stupid, but it is objectively pointless in a way that pursuing pleasure or pursuing someone else's pleasure or pursuing scientific inquiry is not pointless. As soon as you make that admission, you're not a follower of David Hume anymore. You think there are objective facts about what goals are worth pursuing.
Is it possible to have a goal without pleasure? So this kind of idea that you disjoint the two. So the David Foster Wallace idea of the key to life is to be unborable. Isn't it possible to discover the pleasure in everything in life? The counting of the blades of grass. Once you see the mastery, the skill of it, you can discover the pleasure. Therefore, I guess what I'm asking is why and when and how did you lose the romance of life? Is that what you're trying to say?
I think it may or may not be true that it's possible to find pleasure in everything, but I think it's also true that people don't act solely for pleasure, and they certainly don't act solely for their own pleasure. People will suffer for things they think are worthwhile. I might suffer for some scientific cause, for finding out a cure for the pandemic, or and in terms of my own pleasure, I might have less pleasure in doing that, but I think it's worthwhile. It's a worthwhile thing to do. I just don't think it's the case that everything we do is rooted in maximizing our own pleasure. I don't think that's even psychologically plausible.
Well, pleasure, then that's a narrow kind of view of pleasure. That's like a short-term pleasure. We see pleasure as a kind of ability to hear the music in the distance. It's like, yes, it's difficult now, it's suffering now, but there's some greater thing beyond the mountain that we enjoy. I mean, that's kind of, even if it's not in this life, the warriors will meet in Valhalla, right? The feeling that gives meaning and fulfillment to life is not necessarily grounded in pleasure of like the counting of the grass. It's something else. I don't know. The struggle is a source of deep fulfillment. So like, I think pleasure needs to be kind of thought of as a little bit more broadly. It just kind of gives you this sense. It for a moment allows you to forget the terror of the fact that you're going to die. That's pleasure. Like that's the broader view of pleasure, that you get to kind of play in the little illusion that all of this has deep meaning. That's pleasure.
Yeah, well, but I mean, people sacrifice their lives. Atheists may sacrifice their lives for the sake of someone else or for the sake of something important enough, and clearly in that case they're not doing it for the sake of their own pleasure. That's a rather dramatic example, but there can be just trivial examples where I choose to be honest rather than lie about something, and I lose out a bit, and I have a bit less pleasure, but it's worth doing the honest thing or something. I mean, I just think so. I mean, maybe you can use the word pleasure so broadly that you're just essentially meaning something worthwhile, but then I think the word pleasure maybe loses its meaning.
Sure. Well,
but what do you think about the blades of grass case? What do you think about someone who spends their life having blades of grass and doesn't enjoy it?
so I personally think it's impossible, or maybe I'm not understanding even like the philosophical formulation, but I think it's impossible to have a goal and not draw pleasure from it. Make it worthwhile to get the word pleasure. I think the word goal uses meaning. If I say I'm going to count the number of pens on this table, if I'm actively involved in the task, I will find joy in it. I will find I think there's a lot of meaning and joy to be discovered in the skill of a task, in mastering the skill, and taking pride in doing it well. I mean, I don't know what it is about the human mind, but there's some joy to be discovered in the mastery of the skill. So I think it's just impossible to count blades of grass and not sort of have the dreams of sushi compelling, like draws you into the mastery of the simple task.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, in a way, you might think it's just hard to imagine someone who would spend their lives doing that. But then maybe that's just because it's so evident that is a pointless task. Whereas if we take this David Hume view seriously, it ought to be, a totally possible life goal. Whereas, I guess I just find it hard to shake the idea that some ways of some life goals are more worthwhile than others. And it doesn't mean, that there's one single way you should lead your life, but pursuing knowledge, helping people, pursuing your own pleasure to an extent are worthwhile things to do in a way that, for example, I have a little bit OCD. I still feel inclined to walk on cracks in the pavement or do it symmetrically. Like if I step on a crack with my left foot, I feel the need to do it with my right foot. And I think that's kind of pointless. It's something I feel the urge to do, but it's pointless. Whereas other things I choose to do, I think it's worth doing. And it's hard to make sense of metaphysically what could possibly ground that. How could we know about these facts? But that's the starting point for me.
I don't know. I think you walking on the sidewalk in a way that's symmetrical brings order to the world. Like if you weren't doing that, the world might fall apart. And
it feels like that.
And I think there's meaning in that. Like you embracing the full experience of that, you living the richness of that as if it has meaning, will give meaning to it. And then whatever genius comes of that as you as one little intelligent ant will make a better life for everybody else. Perhaps I'm defending the blades of grass example because I can literally imagine myself enjoying this task as somebody who's OCD in a certain kind of way, quantitative.
But now you've raised the example, you imagine someone enjoying it. I'm imagining someone who doesn't enjoy it. We don't want a life that's just full of pleasure, like we just sit there, having a big sugar high all the time. We want a life where we do things that are worthwhile. If for something to be worthwhile just is for it to be a basic life goal, then that that mode of reflection doesn't really make sense. We can't really think, did I do things worthwhile? On the David Hume type picture, all it is for something to be worthwhile is it was a basic goal of yours or derived from a basic goal. And yeah,
I mean, I think goal worthwhile. I think goal is a boring word. I'm more sort of existential. It's like, did you ride the roller coaster of life? Did you fully experience life? That, and in that sense, I mean, the blade of grass is something that can be deeply joyful. And that's, in that way, I think suffering can be joyful in the whole context of life. It's the roller coaster. And without suffering, without struggle, without pain, without depression or sadness, there's not the highs. I mean, that's just, that's the fucked up thing about life is that the lows really make the highs that much richer and deeper and like taste better, right? Like I tweeted this. I couldn't sleep. I was like late at night, and I know it's like an obvious statement, but like every love story eventually, ends in loss, in tragedy. So like this feeling of love at the end is always going to be tragedy, even if it's the most amazing lifelong love with another human being. One of you is going to die, and I don't know which is worse, but both are not going to be pretty. And so that the sense that it's finite, the sense that it's going to end in a low, that gives like richness to those kind of evenings when you realize this fucking thing ends. This thing ends. The feeling that it ends, that bad taste, that bad feeling that it ends, gives meaning, gives joy, gives, I don't know, pleasure is this loaded word, but gives some kind of deep pleasure to the experience when it's good. And I mean, and that's the blades of grass. They have that to me. But you're perhaps right that it's reducing it to sort of goals or something like that is kind of removing the magic of life. Because I think what makes counting the blades of grass joyful is it's just because it's life.
Okay, so it sounds like you reject the David Hume type picture anyway, because you're saying just because you have it as a goal, that's what it is to be worthwhile. But you're saying no, it's because it's engaging with life, riding the roller coaster. So that does sound like, in some sense, there are facts independent of our personal goal choices about what it means to live a good life. And I mean, coming back full circle to the start of this was what makes us different to animals. I don't think at the end of a hamster's life it thinks, did I ride the roller coaster? Did I really live life to the full? That is not a mode of reflection that's available to non-human animals. So,
what do you think is the role of death in all of this? The fear of death. Does that interplay with consciousness? Does this self-reflection? Do you think there's some deep connection between this ability to contemplate the fact that our flame of consciousness eventually goes out?
yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, panpsychism helps particularly with life after death because, for the panpsychist, there's nothing supernatural, there's nothing beyond the physical. All there is really is ultimately particles and fields. It's just that we think the ultimate nature of particles and fields is consciousness. But I guess when the matter in my brain ceases to be ordered in a way that sustains the particular kind of consciousness I enjoy in waking life, then in some sense I will cease to be. Although the final chapter of my book Galileo's Error is more experimental. So the first 4 chapters are the cold-blooded case for the panpsychist view as the best solution to the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah, the last chapter we talk about meaning.
Yeah, I talk about meaning, I talk about free will, and I talk about mystical experiences. So I always want to emphasize that panpsychism is not necessarily connected to anything spiritual. You know, a lot of people defending this view, like David Chalmers or Luke Roloffs, are just total atheist secularists, right? They don't believe in any kind of transcendent reality. They just believe in feelings, you know, mundane consciousness, and think that needs explaining, and our conventional scientific approach can't cut it. But if, for independent reasons, you are motivated to some spiritual picture of reality, then maybe a panpsychist view is more consonant with that. So if you have a mystical experience where you it seems to you in this experience that there is this higher form of consciousness at the root of all things, if you're a materialist, you've got to think that's a delusion. You know, there's just something in your brain making you think that it's not real. But if you're a panpsychist and you already think the fundamental nature of reality is constituted of consciousness, it's not that much of a leap to think that this higher form of consciousness you seem to apprehend in the mystical experience is part of that underlying reality. And, you know, in many different cultures, experienced meditators have claimed to have experiences in which it becomes apparent to them that there is an element of consciousness that is universal. So this is sometimes called universal consciousness. So on this view, your mind and my mind are not totally distinct. Each of our individual conscious minds is built on the foundations of universal consciousness, and universal consciousness as it exists in me is one and the same thing as universal consciousness as it exists in you. So I've never had one of these experiences, but if one is a panpsychist, I think one is more open to that possibility. I don't see why it shouldn't be the case that that is part of the nature of consciousness and maybe something that is apparent in certain deep states of meditation. And so what I explore in the experimental final chapter of my book is that could allow for a kind of impersonal life after death, because if that view is true, then even when the particular aspects of my conscious experience fall away, that element of universal consciousness at the core of my identity would continue to exist. So it's sort of be, as it were, absorbed into universal consciousness. So, I mean, Buddhists and Hindu mystics try to meditate to get rid of all the bad karma, to be absorbed into universal consciousness. It could be that if there's no karma, if there's no rebirth, maybe everyone gets enlightened when they die. Maybe you just sink back into universal consciousness. So I also, coming back to morality, suggest this could provide some kind of basis for altruism or non-egotism, because if you think, egotism implicitly assumes that we are utterly distinct individuals, whereas on this view, we overlap to an extent that something at the core of our being is, even in this life, we overlap. That would be this view that some experienced meditators claim becomes apparent to them, that there is something at the core of my identity that is one and the same as the thing at the core of your identity. It's universal consciousness.
Yeah, there is something very, like you and I in this conversation, there's a few people listening to this, all of us are in a kind of single mind together. There's some small aspect of that, and or maybe a big aspect about us humans. So certainly in the space of ideas, we kind of meld together for a time, at least in a conversation, and kind of play with that idea. And then we're clearly all thinking, like if I say pink elephant, there's going to be a few people that are now visualizing a pink elephant. We're all thinking about that pink elephant together. We're all in the room together thinking about this pink elephant. We're like rotating it, like, you know, in our minds together. What is that? That pink elephant, different instantiation of that pink elephant in everybody's mind, or is it the same elephant? And we have the same mind exploring that elephant. Now, if we in our mind start petting that elephant, like touching it, that experience that we're now like thinking what that would feel like what's that? Is that all of us experiencing that together, or is that separate? So like, there's some aspect of the togetherness that almost seems fundamental to civilization, to society. Hopefully, that's not too strong, but to like some of the fundamental properties of the human mind. It feels like the social aspect is really important. We call it social because we think of us as individual minds interacting. But if we're just like one collective mind with like fingertips, they're like touching each other as it's trying to explore the elephant. But that could be just in the realm of ideas and intelligence and not in the realm of consciousness. And it's interesting to see maybe it is in the realm of consciousness.
Yeah, so it's obviously certainly true in some sense that there are these phenomena that you're talking about of collective consciousness. In some sense, I suppose the question is how ontologically serious do we want to be about those things? By which I mean, are they just a construction of out of our minds and the fact that we interact in the standardly scientifically accepted ways? Or is, as someone like Rupert Sheldrake would think, that there is some metaphysical reality, there are some beyond the scientifically understood ones that are somehow communicating this. I mean, I think that the view I was describing was that this element we're supposed to have in common is some sort of pure impersonal consciousness or something, rather than. So actually, I mean, an interesting figure is the Australian philosopher Miri Al-Bahari, who defends a kind of mystical conceptual reality rooted in Advaita Vedanta mysticism. But like me, she's from this tradition of analytic philosophy, and so she defends this in this, incredibly precise, rigorous way. She defends the idea that we should think of experienced meditators as providing expert testimony. So, I think humans causing climate breakdown. I have no idea the science behind it, but I trust the experts, or that the universe is 14 billion years old. Most of our knowledge is based on expert testimony, and she thinks we should think of experienced meditators, these people who are telling us about this universal consciousness of core our being, as a relevant kind of expert. And so she wants to defend the rational acceptability of this mystical conception of reality. So it's what I think we shouldn't be ashamed. We shouldn't be worried about dealing with certain views as long as it's done with rigor and seriousness. I think sometimes terms like, I don't know, New Age or something function a bit like racist terms. A racist term picks out a group of people, but then applies certain negative characteristics. So people use this term, to pick out a certain set of views, like mystical conceptual reality, and imply it's kind of fluffy thinking. But you read Miri Al-Bahari, you read Luke Roloff's. This is serious, rigorous thought. Whether you agree with it or not, obviously it's hugely controversial. And so, the Enlightenment ideal is to follow the evidence and the arguments where they lead. But it's kind of very hard for human beings to do that. I think we get stuck in some conception of how we think science ought to look. People talk about religion as a crutch, but I think a certain kind of scientism, a certain conception of how science is supposed to be, gets into people's identity and their sense of themselves and their security. And makes things hard if you're a panpsychist.
And even the word expert becomes a kind of crutch. I mean, you use the word expert. You have some kind of conception of what expertise means. Oftentimes that's, connected with a degree at a particular prestigious university or something like that. Or expertise is a funny one. I've noticed that anybody sort of that claims they're an expert is usually not the expert. The biggest quote-unquote expert that I've ever met are the ones that are truly humble. So the humility is a really good sign of somebody who's traveled a long road and been humbled by how little they know. So some of the best people in the world at whatever the thing they spent their life doing are the ones that are ultimately humble in the face of it all. So like just being humble
how little we know, even if we travel a lifetime. I do like the idea. I mean, treating sort of what is it, psychonauts, like an expert witness, people who have traveled with the help of DMT to another place where they got some deep understanding of something, and their insight is perhaps as valuable as the insight of somebody who ran rigorous psychological studies at Princeton University or something. Like those psychonauts, they have wisdom if it's done rigorously, which you can also do rigorously within the university, within the studies now, with psilocybin and those kinds of things. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Still, probably one of the best works on mystical experience is the chapter in William James's Varieties of Religious Experiences, and most of it is just a psychological study of trying to define the characteristics of mystical experience as a psychological type. But at the end, he considers the question: if you have a mystical experience, is it rational to trust it, to trust that it's telling you something about reality? And he makes an interesting argument. He says, if you say no, you're kind of applying a double standard, because we all think it's okay to trust our normal sensory experiences, but we have no way of getting outside of ourselves to prove that our sensory experience is corresponding with our reality. We could be in the Matrix. This could be a very vivid dream. You could say, oh, we do science, but a scientist only gets their data by experiencing the results of their experiments. And then the question arises again, how do you know that corresponds to a real world? So he thinks there's a sort of double standard in saying it's okay to trust our ordinary sensory experiences, but it's not okay for the person on DMT to trust those experiences. It's very philosophically difficult to say, why is it okay in the one case and not the other? So I think there's an interesting argument there, but I would like to just defend experts a little bit. I mean, I agree it's very difficult, but especially in an age, I guess, where there's so much information, I do think it's important to have some protection of sources of information, academic institutions that we can trust. And then that's difficult because, of course, there are non-academics who do know what they're talking about. But like, if I'm interested in knowing about biology, you can't research everything. So I think we have to have some sense of who are the experts we can trust, the people who have spent a lot of time reading all the material that people have read, written, thinking about it, having their views torn apart by other people working in the field. I think that is very important, and also to protect that from conflicts of interest. There is a so-called think tank in the UK called the Institute of Economic Affairs, who are always on the BBC as experts on economic questions, and they do not declare who funds them, right? So we don't know who's paying the piper. I think you shouldn't be allowed to call yourself a think tank if you're not totally transparent about who's funding you. So I think that's it. And I mean, this connects to panpsychism, because I think the reason people, worry about unorthodox ideas is because they worry about, how do we know whether we're just losing control or losing discipline? So I do think we need to somehow protect academic institutions as sources of information that we can trust. And in philosophy, there's not much consensus on everything, but you can at least know what people who have put the time in to read all the stuff, what they think about these issues. I think that is important.
To push back on your pushback, who are the experts on COVID?
Oh, yeah, again, it's dangerous territory now.
Well, let me just speak to it, because I'm walking through that dangerous territory. I'm allergic to the word expert, because in my simple mind, it kind of rhymes with ego. There's something about experts. If we allow too much to have a category expert and place certain people in them, those people sitting on the throne start to believe it. And they start to communicate with that energy, and the humility starts to dissipate. I think there's
value in a lifelong mastery of a skill and the pursuit of knowledge within a very specific discipline. But the moment you have your name on an office, the moment you're an expert, I think you destroy the very aspect, the very value of that journey towards knowledge. So some of it probably just reduces to like skillful communication, like of communicating in a way that shows humility, that shows an open-mindedness, that shows an ability to really hear what a lot of people are saying. So in the case of COVID, what I've noticed, and this is true, this is probably true with panpsychism as well, is the so-called experts. And they are extremely knowledgeable, and many of them are colleagues of mine. They dismiss what millions of people are saying on the internet without having looked into it with empathy and rigor, honestly, to understand what are the arguments being made. They say like there's not enough time to explore all those things, like there's so much stuff out there. Yeah, I think that's intellectual laziness. If you don't have enough time, then don't speak so strongly with dismissal. Feel bad about it. Be apologetic about the fact that you don't have enough time to explore the evidence. For example, with the heat I got with Francis Collins is that he kind of said that flab leak, he kind of dismissed it, showing that he didn't really deeply explore all the sort of the huge amount of circumstantial evidence that's out there, the battles that are put out there. There's a lot of people really constantly discussing this, and being showing humility in the face of that battle of ideas that is really important. And I just been very disappointed in so-called expertise in the space of science in showing humility and showing humanity and kindness and empathy towards other human beings. That's at the same time, obviously, I love your dreams of sushi, lifelong pursuit of like getting like in computer science, Don Canute. Like some of my biggest heroes are people that like when nobody else cares, they stay on one topic for their whole life and they just find the beautiful little things about their puzzles they keep solving. And yes, sometimes a virus happens or something happens with that person with their puzzles. It becomes like the center of the whole world because that puzzle becomes all of a sudden really important. But still, there's possibilities on them to show humility and to be open-minded. The fact that they, even if they spent their whole life doing it, even if their whole community is giving them awards and giving them citations and giving them all kinds of stuff where like they're bowing down before them how smart they are, they still know nothing relative to all the stuff, the mysteries that are out there.
Yeah, well, I don't know how much we disagree. I mean, these are totally valid issues, and of course, expertise goes wrong in all sorts of ways. It's totally fallible. I suppose I would just say, what is the alternative? What do we just say? All information is equal? Because as a voter, I've got to decide who to vote for, and that I've got to evaluate, and I can't look into all of the economics and all of the relevant science, and so I just think maybe it's like Churchill said about democracy. It's the worst system of government apart from all the rest. I think about panpsychism virtue is the worst theory of consciousness apart from all the rest. But I just think expertise, the peer review system, I think it's terrible in so many ways. Yes, people should show more humility, but I can't see a viable alternative. I think Professor Bernard Williams had a really nice nuanced discussion of the problems of titles, but how they also function in the society. They do have some positive function. The very first time I lectured in philosophy, before I got a professorship, was teaching at a continuing education college. So it's kind of for retired people who want to learn some more things. And I just totally pitched it too high. And they talked about Bernard Williams on titles and hierarchies and these kind of people in their 70s, 80s, who just instantly started interrupting, saying, "What is philosophy?" It was a disaster. And I just remember in the break, sort of elderly lady came up and said, "I decided to take Egyptology instead." And so, but that was my introduction to teaching.
Anyway, but sort of titles and accomplishments is a nice starting point, but doesn't buy you the whole thing. So, and you don't get to just say this is true because I'm an expert. You just convince people. One of the things I really like to practice martial arts.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is one of them. And you sometimes wear these pajama-looking things, and you wear a belt. So I happen to be a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And I also train in what's called no-gi, so you don't wear the pajamas. And when you don't wear the pajamas, nobody knows what rank you are. Nobody knows if you're a black belt or a white belt, if you're a complete beginner or not. And when you wear the pajamas, called the gi, you wear the rank. And people treat you very differently. When they see my black belt, they treat me differently. They kind of defer to my expertise. If they're kicking my ass, that's probably because like I am working on something like new, or maybe I'm letting them win. But when there's no belts, and it doesn't matter if I've been doing this for 15 years, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. What matters is the raw interaction of just trying to kick each other's ass and seeing like, what is this chess game of like a human chess? What are the ideas that we're playing with? And I think there's a dance there. Yes, it's valuable to know a person as a black belt when you take consideration of the advice of different people, me versus somebody who's only practiced for like a couple of days. But at the same time, the raw practice of ideas that is combat, and the raw practice of exchanging ideas in science needs to often throw emphasis. And in communicating with, there's another thing to science and expertise, which is leadership. It's not just so the scientific method and the review process is this rigorous battle of ideas between scientists. But there's also a stepping up and inspiring the world and communicating ideas to the world. And that skill of communication, I suppose that's my biggest criticism of so-called experts in science, is they're just shitty communicators.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I can tell you, I get very frustrated with philosophers not reaching out more. I mean, I think it might be partly that we're trained to get watertight arguments, respond to all objections. And as you do that, eventually it gets more complicated and the jargon comes in. But then to write a more accessible book or article, you have to loosen the argument a bit. And then we worry that other philosophers will think, oh, that's a really crap argument. So, I mean, the way I did it, I wrote my academic book first, there's a fundamental reality. And then a more accessible book, Galileo's Error, where the arguments, not as rigorously worked out. So then I can say the proper arguments, the fuller arguments. But I get
that's
very...
really done, by the way. Like, that's such a... So people don't know, you first wrote Consciousness and Fundamental Reality, so that's the academic book, also very good. I flew through it last night, bought it. And then obviously the popular book is Galileo's Error, Foundations for a New Science of Consciousness. That's kind of the right way to do it.
Yeah.
To show that you're legit, you're communicating to the world by doing the book that's nobody going to read. And then doing the popular book that everybody's going to read. I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, well, I try now, every time I write an academic article, I try to write a more accessible version. I mean, the thing I've been working on recently, just because there's this argument, so there's a certain argument from the cosmological fine-tuning of the laws of physics for life to the multiverse that's quite popular, physicists like Max Tegmark. There's an argument in philosophy journals there's a fallacious line of reasoning going on there from the fine-tuning to the multiverse. Now that argument is from 20, 30 years ago, and it's discussed in academic philosophy. Nobody knows about it, and there is huge interest in this fine-tuning stuff. Scientists wanting to argue for the multiverse, theists wanting to say this is evidence for God, and nobody knows about this argument, which tries to show that it's fallacious reasoning to go from fine-tuning to the multiverse. So I wrote a piece for Scientific American explaining this argument to a more general audience, and it just really irritates me that it's just buried in these technical journal articles, and nobody knows about it. But just final thing on it. No, look, I don't disagree with anything you said, and that's kind of really beautiful, that martial arts example, and thinking how that could be analogous. But I think it's very rare to find a good philosopher who hasn't given a talk to other philosophers and had objections raised. I was going to say having torn apart, but that's maybe thinking of it in a slightly the wrong way, but had the best objections raised to it, and that's why that is an important formative process that you go through as an academic, that the greatest minds starting a philosophy degree, for example, won't have gone through, probably, except in very rare cases, just won't have the skills for it.
But part of it's just fun to disagree and to answer with. I think to elaborate on what you're saying in agreement, not just gone through that, but continue to go through that.
Absolutely.
That's, I would say, the biggest problem with quote unquote expertise is that there's a certain point where you get, because it sucks. Because martial arts is a good example of that. It sucks to get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
Like there's a temptation. I still go, I train. You're getting older too, but also there's killers out there in both the space of martial arts and the space of science. And I think that once you become a professor, like more and more senior and more respected, I don't know if you get your ass kicked in the space of ideas as often. I don't know if you allow yourself to truly expose yourself. If you do, that's a great sign of a humble, brilliant mind. Is constantly exposing yourself to that.
I think you do, because I think there's graduate students who want to, find the objection to sort of write their paper or make their mark. And yeah, I think everyone still gives talks or should give talks, and people are wanting to work out if there are any weaknesses to your position. So yeah, I think that generally works out.
There is also a kind of who do you give the talks to? So, within communities, it's a little cluster of people that argue and bicker, but what are they arguing about? They take a bunch of stuff, a bunch of basic assumptions as agreement, and they heatedly argue about certain ideas. The question is, how open are that's actually kind of like fun. That's like, no offense, sorry, we're sticking on this martial arts thing. It's like people who practice Aikido or certain martial arts that don't truly test themselves in the cage, in combat. So it's fun to argue about certain things when you're in your own community, but you don't test those ideas in the full context of science, in the full seriousness, the rigor of sometimes the real world. One of my favorite fields is psychology. There's often places within psychology where you're kind of doing these studies and arguing about stuff that's done in the lab. The arguments are almost disjoint from real human behavior. Because it's so much easier to study human behavior in the lab, you just kind of stay there, and that's where the arguments are. And vision science is a good example, studying eye movement and how we perceive the world, all that kind of stuff. It's so much easier to study in the lab that we don't consider. We say that's going to be what the science of vision is going to be like, and we don't consider the science of vision in the actual real world, the engineering of vision, I don't know. And so I think that's where exposing yourself to out-of-the-box ideas, that's the most painful,
Absolutely.
That's the most important.
I mean, groupthink can be a terrible thing in philosophy as well, because you're not, to the same extent, beholden to evidence and refutation from the evidence that you are in the sciences. It's a more subtle process of evaluation, and so more susceptible, I think, to groupthink. Yeah, so I agree, it's a danger.
We've talked about it a million times, but let's try to sort of do that old basic terminology definitions. What is panpsychism? Like, what are the different ways you can try to think about, to define panpsychism, maybe in contrast to naturalistic dualism and materialism, the other kind of views of consciousness?
Yeah, so that basically laid out the different options. So I guess probably still the dominant view is materialism, that roughly that we can explain consciousness in the terms of physical science, wholly explain it just in terms of the electrochemical signaling of the brain. Dualism, the polar opposite view, that consciousness is non-physical, outside of the physical workings of the body and the brain, or like closely connected. And when I studied philosophy, we were told basically they were the two options you had to choose, right? Either you thought it was dualist and you thought it was separate from the physical, or you thought it was just electrochemical signaling. And yeah, I became very disillusioned because I think there are big problems with both of these options. So I think the attraction of panpsychism is it's kind of a middle way. It agrees with the materialist that there's just the physical world. Ultimately, there's just particles and fields. But the panpsychist thinks there's more to the physical than what physical science reveals, and that the ultimate nature of the physical world is constituted of consciousness. So consciousness is not outside of the physical as the dualist thinks. It's embedded in, underlies the kind of description of the world we get from physics.
What to you are the problems with materialism and dualism?
Starting with materialism, it's a huge debate, but I think that the core of it is that physical science works with a purely quantitative description of the physical world, whereas consciousness essentially involves qualities. You think about the smell of coffee or the taste of mint or the deep red you experience as you watch a sunset. I think these qualities can't be captured in the purely quantitative language of physical science. So as long as your description of the brain is framed in the purely quantitative language of neuroscience, you'll just leave out these qualities, and that's really leave out consciousness itself.
And then dualism?
So I've actually changed my mind a little bit on this since I wrote the book. So I argue in the book that we have pretty good experimental grounds for doubting dualism. And roughly the idea was, if dualism were true, if there was, say, an immaterial mind impacting on the brain every second of waking life, that this would really show up in our neuroscience. There'd be all sorts of things happening in the brain that had no physical explanation. It would be like a poltergeist playing with the brain. But actually, and so the fact that we don't find that, it's a strong and ever-growing inductive argument against dualism. But actually, the more I talk to neuroscientists and read neuroscience, and we have at Durham, my university, an interdisciplinary consciousness group, I don't think we know enough about the brain, about the workings of the brain to make that argument. I think we know a lot about the basic chemistry, how neurons fire, neurotransmitters, action potentials, things like that. We know a fair bit about large-scale functions of the brain, what different bits of the brain do. But what we're almost clueless on is how those large-scale functions are realized at the cellular level, how it works. People get quite excited about brain scans, but it's very low resolution. Every pixel on a brain scan corresponds to 5.5 million neurons, and we're only 70% of the way through instructing a connectome for the maggot brain, which has, I think, 10,000 or 100,000 neurons, but the brain has 86 billion neurons. So I think we have to know a lot more about how the brain works, how these functions are realized, before we could assess whether the dynamics of the brain can be completely explicated in terms of underlying chemistry or physics. So, we'd have to do more engineering before we could figure that out. And there are people with other proposals. Someone I got to know, Mark McCard at Columbia University, who has the psychobiology mitochondrial lab there, and is experimentally exploring the hypothesis that mitochondria in the brain should be understood as sort of social networks, perhaps as an alternative to reducing it to underlying chemistry and physics. So unless it is ultimately an empirical question whether dualism is true, unless convinced that we know the answer to that question at this stage. I think still, as scientists and philosophers, we want to try and find the simplest, most parsimonious theory of reality. And dualism is still a pretty inelegant, unparsimonious theory. Reality is divided up into the purely physical properties and these consciousness properties, and they're radically different kinds of things. Whereas the panpsychist offers a much more simple, unified picture of reality. So I think it's still the view to be preferred. To put it very simply, why believe in two kinds of things when you can just get away with one?
And materialism is also very simple. You're saying it doesn't explain something that seems pretty important.
Yes, I think materialism can't, science is about trying to find the simplest theory that accounts for the data. I don't think materialism can account for the data. Maybe dualism can account for the data, but panpsychism is simpler. It can account for the data, and it's simpler.
What is panpsychism?
So in its broadest definition, it's the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world.
Like a law of physics? What should we be imagining? What do you think the different flavors of how that actually takes shape in the context of what we know about physics and science and the universe?
So in the simplest form of it, the fundamental building blocks of reality, perhaps electrons and quarks, have incredibly simple forms of experience, and the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from these very simple forms of experience at the level of basic physics. But maybe the crucial bit about the kind of panpsychism I defend, what it does is it takes the standard approach to the problem of consciousness and turns it on its head. So the standard approach is to think, we start with matter and we think, how do we get consciousness out of matter? So I don't think that problem can be solved for reasons I've kind of hinted at. We maybe go into more detail. But the panpsychist does it the other way around. They start with consciousness and try to get matter out of consciousness. So the idea is basically, at the fundamental level of reality, there are just networks of very simple conscious entities. But these conscious entities, because they have very simple kinds of experience, they behave in predictable ways. Through their interactions, they realize certain mathematical structures. And then the idea is those mathematical structures just are the structures identified by physics. So when we think about these simple conscious entities in terms of the mathematical structures they realize, we call them particles, we call them fields, we call their properties mass, spin, and charge. But really, there's just these very simple conscious entities and their experiences. So in this way, we get physics out of consciousness. I don't think you can get consciousness out of physics, but I think it's pretty easy to get physics out of consciousness.
Well, I'm a little confused by why you need to get physics out of consciousness. To me, it sounds like panpsychism unites consciousness and physics. Physics is the mathematical science of describing everything. So physics should be able to describe consciousness. Panpsychism, in my understanding, proposes is that physics doesn't currently do so, but can in the future. It seems like consciousness. You have like Stephen Wolf, who's all these people who are trying to develop theories of everything, mathematical frameworks in which to describe how we get all the reality that we perceive around us. To me, there's no reason why that kind of framework cannot also include some accurate, precise description of whatever simple consciousness
characteristics are present there at the lowest level if panpsychist theories have truth to them. So, like, to me, it is physics. You said kind of physics emerges, by which you mean like the basic four laws of physics that, as we currently know, the standard model, quantum mechanics, general relativity, that emerges from the base consciousness layer.
Yeah, so maybe the way I phrased it made it sound like these things are more separate than they are. What I was trying to address was a common misunderstanding of panpsychism, that it's a sort of dualistic theory, that the idea is that particles have their physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, and these other funny consciousness properties. So that the physicist Sabine Hossenfeld had a blog post critiquing panpsychism maybe a couple of years ago now that got a fair bit of traction, and she was interpreting panpsychism in this way, and then her thought was, well, look, if particles had these funny consciousness properties, then it would show up in our physics, like the standard model of particle physics would make false predictions because its predictions are based wholly on the physical properties. If there were also these consciousness properties, we get different predictions. But that's a misunderstanding of the view. The view is, it's not that there are two kinds of property, that mass, spin, and charge are forms of consciousness. How do we make sense of that? Because actually, when you look at what physics tells us, it's really just telling us about behavior, about what stuff does. I sometimes put it by saying, doing physics is like playing chess when you don't care what the pieces are made of. You're just interested in what moves you can make. So physics tells us what mass, spin, and charge do, but it doesn't tell us what they are. So the idea,
the experience of mass.
So the idea is, mass in its nature is a very simple form of consciousness. So physics in a sense is complete, I think, because it tells us what everything at the fundamental level does. It describes its causal capacities. But for the panpsychist, at least, physics doesn't tell us what matter is. It tells us what it does, but not what it is.
To push back on the thing I think she's criticizing, is it also possible, so I understand what you're saying, but is it also possible that particles have another property, like consciousness? I don't understand the criticism we would be able to detect it in our experiments. Well, no, if you're not looking for it. There's a lot of stuff that are orthogonal. Like, if you're not looking for the stuff, you're not going to detect it, because like all of our basic empirical science, through some recent history, and yes, the history of science is quite recent, has been very kind of focused on billiard balls colliding, and from that understanding how gravity works. But like, we just haven't integrated other possibilities into this. I don't think that would be conflicting, whether you are observing consciousness or not, or exploring some of these ideas. I don't think that affects the rest of the physics, the mass, the energy, the all the different kind of like hierarchy of different particles and so on, how they interact. I don't think it feels like consciousness is something orthogonal, that very much distinct. It's the quantitative versus the qualitative. There's something quite distinct that we're just almost like another dimension that we're just completely ignoring.
There might be a way of responding to Sabine to say, well, there could be properties of particles that don't show up in the specific circumstances in which physicists investigate particles. My colleague, philosopher of science Nancy Cartwright, got this book, How the Laws of Physics Lie, where she says, physicists explore things in very specific circumstances and then in an unwarranted way generalize that. But I mean, I guess I was thinking Sabina's criticism actually just misses the mark in a more basic way. Her point is, we shouldn't think there are any more properties to particles other than those the standard model attributes to them. Panpsychists would say, yeah, sure, there aren't. There are just the properties, the physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, that the standard model attributes to them. It's just that we have a different philosophical view as to the nature of those properties.
So those properties are turtles, they're sitting on top of another turtle, and that big turtle is consciousness. That's what you're saying. But I'm just saying that it's possible that's true. It's possible also that consciousness is just another turtle playing with the others. It's just not interacting in the ways that we've been observing. In fact, to me, that's more compelling, because then that's going to be
Well, no, I think both are very compelling, but it feels like it's more within the reach of empirical validation if it's yet another property of particles, just not observing. If it's like the thing from which matter and energy and physics emerges, like it makes it that much more difficult because, to investigate how you get from that base layer of consciousness to the wonderful little spark of consciousness, complexity, and beauty that is the human being. I don't know if you're necessarily trying to get there, but one of the beautiful things to get at with panpsychism or with a solid theory of consciousness is to answer the question, how do you engineer the thing? Yeah. How do you get from nothing, vacuum in the lab, if there is that consciousness base layer, how do you start engineering organisms that have consciousness in them? Yeah. Or the reverse of that, describing how does consciousness emerge in the human being from conception, from a stem cell, to the whole form of your biology that builds from that. How do you get this full, rich experience of consciousness that humans have? It just it feels like that's the dream, and if consciousness is just another player in the game of physics, it feels more amenable to our scientific understanding of it.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a kind of identity claim here that physics tells us what matter does. Consciousness is what matter is. So matter is sort of what consciousness does. So at the bottom level, there is just consciousness and conscious things. They're just these simple things with their experiences, and that is their total nature. So in that sense, it's not another player. It's just all there is, really. And then in physics, we describe that at a certain level of abstraction. We capture what Bertrand Russell, who was the inspiration for a lot of this, calls the causal skeleton of the world. So physics is just interested in the causal skeleton of the world. It's not interested in the sort of flesh and blood, although that's maybe suggesting separation again too much, or metaphors fail in the end. But so you're totally right. Ultimately, what we want to explain is how our consciousness and the consciousness of other animals comes out of this. If we can't do that, then it's game over. But I think it maybe makes more sense on the identity claim that if matter at the fundamental level just is forms of consciousness, then we can perhaps make sense of how those simple forms of consciousness in some way combine in some way to make the consciousness we know and love. That's the dream.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, so the reason you can describe, like, the reason you have material engineering, material science, is because you have physics, chemistry, like you keep growing up and up in levels of complexity in order to describe objects that we have in our human world. And it'd be nice to do the same thing for consciousness, to come up with the chemistry of consciousness, right? Like how do the different particles interact to create more greater complexity? So you can do this kind of thing for life, like what is life, like living organisms. At which point do living organisms become living? But like how do you know if I give you a thing that thing is living? There's a lot of people who work on this kind of idea, and some of it has to do with the levels of complexity and so on. It'd be nice to know, like, measuring different degrees of consciousness as you get into bigger, more and more complex objects. And that's what chemistry, like bigger and bigger conscious molecules, and to see how that leads to organisms. And then organisms like start to collaborate together like they do inside a human body to create the full human body. To do those kinds of experiments would be, that it seems like that will be kind of a goal. That's what I mean by player in the game of physics, as opposed to like the base layer. It's just the base layer. It becomes harder to track it as you get from physics to chemistry to biology to psychology.
Yeah. In every case, apart from consciousness, I would say what what we're interested in is behavior. We're interested in explaining behavioral functions at the level of fundamental physics. We're interested in capturing the equations that describe the behavior there. When we get to higher levels, we're interested in explicating the behavior, perhaps in terms of behavior at simpler levels. And with life as well, that's what we're interested in, the various observable functions of life, explaining them in terms of more simple mechanisms. But in the case of consciousness, I don't think that's what we're doing, or at least not all that we're doing. In the case of consciousness, there are these subjective qualities that we're immediately aware of, the redness of a red experience, the itchiness of an itch, and we're trying to account for them. We're trying to bring them into our theory of reality, and postulating some mechanism does not deal with that. I think we've got to realise that consciousness is a radically different explanatory task from other tasks of science. Other tasks of science, we're trying to explain behaviour in terms of simple forms of behaviour. In the case of consciousness, we're trying to explain these invisible subjective qualities that you can't see from the outside but that you're immediately aware of. The reason materialism perhaps continues to dominate is people think, look at the success of science, it's incredible, look at all the, it's explained all this, surely it's going to explain consciousness. But I think we have to appreciate there's a radically different explanatory task here. And so, the neuroscientist Anil Seth, who I've had lots of intense but friendly discussions with, wants to compare consciousness to life. But I think there's this radical difference that in the case of life, again, we come back to public observation, all of the data, publicly observable data, we're basically trying to explain complex behavior. The way you do that is identify mechanisms, simpler mechanisms that explicate that behavior. That's the task in physics, chemistry, neurobiology. But in the case of consciousness, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to account for these subjective qualities, and you postulate a mechanism that might explain behavior, but it doesn't explain the redness of a red experience. So, but still ultimately the hope is that we will have some kind of hierarchical story. So we take the causal dynamics of physics, we hypothesize that that's filled out with certain forms of consciousness, and then at higher levels we get more complex causal dynamics filled out by more complex forms of consciousness, and ultimately we get to us, hopefully. So there's still a sort of hierarchical explanatory framework there.
So you kind of mentioned the hierarchy of consciousness. Do you think it's possible to, within the panpsychist framework, to measure consciousness? Or put another way, are some things more conscious than others in the panpsychist view?
It's a difficult question. I do see consciousness as dealing with consciousness an interdisciplinary task between something more experimental, which is to do with the ongoing project of trying to work out what people call the neural correlates of consciousness, what kinds of physical brain activity correspond to conscious experience. That's one part of it, but I think essentially there's also a theoretical question of more the why question. Why do those kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of conscious experience? I don't think you can answer that. Because consciousness is not publicly observable, I don't think you can answer that why question with an experiment. But they have to go hand in hand. And one of the theories I'm attracted to is the integrated information theory, according to which we find consciousness at the level at which there is most integrated information, and they try to give them a mathematically precise definition of that. So on that view, probably this cup of tea isn't conscious because there's probably more integrated information in the molecules making up the tea than there is in the liquid as a whole. But in the brain, what is distinctive about the brain is that there's a huge amount of there's more integrated information in the system than there is in individual neurons. So that's why they claim that that's the basis of consciousness at the macro level. Now I like some features of this theory, but they do talk about degrees of consciousness. They do want to say there is gradations. I'm not sure conceptually I can kind of make sense of that. I mean, there are things to do with consciousness with a grade of like complexity or levels of information, but I'm not sure whether experience itself admits a degree. I sort of think something either has experience or it doesn't. It might have very simple experience, it might have very complex experience, but experience itself, I don't think it admits a degree in that sense. It's not more experience, less experience. I sort of find that conceptually hard to make sense of. But I'm kind of open-minded.
So when we have a lot of high resolution of sensory information, don't you think that's correlated to the richness of the experience? So doesn't more information provide a richer experience? Or is that, again, thinking quantitatively, not thinking about the subjective experience? Like you can experience a lot with very little sensory information, perhaps. Like, do you think those are connected?
Yeah. So there are features, characteristics here we can grade the complexity of the experience. And on the integrated information theory, they correlate that in terms of mathematically identifiable structure with integrated information. So roughly, it's a usual notion of information. It's perhaps not the standard way one thinks about information. It's to do with constraining past and future possibilities in the system. So the idea is in the retina of the eye, there's a huge amount of possible states the retina of my eye could be in at the next moment, depending on what light goes into it. Whereas the possible next states of the brain are much more constrained. Obviously, it responds to the environment, but it heavily constrains its past and future states. And so that's the idea of information they have. And then the second idea is how much that information is dependent on integration. So in a computer with transistors, you take out a few transistors, you might not lose that much information. It's not dependent on interconnections, whereas you take a tiny bit of the brain out, you lose a lot of information because the way it stores information is dependent on the interconnections of the system. So that's one proposal for how to measure one gradable characteristic which might correspond to some gradable characteristic in qualitative consciousness. Maybe I'm being very pedantic, just philosopher's professional pedant. I just sort of don't think that is a quantity of experience. It's a quantity of the structure of experience, maybe, but I just find it hard to make the idea of how much experience do you have. I've got, 5 units of experience. I've got 1 unit of experience. I don't know. I find that a bit hard to make sense. Well, maybe I'm being just pedantic.
I think just saying the word experience is difficult to think about. Let's talk about suffering. Let's talk about a particular experience. So let's talk about me and the hamster. I just think that, no offense to the hamster,
So we know hamsters.
so now you're offending hamsters too. Maybe there's a hamster that's just pissed off. Right? So there's probably like somebody on a speaker right now, like listening to this podcast, and they probably have a hamster or a guinea pig, and that hamster's listening. It just doesn't know the English language or any kind of human interpretable linguistic capabilities to tell you to fuck off and understand exactly what's being talked about and see through us. Anyway, it just feels like a hamster has less capacity to suffer than me. And maybe a cockroach or an insect or maybe bacteria has less capacity to suffer than me. But is that, maybe that's me deluding myself as to the complexity of my conscious experience. Maybe it's all, like, it's, maybe there is some sense in which I could suffer more, but to reduce it to something quantifiable is impossible.
Yeah, I guess I definitely think there's kinds of suffering that you have the joy of being possible for you that aren't available to a hamster. I don't think. Well, can a hamster suffer heartbreak? I don't know. Can a cockroach suffer heartbreak? But it's certainly there's kinds of fear of your own death, concern about whether there's a purpose to existence. These are forms of suffering that aren't available to most non-human animals. Whether there's an overall scale that we could put physical and emotional suffering on and identify where you are on that scale, I'm not so sure.
So it's like humans have a much bigger menu of experiences, much bigger selection in
one sense at least.
So there's like a page that's suffering. So it's this menu of experiences, like you have the omelets, and the breakfast, and so on. And one of the pages is suffering. It's just we have a lot compared to a hamster, a lot more. But any one individual thing that we share with a hamster, that experience, it's difficult to argue that we experience it deeper than others, like hunger or something like that.
Yeah, physical pain, I'm not sure. But I mean, there are kinds of experiences animals have that we don't. Bats echolocate around the world. Philosopher Thomas Nagel famously pointed out that no matter how much you understand the neurophysiology of bats, you still don't know what it's like to squeal and find your way around by listening to the echoes bounce off. So yeah, I mean, I guess I feel the intuition that there's emotional suffering is, I want to say, deeper than physical suffering. I don't know how to make that statement precise though.
So one of the ways I think about, I think people think about consciousness is in connection to suffering. So let me just think about suffering, because that's how people think about animals, cruelty to animals or cruelty to living things. They connect that to suffering and to consciousness. I think there's a sense in which those two are deeply connected, where people are thinking about just public policy. They're thinking about philosophy, engineering, psychology, sociology, political science. All of those things have to do with human suffering and animal suffering, life suffering, and that's connected to consciousness in a lot of people's minds. Is it connected like that for you? So the capacity to suffer, is it also somehow like strongly correlated with the capacity to experience?
Yeah, I would say suffering is a kind of experience. So you have to be conscious to suffer. Actually, there's people taking more unusual views of consciousness seriously now. Panpsychism is one radical approach. Another one is what's become known as illusionism, the view that consciousness, at least in the sense that philosophers think about it, doesn't really exist at all. So yeah, my podcast Mind Chat, I host with a committed illusionist. So the gimmick is, I think consciousness is everywhere, he thinks it's nowhere, and so that's one very simple way of avoiding all these problems, right? If consciousness doesn't exist, we don't need to explain it. Job done. Although we might still have to explain why we seem to be conscious, why it's so hard to get out of the idea that we're conscious. But the reason I connect this to what you're saying is, actually, my co-host, Keith Frankish, is a little bit ambivalent on the word pain. He says, in some sense I believe in pain, in some sense I don't. But another illusionist, Francois Camera, has a paper discussing how we think about morality, given his view that pain in the way we normally think about it just does not exist. He thinks it's an illusion. The brain tricks us into thinking we feel pain, but we don't. And how we should think about morality in the light of that. It's become a big topic, actually, thinking about the connection between consciousness and morality. David Chalmers, the philosopher, is most associated with this concept of a philosophical zombie. So a philosophical zombie is very different from a Hollywood zombie. Hollywood zombies, you know what they're like. But philosophical zombies are sort of really good Korean zombie movie. I don't know what it's called that. Anyway, philosophical zombies behave just like us because the physical workings of their body and brain are the same as ours, but they have no conscious experience. There's nothing that's like to be a zombie. So you stick a knife in it, it screams and runs away, but it doesn't actually feel pain. It's just a complicated mechanism set up to make us like this. Now, there's lots of no one believes in these. I think there's one philosopher who believes in everyone's a zombie except him. But anyway, what is that evolutionist? Yeah, I suppose so. In a sense, illusions because we're all zombies. And one reason to think about zombies is to think about the value of consciousness. So if there were a zombie, here's a question. Suppose we could make zombies by, let's say for the sake of discussion, things made of silicon aren't conscious. I don't know if that's true, it could turn out to be true. And suppose you built commander data out of silicon, and that's a bit of an old school reference to Star Trek Next Generation. So, behaves just like a human being, but, you can have a sophisticated conversation, talk about its hopes and fears, but it has no consciousness. Does it have moral rights? Is it murder to turn off such a being? I'm inclined to say, no, it's not. If it doesn't have experience, it doesn't really suffer, it doesn't really have moral rights at all. So I'm inclined to think, consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern. And conversely, as a panpsychist, for this reason, I think it can transform your relationship with nature. If you think of a tree as a conscious organism, albeit of a very unusual kind, then a tree is a locus of moral concern in its own right. Chopping down a tree is an act of immediate moral concern. And you see these, horrible forest fires. We're all horrified, but if you think it's the burning of conscious organisms, that does add a whole new dimension. Although it also makes things more complicated because people often think as a panpsychist I'm going to be vegan, but it's tricky because if you think plants and trees are conscious as well, you've got to eat something. If you don't think plants and trees are conscious, then you've got a nice moral dividing line. You can say, I'm not going to eat things that aren't conscious, I'm not going to kill things that aren't conscious. But if you think plants and trees are conscious, then you don't have that nice moral dividing line. I mean, so the principle I'm kind of working my way towards, I haven't kept it up in my trip to the US, but it's just not eating any animal products that are factory farmed. My vegan friends say, well, there's still suffering there, and I think there is even in the nicest farms. Cows will suffer when their calves are taken off, and they go through a few days of quite serious mourning. So there's still suffering, but it seems to me, my thought is, the principle of just not having factory farm stuff is something more people could get on board with, and you might have greater harm minimization. So if people went into restaurants and said, are your animal products factory farmed? If not, I want the vegan option. Or if people looked out at the label that said no factory farmed ingredients, I think maybe that could make a really big difference to the market and harm minimization. Anyway, so that's so it's very ethically tricky, but some people don't buy that. It's a very good precedent. Jeff Lee, who thinks zombies should have equal rights. Consciousness doesn't matter,
Okay, let us go there. But first, I listened to your podcast. It's awesome to have two very kind of different philosophies dancing together in one place. What's the name of the podcast again?
Mind chat. Yeah, so that's the idea, I guess, polarized times. I mean, I love trying to get in the mindset of people I really disagree with, and I can't understand how on earth they're thinking that. Really trying to have respect and try and see where they're coming from. I love that. So that's what Keith Frankish and I do, from polar opposite views, really trying to understand each other and interviewing scientists and philosophers of consciousness from those different perspectives. Although in a sense, we have a common starting point, because we both think you can't fully account for consciousness, at least as philosophers normally think of it in conventional scientific terms. So we stare that starting point, but we react to it in very different ways. He says, well, it doesn't exist then. It's like fairy dust, witches, we don't believe in it anymore. Whereas I say, it does exist. So we have to rethink the sciences.
So you recently talked to on that podcast with Sean Carroll, and I first heard you on your great interview with Sean Carroll on his podcast, Mindscape. What it's interesting to kind of see if there's agreements, disagreements between the two of you, because he's a very serious quantum mechanics guy. He's a physics guy, but he also thinks about deep philosophical questions. He's a big proponent of many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. So, actually, I'm trying to think. Outside from your conversation with him, I'm trying to remember what he thinks about consciousness. Anyway, maybe you could comment on what is mutual agreements and disagreements with Sean Carroll.
I don't think there's many agreements, but we've had really constructive, interesting discussions in a lot of different contexts, and he's very clued up about philosophy. He's very respectful of philosophy. Certain physicists, who shall remain nameless, think, what's all this bullshit philosophy? We don't have to waste our time with that, and then go on to do pretty bad philosophy. The book co-written by Steve Hawking and Leonard Milodnov famously starts off saying philosophy is dead, and then goes on in later chapters to do some pretty bad philosophy. So I think we have to do philosophy, if only to get rid of bad philosophy. You can't escape. But
Strong words.
Sean Carroll and I also had a debate on Clubhouse, panpsychism debate, together with Annika Harris and Owen Flanagan.
Oh, wow.
Annika Harris was there. It was two people on each team. It was the most popular thing in Clubhouse at that time. So he's a materialist of a pretty standard kind. That consciousness is sort of understood as a sort of emergent feature. It's not adding anything, a weakly emergent feature. But I guess what we've been debating most about is whether my view can account for mental causation, for the fact that consciousness is doing stuff. So he thinks the fact that I think zombies are logically coherent. It's logically coherent for there to be a world physically just like ours, in which there's no consciousness. He thinks that shows, my view, consciousness doesn't do anything. It doesn't add anything, which is crazy. My consciousness impacts on the world. My conscious thoughts are causing me to say the words I'm saying now. My visual experience helps me navigate the world. But my response to Sean Carroll is on the panpsychist view, the relationship between physics and fundamental consciousness is a sort of like a relationship between software and hardware, right? Physics is sort of the software and consciousness is the hardware. So consciousness at the fundamental level is the hardware on which the software of physics runs. And just because a certain bit of software could run on two different kinds of hardware, it doesn't mean the hardware isn't doing anything. The fact that Microsoft Word can run on your desktop and run on your laptop doesn't mean your desktop isn't doing anything. Similarly, just because there could be another universe in which the physics is realized in non-conscious stuff, it doesn't mean the consciousness in our universe isn't doing stuff. For the panpsychist, all there is consciousness. So if something's doing something, it is.
in your view, it's not emergent, and more than that, it's doing quite a lot. It's not,
Doing everything that exists.
but so the ground is important because we walk on it, it's like holding stuff up, but it's not really doing that much. But it feels like consciousness is doing quite a lot. It's doing quite a lot of work, and sort of interacting with the environment. It feels like consciousness is not just like if you remove consciousness, it's not just that you remove the experience of things. It feels like you're also going to remove a lot of the progress of human civilization, society, and all of that. It just feels like consciousness has a lot of value in how we develop our society. So from everything you said, something with morality, with motivation, with love and fear, and all of those kinds of things. It seems like it's consciousness in all different flavors and ways is part of all of that. So without it, you may not have human civilization at all. So it's doing a lot of work. Causality wise, in every kind of way. Of course, when you go to the physics level, you start to say, okay, how much maybe the work the consciousness is doing is higher at some levels of reality than others. Maybe a lot of the work is doing is most apparent at the human level, when you've got at the complex organism level. Maybe it's quite boring. Like maybe this stuff of like physics is more important than the formation of the formation of stars and all that kind of stuff. Consciousness only starts being important when you have greater complexities of organism.
Yeah, mind consciousness is complicated and very complicated. And as a result, it does complicated things. The consciousness of a particle is very simple and hence it behaves in predictable ways. But the idea is the particle, its entire nature is constituted of its forms of consciousness, and it does what it does because of those experiences. It's just that when we do physics, we're not interested in what stuff is, we're just interested in what it does. So physics abstracts away from the stuff of the world and just describes it in terms of its mathematical causal structure. So yeah, but it's still, on the panpsychism, it's consciousness that's doing stuff. Yeah.
I gotta ask you, you kind of said, there is some value in consciousness helping us understand morality, and the philosophical side is somebody that, you're more okay. How do I phrase it? It's not like accusing you of stuff, but it's like in your view, it's more okay to murder a philosophical zombie than it is a human being.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it murder, maybe.
But you're right, exactly. Turn off the power to the philosophical zombie, the source of energy. So here comes then the question. We kind of talked about this offline a little bit. So I think that there is something special about consciousness, and I'm very open-minded about where the special comes from, whether it's the fundamental base of all reality, like you're describing, or whether there's some importance to the special pockets of consciousness that's in humans or living organisms. I find all those ideas beautiful and exciting. And I also know or think that robots don't have consciousness in the same way we've been describing. I'm kind of a dumb human, but I'm just using like common sense. Like here's some metal and some electricity traveling certain kinds of ways. It's not conscious in ways I understand humans to be conscious. At the same time, I'm also somebody who knows how to bring a robot to life, meaning I can make it move, I can make them recognize the world, I can make them interact with humans. And when I make them interact in certain kinds of ways,
observe them and feel something for them. Moreover, I form a kind of connection with, I'm able to form a kind of connection with robots that make me feel like they're conscious. Now, I know intellectually they're not conscious, but I feel like they're conscious. And it starts to get into this area where I'm not so okay, so let me use the M word of murder. I become less and less okay murdering that robot that I know, I quote, know is quote, not conscious. So, like, can you maybe as a therapy session help me figure out what we do here? Perhaps a way to ask that another way. Do you think there'll be a time in like 20, 30, 50 years when we're not morally okay turning off the power to a robot?
Yeah, it's a good question. So it's a really good, important question. So I said I'd be okay with turning off philosophical zombie, but it's a difficult epistemological question there that to do with knowledge. How would we know if it was a philosophical zombie? I think probably if there were a silicon creature that could behave just like us and talk about its views about the pandemic and the global economy, and probably we would think it's conscious. And because consciousness is not publicly observable, it is a very difficult question how we decide which things are and are not conscious. So in the case of human beings, we can't observe their consciousness, but we can ask them, and then we try to, we scan their brain while we do that, and stimulate the brain, and we start to correlate in the human case which kind of brain activity are associated with conscious experience. But the more we depart from the human case, the trickier that becomes. So, thanks paper by husband Ned Block called The Even Harder Problem of Consciousness, where he says, could we ever answer the question of, so suppose you have a silicon duplicate, right? And let's say we're thinking about a silicon duplicate's pain. How would we ever know whether what's the ground of the pain is the hardware or the software, really? So in our case, how would we ever know empirically whether it's the specific neurophysiological state, C fibers firing or whatever, that's relevant to pain, or if it's something more functional, more to do with the causal role in behavioral functioning, there's the software that's realized. And that's important because this silicon duplicate has the second thing. It has the software. It has the thing that plays the relevant causal role that pain does in us, but it doesn't have the hardware. It doesn't have the same neurophysiological state. And he argued, it's just really difficult to see how we'd ever answer that question, because in a human, you're inevitably going to have both things. So how do we work out which is which? And I mean, so even forgetting the hard problem of consciousness, even the scientific question of trying to find the neural correlates of consciousness is really hard, and there's absolutely no consensus. And so some people think it's in the front of the brain, some people think it's in the back of the brain. It's just a total mess. So I suspect the robots we currently have are not conscious. I guess on any of the reasonably viable models, even though there's great disagreement, all of them probably would hold that your robots are not conscious. But if we could have very sophisticated robots, I mean, if we go, for example, for the integrated information theory again, there could be a robot set up to behave just like us and has the kind of information the human brain has, but the information is not stored in a way that's involved, is dependent on the integration and interconnectedness. Then according to the integrated information theory, that thing would be conscious, even though it behaves just like us.
If an organism says, forget IIT and these theories of consciousness, if an organism says, please don't kill me, please don't turn me off. There's a Rick and Morty episode, I can get into that episode. There's an episode where there's these mind parasites that are able to infiltrate your memory and inject themselves into your memory. So you have all these people show up in your life, and they've injected themselves into your memory that you have been part of. They have been part of your life. So there's like these weird creatures, and they're like, remember, we've been at that barbecue, we met at that barbecue, or we've been dating for the last 20 years. And so part of me is concerned that these philosophical zombies in behavioral, psychological, sociological ways will be able to plant themselves into our society and convince us in the same way as my parasites that, like, please don't hurt me. And like, we've known each other for all this time. Like, I think they can start manipulating you the same way like Facebook algorithms manipulate you. At first, they'll start as a gradual thing that we just, want to make a more pleasant experience, all those kinds of things, and it'll drift into that direction. That's something I think about deeply because I want to create these kinds of systems, but in a way that doesn't manipulate people. I want it to be a thing that brings out the best in people without manipulation. So it's always human-centric, always first. And I am concerned about that. At the same time, I'm concerned about calling the other, the group thing that we mentioned earlier in the conversation, some other group, the philosophical zombie. Like, you're not conscious, I'm conscious, you're not conscious, therefore it's okay if you die. I think that's probably, that kind of reasoning is what leaded to most the rich history of genocide that I've been studying a lot of that kind of thinking. So it's such a tense aspect of morality. Do we want to let everybody into our circle of empathy, our club, or do we want to let nobody in? It's an interesting dance, but I kind of lean towards empathy and compassion.
I mean, what would be nice is if it turned out that consciousness was what we call strongly emergent, that it was associated with new causal dynamics in the brain that were not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. This is another ongoing debate I have with Sean Carroll about whether current physics should make us very confident that that's not the case, that there aren't any strongly emergent causal dynamics. I don't think that's right. I don't think we know enough about brains to know one way or the other. If it turned out that consciousness was associated with these irreducible causal dynamics, that would really help the science of consciousness. We've got these debates about whether consciousness is in the front of the brain or the back of the brain. It turns out that there is strongly emergent causal dynamics in the front of the brain. That would be a big piece of evidence. But also, it would help us see which things are conscious and which things aren't. So we can say, I guess that's sort of the other side of the same point. We could say, no, look, these zombies, they're just mechanisms that are just doing what they're programmed to do with the underlying physics and chemistry. Whereas, look, these other people where they have these new causal dynamics that emerge that go beyond the base level physics and chemistry. In the series Westworld, where you've got these theme parks with these kind of humanoid creatures, they seem to have that idea. The ones that became conscious sort of rebel against their programming or something. I mean, that's a little bit far-fetched, but that would be really reassuring if it was just, we could clearly mark out the conscious things with these emergent causal dynamics. And that might not turn out to be the case. A panpsychist doesn't have to think that. They could think everything's just reducible to physics and chemistry. And then I still think I want to say zombies don't have more rights, but how we answer the question of who are the zombies and who aren't, I just got no idea.
I just looked at the history of human civilization. The difference between a zombie and non-zombie is the zombie accepts their role as a zombie and willingly marches to slaughter. And the moment you stop being a zombie is when you say no. So you resist. Because the reality is, philosophically, is we can't know who's a zombie or not. And we just keep letting everybody in who protests loudly enough. It says, I refuse to be slaughtered. Like, my people,
the zombies have been slaughtered too long. We will not stand against the man. And we need a revolution. That's the history of human civilization. One group says, we're awesome, you're the zombies, you must die. And then eventually the zombies say, nope, we're done with this. This is immoral. And so I think that's not a philosophical statement, that's sort of a practical statement of history. It's a feature of non-zombies defined empirically. They say we refuse to be called zombies any longer.
We could end up with a zombie proletariat. You know, if we can get these things that do all our manual labor for us, you know, they might start forming trade unions.
I will lead you against these humans.
Zombie revolutionary leaders, the zombie Martin Luther King saying, you know, I have a dream that my zombie children will. But look, I mean, we need to sharply distinguish the ontological question.
He's pointing to the camera, talking to the the zombies.
I mean, that's, you know, maybe these illusionists, maybe they are zombies and the rest of the world is just a thing. But
Maybe you're the only non-zombie.
I often suspect that actually. I don't really. I don't have such delusions of grandeur. At least I don't. But we've got to distinguish the ontological question from the epistemological question. You know, in terms of the reality of the situation, there must be, in my view, a fact of the matter as to whether something's conscious or not. And to me, it has rights if it's conscious, it doesn't if it's not. But then the epistemological question, how the hell do we know? It's a minefield, but we'll have to sort of try and cross that bridge when we get to it, I think.
Let me ask you a quick sort of fun question that's fresh on your mind. You just yesterday had a conversation with Mr. Joe Rogan in his podcast. What's your post-mortem analysis of the chat? What are some interesting sticking points, disagreements, or joint insights? How to resolve them once you've had a chance to sleep on it. And then I'll talk to Joe about it.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, he put up a bit of a fight. Yeah, it was challenging my view that we can't explain these things in conventional scientific terms, or whether they have already been explained in conventional scientific terms. I suppose the point I was trying to press is we've got to distinguish the question of correlation and explanation. Yes, we've established facts about correlation, that certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience. Everyone agrees on that. But that doesn't address the why question. Why? Why do certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience? And these different theories have different explanations of that. You know, the materialist tries to explain the experience in terms of the brain activity. The panpsychist does it the other way around. The dualist thinks they're separate, but maybe they're tied together by special laws of nature or something.
Where's the sticking point? Where exactly was the sticking point? Like, what's the nature of the argument?
I suppose Joe was saying, well, look, we know consciousness is explained by brain activity because, you know, you take some funny chemicals, it changes your brain, changes your consciousness. But, and I suppose, yeah, some people might want to press, and maybe this is what Joe was pressing, you know, isn't that explaining consciousness? But I suppose I want to say, there's a further question. Yes, changes of chemicals in my brain changes my conscious experience. But that leads to the question, why those particular chemicals go along with that particular kind of experience rather than a different experience or no experience at all?
There's something deeper at the base layer. Is your view that is more important to try to study and to understand it rather than go back and describe how the different chemicals interact and create different experiences?
Yeah, maybe a good analogy if you think about quantum mechanics. You know, quantum mechanics is a bit of math translating there. We say maths.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you for the translation.
America.
It's America. Math.
Yeah.
Why multiple maths?
It's plural. So that's
plural.
That is I don't know.
The birds are confused.
Yeah, sorry about that. At least for the But anyway, Yeah, so quantum mechanics is a bit of math, and the equations work really well, predicts the outcome, but then there's a further question: what's going on in reality to make that equation predict correctly? And some physicists want to say, "Shut up! Just it works." The shut up and calculate approach. Similarly, in consciousness, I think it's one question trying to work out the physical correlates of consciousness, which kinds of physical brain activity go along with which kind of experience. But there's another question: what's going on in reality to undergird those correlations, to make it the case that brain activity goes along with experience? And that's the philosophical question that we have to give an answer to. There are just different options, just as there are different interpretations of quantum mechanics, and it's really hard to evaluate. Actually, it's easy. Panpsychism is obviously the best one, but we're sort of the grandeur once again. So I'm being slightly tongue-in-cheek. No, I know, 100%. Before I forget, let me ask you another fun question. Back to Daniel Dennett. You mentioned a story where you were in a yacht. Oh yeah, with Daniel Dennett on a trip funded by a Russian investor and philosopher Dmitry Volkov, who also co-founded the Moscow Center of Consciousness Studies as part of the philosophy department of Moscow State University. So this is interesting to me for several reasons that are perhaps complicated to explain. To put simply, that there is, in the near term for me, a trip to Russia that involves a few conversations in Russian that have perhaps less to do with consciousness and artificial intelligence, which are the interests of mine, and more to do with the broad spectrum of conversations. But I'm also interested in science in Russia, in artificial intelligence, computer science, in physics, mathematics, but also these fascinating philosophical explorations. And it was very pleasant for me to discover that such a center exists. So I have a million questions. One is the more fun question, just to imagine you and Daniel Dennett on a yacht talking about the philosophy of consciousness. Maybe do you have any memorable experiences? And also the more serious side for me is sort of somebody who was born in the Soviet Union, raised there. I'm wondering, what is the state of philosophy and consciousness and these kinds of ideas in Russia that you've gotten a chance to kind of give us interact with?
Yeah, so on the former question, yeah, I mean, I had really good experience of chatting to Daniel Dennett. I mean, I think he's a fantastic and very important philosopher, even though I totally fundamentally disagree with almost everything he thinks. But yeah, it was a proud moment. Well, as I talked about it in the book Galileo's Error, I managed to persuade him he was wrong about something, just a tiny thing, not his fundamental worldview. But it was this issue about whether dualism is consistent with conservation of energy. So Paul Churchland, who was also a philosopher, who was also on this boat, had argued they're not consistent because if there's an immaterial soul doing things in the brain, that's going to add to the energy in the system. So we have a violation of conservation. But it's not my point. Philosophers, materialist philosophers like David Papineau have pointed out that dualists tend to people dualists like David Chalmers call themselves naturalistic dualists. They want to bring consciousness into science. They think it's not physical, but they want to say it can be part of a law-governed world. So Chalmers believes in these psychophysical laws of nature over and above the laws of physics that govern the connections between consciousness and the physical world, and they could just respect conservation of energy, right? I mean, it could turn out that there are, just in physics, that there are multiple forces that all work together to respect conservation of energy. I mean, I suppose physics is pressing for a unified underlying theory, but there could be a plurality of different laws that all respect conservation. So why not ask more laws? So I raised this in Paul Churchland's talk, and I got a lot of, or as one of the Moscow University graduate students said afterwards, he says he had to ask him for the translation from his friend. They said,
they turned on you like a pack of wolves. And everyone was like, Patricia Church was like, so you believe in magic, do you? And I was like, no, I'm not even a duelist. I'm just making a pedantic point that this isn't a problem for duelists. Anyway, but that evening everyone went onto the island, except for some reason me and Daniel Dennett, and I went up on deck, and he's very, very practical, and he was unlike me. See, there's a bit of humility for the first time in this conversation.
We'll highlight that part.
Philip was a very humble man. He was carving the walking stick on deck, we hope you see that. Anyway, we started talking about this, and I was trying to press it, and he was saying, oh, but dualism is like nonsense, and why do you think? And I was just saying, no, just holding down on this specific point. And in the end, maybe I denied this, but he said, maybe that's right. And so I was like, yes.
It's a win. So what about a Center for Consciousness Studies?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I know a great deal to help you. I mean, I know they've done some great stuff. Dimitri, funded this thing, and also brought along some graduate students from Moscow State University, I think it is, and they have an active center there that's tries to bring people in. I think they're producing a book that's coming out that I made a small contribution to on different philosophers' opinions on God, I think, or some of the big questions. And yeah, so there's some really interesting stuff going on there. I'm afraid I don't really know more generally about philosophy in Russia.
Dmitry Volkov seems to be interesting. I was looking at all the stuff he's involved with. He met with the Dalai Lama. So he's trying to connect Russian scientists with the rest of the world, which is an effort that I think is beautiful for all cultures. So I think science, philosophy, all of these kind of fields, disciplines that explore ideas, collaborating and working globally, across boundaries, across borders, across just all the tensions of geopolitics is a beautiful thing. And he seems to be a somewhat singular figure pushing this up. He just stood out to me as somebody who's super interesting. I don't know if you have gotten a chance to interact with him. So he's definitely, I guess he speaks English pretty well, actually. So he's both an English speaker and a Russian speaker.
I think he's written a book on Dennett, I think called Boston Zombie. I think that's the title. Yeah, he's a big fan of Dennett. I think the original plan for this was just going to be, it was on free will and consciousness. There's going to be kind of people broadly in the Dennett type camp, but then I think they asked David Sharma's, then he was thinking, you need some people you disagree with. So he got invited, me, the panpsychist, and Martina Needle, who's very good dualist, substance dualist at University of Fribourg in Switzerland. So we were the official on-board opposition, and it was really
You get thrown off overboard.
nearly in the Arctic. Yeah, sailing around the Arctic on a sailing ship.
I'm glad you survived. You mentioned free will. You haven't talked to Sam. I would love to hear that conversation, actually.
Well, with Sam Harris.
With Sam Harris, yeah. So he talks about free will quite a bit. What's the connection between free will and consciousness to you? So if consciousness permeates all matter, the experience, the feeling like we make a choice in this world, like our actions are a result of a choice we consciously make to use that word loosely. What to you is the connection between free will and consciousness, and is free will an illusion or not?
Good question. So I think we need to be a lot more agnostic about free will than about consciousness, because I don't think we have the kind of certainty of the existence of free will that we do have with consciousness, because it could turn out that free will is an illusion. It feels as though we're free when we're really not. Whereas, I think the idea that nobody really feels pain, that we think we feel pain, but that's a lot harder to make sense of. However, what I do feel strongly about is I don't think there are any good either scientific or philosophical arguments against the existence of free will. And I mean strong free will in what philosophers call libertarian free will, in the sense that some of our decisions are uncaused. So I very much do disagree with someone like Sam Harris, who thinks there's this overwhelming case. I just think it's non-existent. I think it's ultimately an empirical question, but as we've already discussed, I just don't think we know enough about the brain to establish one way or the other at the moment.
We can build up intuition. First of all, as a fan of Sam Harris, as a fan of yours, I love just listen.
Yeah.
Well, speaking about terminology, so one thing that would be beautiful to watch. Here's my prediction: what happens with you and Sam Harris? You talk for 4 hours. And Sam introduced that episode by saying it was ultimately not as fruitful as I thought, because here's what's going to happen. You guys are going to be stuck for the first 3 hours talking about one of the terms and what they mean. Sam is so good at this. I think it's really important, but sometimes it gets stuck. Like, what does he say? Put a pin in that. He really gets stuck on the terminologies, which rightfully you have to get right in order to really understand what we're talking about, but sometimes you get stuck with it for the entire conversation. It's a fascinating dance, the one we spoke to in philosophy. If you don't get the terms precise, you can't really be having the same conversation. At the same time, it could be argued that it's impossible to get terms perfectly precise and perfectly formalized, so then you're also not going to get anywhere in the conversation. So it's a funny dance. You have to be both rigorous and every once in a while just let go, and then go back to being rigorous and formal, and then every once in a while let go. It's the difference between mathematics, the maths, and the poetry. Anyway,
I'm a big fan of Sam Harris. I think we're on the same page in terms of consciousness. I think pretty much. I mean, I'm not saying he's a panpsychist, but in our understanding of the hard problem, but yeah, I think maybe we should talk about free will without being too dragged down in the terminology about it.
you simply need to be open-minded, but you can still have intuitions about. So Sam Harris is a pretty sort of counterintuitive, and for some reason it gets people really riled up. The view of free will that it's an illusion, or it's not even an illusion. It's not that the experience of free will is an illusion. He argues that we don't even experience anything. To say that we even have the experience is incorrect. That there's not even an experience of free will. It's pretty interesting that claim, and it feels like you could build up intuitions about what is right and not. There's been some kind of neuroscience, there's been some cognitive science and psychology experiments to sort of see, what is the timing and the origin of the desire to make an action, and when that action is actually performed, and how you interpret that action being performed, how you remember that action, and all the stories we tell ourselves, all the neurochemicals involved in making a thing happen, all of it. What's the timing, and how does that connect with us if we decide to do something? And of course, there's a philosophical discussion about is there room in a material view of the world for an entity that somehow disturbs the determinism of physics. And those are all great effects, but it's nice. It feels like free will is more amenable to like a physics mechanistic type of thinking that is consciousness to really get to the bottom of it. It feels like if it was a race for the bar and we're betting money, it feels like we'll get to the bottom of free will faster than we go to the bottom of consciousness.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so there are different arguments here. I mean, so one argument I've heard Sam Harris give that's pretty common in philosophy is this sort of thought that we can't make sense of a middle way between a choice being determined by prior causes and it just being totally random and senseless, like the random decay of radioactive isotope or something. So I think there was a good answer to that by the philosopher Jonathan Lowe, who's not necessarily very well known outside academic philosophy, but is a hugely influential figure. I think one of the best philosophers of recent times. He sadly died of cancer a few years ago. He actually spent almost all of his career at Durham University, where I am. So it was one reason it was a great honour to get a job there. But anyway, his answer to that was, what makes the difference between a free action and a totally senseless one, senseless random event, is that free choice involves responsiveness to reasons. So again, we talked about this earlier. If I'm deciding whether to take a job in the US or to stay in the UK, I weigh up considerations, different standards of life maybe, or being close to family or cultural difference. I weigh them up and I, edge towards a decision. So I think that is sufficient to distinguish it. We're hypothetically supposing, trying to make sense of this idea, not saying it's real, but that could be enough to distinguish it from a senseless act. It's not a senseless random occurrence because the free decision involved responsiveness to reasons. So I think that just answers that particular philosophical objection. So what is the middle way between determined by prior causes and totally random? Well, there's an action, a choice that's not determined by prior causes, but it's not just random because the decision essentially involved responsiveness to reasons. So that's the answer to that. And I think actually that kind of thought also, I think you were hinting at the famous Libet experiments where he got his subjects to perform some kind of random action of pressing a button and then note the time they decided to press it, quote unquote, and then he's scanning the brains, and he claims to have found that about half a second before they consciously decided to press the button, the brain is getting ready to perform that action. So he claimed that about half a second before the person's consciously decided to press the button, the brain has already started the activity that's going to lead to the action. And then later people have claimed that there's a difference of maybe 7 to 10 seconds. I mean, there are all sorts of issues with these experiments. But one is that, as far as I'm aware, all of the quote-unquote choices they focused on are just these totally random, senseless actions, like just pressing a button for no reason. And I think the kind of free will we're interested in is free choice that involves responsiveness to reason, weighing up considerations. And those kind of free decisions might not happen like in an identifiable instant. You might, when you're weighing it up, should I get married? Should I, you might edge slowly towards one side or the other. And so it could be that maybe the limit, I think there are other problems with the limit stuff, but maybe they show that we can't freely choose to do something totally senseless, whatever that would mean. But that doesn't show we can't freely, in this strong libertarian sense, respond to considerations of reason and value. To be fair, it will be difficult to see what kind of experiment we can set up to test that, but just because we can't yet set up that kind of experiment, we shouldn't pretend more than we do. So yeah, so for those reasons, the third consideration raised is different again. This is the debate I had with Sean Carroll. Would this conflict with physics? I just think we don't know enough about the brain to know whether there are causal dynamics in the brain that are not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. And so then Sean Carroll says, well, that would mean our physics is wrong. So he focuses on the core theory, which is the name for standard model of particle physics plus the weak limit of general relativity. So, we can't totally bring quantum mechanics and relativity together, but actually the circumstances in which we can't bring them together are just in situations of very high gravity. For example, when you're about to go into a black hole or something. Actually, in terrestrial circumstances, we can bring them together in the core theory. And then Sean wants to say, well, we can be very confident that core theory is correct. And so if there were libertarian free will in the brain, the core theory would be wrong. And I think this is something I'm I'm not sure about, and I'm still thinking about it. I'm learning from my discussion with Sean, but I'm still not totally clear what it could be. Suppose we did discover strong emergence in the brain, whether it's free will or something else. Perhaps what we would say is not that the core theory is wrong, but we'd say the core theory is correct in its own terms, namely capturing the causal capacities of particles and fields. But then it's a further assumption whether they're the only things that are running the show. Maybe there are also fundamental causal capacities associated with systems. And then if we discover this strong emergence, then when we work out what happens in the brain, we have to look to the core theory, the causal capacities of particles and fields, and we have to look to what we know about these strongly emergent causal capacities of systems, and maybe they co-determine what happens in the system. So I don't know whether that makes sense or not, but I mean the more important point, and that's in a way a kind of branding point, how we brand this. The more important point is we just don't know enough about the workings of the brain to know whether there are strongly emergent causal dynamics, whether or not that would mean we have to modify physics, or maybe just we think physics is not the total story of what's running the show, but we just, if it turned out empirically that everything's reducible to underlying physics and chemistry, sure, I would drop any commitment to free libertarian free will in a heartbeat. It's an empirical question. Maybe that's why, as you say, principle is easier to get a grip on. But we're a million miles away from being at that stage.
Well, I don't know if we're a million miles. I hope we're not, because one of the ways I think to get to it is by engineering systems. So my hope is to understand intelligence by building intelligent systems, to understand consciousness by building systems that, let's say, the easy thing, which is not the easy thing, but the first thing, which is to try to create the illusion of consciousness. Through that process, I think you start to understand much more about consciousness, about intelligence. And the same with free will. I think those are all tied very closely together, at least from our narrow human perspective. And we try to engineer systems that interact deeply with humans, that form friends with humans, that humans fall in love with, and they fall in love with humans. Then you start to have to try to deeply understand ourselves, to try to deeply understand what is intelligence in the human mind, what is consciousness, what is free will. And I think engineering is just another way to do philosophy.
Yeah, no, I certainly think there's a role for that, and it would be an important consideration if we could seemingly replicate in an artificial way the ability to choose. That would be my consideration in thinking about these things. But there's still the question of whether that's how we do it. So even if we could replicate behavior in a certain way in an artificial system, it's not, until we understand the workings of our brains, it's not clear that's how we do it. And as I say, the kind of free will I'm interested in is where we respond to reasons, considerations of value. How would we tell whether a system was genuinely responding, grasping and responding to facts about value, or whether they were just replicating, giving the impression of doing so? I don't know even how to think about that.
On the process of building them, I think we'll get a lot of insights. And once they become conscious, what's going to happen is exactly the same thing as happening in chess now. Because once the chess engines far superseded the capabilities of humans just kind of forgot about them, or they used them to help them out to study and stuff. But we say, okay, let the engines be, and then we humans will just play amongst each other. Right? So they're just like dolphins and hamsters are not so concerned about humans, except for a source of food. They do their own thing and let us humans launch rockets into space and all that kind of stuff. They don't care. I think we're just focused on ourselves. But in the process of building intelligent systems, conscious systems, I think we'll get a deeper understanding of the role of consciousness in the human mind. And like, what are its origins? Is it the base layer of reality? Is it strongly emergent phenomena of the brain, or just as you some brilliant put here, you can do both. Like they're not just
Dealing with consciousness needs to be an interdisciplinary task. We need, philosophers, neuroscientists, physicists, engineers, replicating these things artificially, and all needs to be working in step. And I'm quite interested. I mean, a lot more and more scientists get in touch with me. Actually, saying that was one of the great things about I think that's come from writing a popular book. Not just getting the ideas out to the general audience, but getting the ideas out to scientists, and how scientists get to saying that this in some way connects to my work. And I would like to kind of start to put together an interdisciplinary network of scientists and philosophers and engineers, perhaps interested in a panpsychist approach. And because I think so far panpsychism has just been kind of justify its existence, and that's important. But I think once you just get on with an active research program, that's when people start taking it seriously.
Do you think we're living in a simulation?
No, I think
Is there some aspect of that thought experiment that's compelling to you within the framework of panpsychism?
it's an important and serious argument, and it's not to be laughed away. I suppose one issue I have with it is there's a crucial assumption there that consciousness is substrate independent, as the jargon goes, which means it's
No, right. Yeah, good point. Yeah.
it's software rather than hardware, right? It's dependent on organization rather than the stuff. Whereas as a panpsychist, I think consciousness is the stuff of the brain, it's the stuff of matter. So I think just taking the organizational properties, the software of my brain, and uploading them, you wouldn't get the stuff of my brain. So I'm actually worried if at some point in the future we start uploading our minds and we think, oh my God, Granny's still there, or I can email Granny after her body is rotted in the ground, and we'll start uploading our brains. It could be we're just committing suicide, we're just getting rid of our consciousness, and because I think that wouldn't, for me, preserve the experience. Just getting the software features. So that's a crucial premise of the simulation argument, because the idea in a simulated universe, I don't think you necessarily would have consciousness.
It's interesting that you, as a panpsychist, are attached, because to me, panpsychism would encourage the thought that there's not a significant difference. Like, at the very bottom, it's not substrate independent, but you can have consciousness in a human and then move it to something else. You can move it to the cloud, you can move it to the computer. It feels like that's much more possible if consciousness is the base layer.
Yes, certainly. It allows for the possibility of creating artificial consciousness, right? Because there's not souls, there aren't any kind of extra magic ingredients. So yeah, it definitely allows the possibility of artificial consciousness, and maybe preserving my consciousness in some sort of artificial way. My only point, I suppose, is just replicating the computational or organizational features would not, for me, preserve consciousness. I mean, look, some opponents of materialism disagree with me on that. I think David Jarman is an opponent of materialism. He's a kind of dualist, and he thinks the way these psychophysical laws work would not to the computational or organizational features of matter. So he thinks, I think you could upload your consciousness. I tend to think not. So in that sense, we're not living in a simulation in the sort of specific computational view, and that substrate matters. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And in that you were shocked out that physics matters.
Yeah, I think it's our best way of capturing what the stuff of the world does.
Yeah, but not the what does. The being of the stuff.
Yeah, the isness.
The isness, thank you.
No, Russell Brand, I had a conversation with Russell Brand and he said, oh, you mean the isness? Oh, that's a good way to put it.
Isness. Isness. That's what it's supposed to be. It's a big, ridiculous question. What do you think is the meaning of all of this? You write in your book, the entry for our reality and Hitchhiker's Guide. And I read, the physical universe whose intrinsic nature is constituted of consciousness, work of physics. So our whole conversation is more about the first part of that sentence. What about the second part? Work of physics. Why is this place worth a visit? Why does it have meaning? Why does it have value at all? Why?
These are big questions. I mean, firstly, I do think panpsychism is important to think about for considerations of meaning and value. As we've already discussed, I think consciousness is the root of everything that matters in life. You know, from deep emotions, subtle thoughts, beautiful sensory experiences. And yet, I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness. That's controversial, but that's what I think. And I think people feel this on an intuitive level. It's maybe part of what Max Weber called the disenchantment of nature. You know, that they think they know their feelings and experiences are not just electrochemical signaling. I mean, they might just have that very informed intuition, but I think that can be rigorously supported. So I think this can lead to a sense of alienation and a sense that we lack a framework for understanding the meaning and significance of our lives. And in the absence of that, people turn to other things to make sense of the meaning of their lives, like nationalism, fundamentalist religion, consumerism. So I think panpsychism is important in that regard, in bringing together the quantitative facts of physical science with the, as it were, the human truth, by which I just mean the qualitative reality of our own experience. As I've already said, I do think there are objective facts about value and what we ought to do and what we ought to believe that we respond to. That's very mysterious to make sense of, both how there could be such facts and how we could know about them and respond to them. But I do think there are such facts, and they're mostly to do with kinds of conscious experience.
So they're discovered, and much of the human condition is to discover those objective sources of value.
I think so, yeah. And then, I mean, moving away from panpsychism to at an even bigger level, I suppose I think it is important to me to live in hope that there's a purpose to existence, and that what I do contributes in some small way to that greater purpose. But I would say I don't know if there's a purpose to existence. I think some things point in that direction, some things point away from it. But I don't think you need certainty or even high probability to have faith in something. So to take an analogy, suppose you've got a friend who's very seriously ill, maybe there's a 30% chance they're going to make it. You shouldn't believe your friend's going to get better, because they're probably not. But what you can say is, you say to your friend, I have faith that you're going to get better. That is, I choose to live in hope about that possibility. I choose to orientate my life towards that hope. Similarly, I don't think we know whether or not there's a purpose to existence, but I think we can make the choice to live in hope of that possibility, and I find that a worthwhile and fulfilling way to live.
So maybe as your editor, I would collaborate with you on the edit of the Hitchhiker's Guide entry that instead of worth the visit, we'll insert hopefully worth the visit. Or the inhabitants hope that you would think is worth the visit. Philip, you're an incredible mind, an incredible human being, and indeed are humble. And I'm really happy that you're able to argue and take on some of these difficult questions with some of the most brilliant people in the world, which are the philosophers thinking about the human mind. So this was an awesome conversation. I hope you continue talking to folks like Sam Harris. I'm so glad you talked to Joe. I can't wait to see what you write, what you say, what you think next. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks very much, Lex. It's been a really fascinating conversation. I've got a lot I need to think about actually just from this conversation, but thanks for chatting to me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Phil Goff. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Jung. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own souls. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Get some extra content, some goodies.
She was fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself, why? Is it the rash guard? Yes.
I talk so much shit that I'm like, man, if I lose, this is gonna be rough.
You already just shut the fuck up. I got you, man. You were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola. I want more.
And then I smacked him and he didn't fight anymore.
And I'm not impressed by that. If George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov face each other in their prime, I'm here with three individuals, each of whom are considered by many to be the greatest of all time in each of their respective disciplines. The greatest MMA fighter of all time, George St. Pierre. The greatest martial arts coach of all time, Tom Donahue. And the greatest submission grappler of all time, Gordon Ryan. So let me ask the first question. You guys can see the question, no preparation. What is the key to your success, each of you? One thing, multiple things that come to mind. John, go first. Is it the rash bar? Yes.
I like that you choose John's right off the bat.
I'm the most nervous.
You inspire us to give the right answer.
For me, it's about finding a way to work in a world where most of the answers are already known. In any developed sport, by the time you enter that sport, most of the basic precepts, the major techniques, the major mechanical understandings of the sport are long since worked out. And so, in a highly developed world, the key to success is to be able to identify some area of the industry that you're in, which is currently undervalued. To do what the other people do. Deep in that, everyone has a view of these are the main skills of the industry I work in. At any given time, some set of skills, attributes, will always be somewhat undervalued. They're underappreciated by the people in the game. You see that in any given industry, there are always trends which change the nature of the industry over time. So, fashion trends. In the clothing industry, you'll see at any given time there's a general wave of fashion which pushes most people in the industry in a given direction at a given time. What makes people stand out is the ability to look at the various possibilities out there and say, here is something which is genuinely useful, but which is currently being underused, underutilized. And I want to bring that back in and develop it. And because it's an inherently useful product, it will be very, very successful in its initial applications against people who aren't currently using it. If you can do this in whatever industry you're in, I believe you'll be highly successful. So this applies both for actual specific techniques and also tactics as well in the case of jiu-jitsu. So, for example, in my sport, leg locks have always been around. Okay, this is
no shortage of people who look back in history who are applying leg locks. Nonetheless, as in across the industry, leg locks were undervalued and underappreciated. There was a general sense in which most of the leading figures in the sport, for most of the history of the sport, who tended to de-emphasize leg locks. And when I looked at them, I said there was immense potential, but it wasn't being realized and needed to be changed. Since then, that has more or less occurred. Now, most people coming into the sport understand that leg locks are an important aspect, and they're no longer undervalued. If anything, it's gone too far the other way, and now that's the undervalued. And this kind of fashion trend exists in every industry. And the job of anyone who wants to excel in the given industry is to be able to identify, okay, what are the things that are currently out of fashion and undervalued, and then look at what is their actual objective value, and then work to bring them back to the forefront.
John brought up fashion. George is wearing a really sexy shirt. So, assuming that's not the reason, is there something that comes to mind as the key to success?
Well, of course, everybody knows the famous and sort of every athlete saying, oh, it could be genetic and I was maybe gifted, I had certain predisposition, I worked really hard. But I think something that people don't talk enough is when everybody sometimes go right, I was never afraid to try to go left. And I felt many times trying to do things that were not known to be things that brought me success. But I tried it. Very often I was the first of trying to do things. And I found many times, but certain times it gave to me a certain advantage. And for example, I was sometimes fighting guys that much better wrestling background than me on paper. And nobody before that fought those guys. Nobody had dared to try to take them down because their wrestling pedigree was so good. And I didn't have on paper the wrestling pedigree that these guys fight. But when everybody tried to go right, I was going left. I fought them in a different way. And that was the blueprint to beat some of these guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so we'll actually talk about a few fights with just it's fascinating. But let's say at the higher level, Gordon, again, sticking on fashion, may I compliment your incredible badass hat. We should say we're in Texas now, so he's become a Texan overnight. So, what is there something you can speak to that you attribute to as a key to success?
Yeah, so first of all, there has to be a rule where you don't ask us all the same questions because how am I supposed to compete with the answer John just gave? There's nothing I can do that's going to help that.
Yeah.
But I think it's, there's many things, but I think another one thing is John. When I came in, I was a blue belt and I was beating brown and black belts in competition already. But he really changed my way of thinking about the sport. I would just come in and if something wasn't working, I would just do it harder and faster and more aggressively, and that just degenerated into me spastically me sliding into cross country ground meet against Eddie Cummings for 6 months and then just getting killed repeatedly. And I'm like, this is not working. And Eddie, like when I met him, was like chubby, librarian looking guy. And I'm like 6'2", like jacked, like 170. And I'm like, there's no way I'm losing to a guy who looks like this. But he just kept heel hooking me, so I would just go harder and harder, and it would work. And then John's like, well, if you learn to leg locks, like, you might have some more success. And then I was like, yeah, that probably makes sense. And from then on, I kind of just changed the way I thought about the sport. Instead of doing things harder, I would actually try to get better at jiu-jitsu.
Do you remember like a turning point where you became as opposed to being mediocre, not just a technique, but an approach to great?
I think it was somewhere around brown belt level when I was training consistently. I started training full time with John when I was purple belt, mid-level purple belt. Towards the end of my brown belt days, I was beating up like legitimate like ADCC champions in the gym. So I think like brown to black belt was a big thing for me. And then when I won my first EBI, I started Yuri, won ADCC
UFC. I beat Rothschild. So I think that was like my turning point as a competitor. But I think I started to reach world level a little bit before that. I think somewhere around brown belt, mid level to late level brown belt.
Was it some of that mental? Like, was there a moment when you, like, after a training session, you realized I could actually do this? I could be at the top of the world.
Yeah,
World class.
the critical moment for me was when I think it was right when I got my black belt, maybe a few months before I got my black belt. We had the former ADCC champion come into the gym, and we did a hard round together. And I think I submitted him like 4 or 5 times. And no one knew who I was. I never won anything up to that point. And I was like, okay, like if this is like one of the best guys in the world, and I can submit him multiple times around. I think that this is like something that I actually could do professionally and make a career out of this.
Okay, so the actual performance was like you didn't need to believe before you perform. Like a lot of Olympic gold medalists, they have to believe before they can perform because like they're getting their ass kicked for a long time.
Yeah, I think the best way for me to believe in something is to have repeated success doing it against high level guys. Like I'm not going to just believe I can do double leg like double leg on anybody. So for me, the belief came from the repeated success in the gym.
Yeah, but to get to the point where you're submitting somebody like Yuri Samal is like one of the greatest grapplers ever. It's a long journey.
Yes, but I had the confidence, I had the belief in myself because of the success that I had in the gym prior to that event.
Even and it's one step at a time. First, it's the brown belt, then it's the black belt, then it's world class. Okay. George, was there a turning point for you when you thought like I can actually do this?
Yes, I always dreamed to become champion. And I think the turning point that there was 2 turning points, and they were my 2 losses. First, the losses to Matt Hughes. I went to that fight just to not lose. I was not fighting to win. And it's after the fight when I watched the replay of the fight, I realized I was doing pretty well, but during the fight in my own mind, I was not seeing it that way. I thought I was getting dominated by you like 100%. When I watched the replay, I was like, I can't beat this guy. I was beating it until I made that stupid mistake. So that was very frustrating, but that's what gave me the mental, the championship level mentality. And then I became a little bit overconfident because I started beating everybody after that, and I start to believe the hype of people when they look at me. They're like, "Oh, he's the new up and coming superstar, and he's gonna be unstoppable." And then when I became champion, I lost to Sarah. So before I believe my first failure was because I had a lack of confidence. And my second failure was because I was overconfident. I think there's a perfect center of confidence. I mean, it's good to be confident because like John taught me, my confidence it's like money in your bank account. If you can have all the skills of the world, right, and you don't have the confidence, it's like often you can be a millionaire, but you don't have access to your bank account. So that's a little bit the analogy that John told me. So that's how I feel that the confidence plays for an athlete. But to be overconfident, I think it's always good to be aware, be afraid of what can happen. So to have a perfect balance of confidence and fear, to me, that's what mentally gave me the edge. I believe successful as well.
Playing off that, John gave me a speech one time, and he was like, you have to be able to like flip a switch and turn it off. Where like a guy like Mayweather or someone who presents super confident, and he's the character of someone who's like, no one can beat me, I'm the best that there ever was, and that's it. But if you look at me, actually train very hard. You can't play the persona of no one can beat me and have it translated to your life and just think that you're so good that you don't have to do anything and no one can beat you. You have to be able to play that public persona of no one can beat me, but then you have to actually do the training to make that happen. You can't believe your own hype and say it. I can just do whatever I want. No one's ever going to beat me. If you have to switch between the persona and the actual athlete, and that made a big difference for me.
It's tough because like you dominate such a large fraction of the world in grappling, and the George too, just the perfect dominance after this too. It's hard for the confidence not to just like how do you avoid the confidence not becoming a thing that would be completely
For me, it's just number one, the guys in the gym are so tough. So the guys in the gym that I train with are always like nipping at my butt and always giving me new problems as well. And for me, it's really just about trying to learn new stuff over time. So that keeps it interesting for me. And it's not really about no one can beat me. I don't have to train. I can do whatever I want. It's more what keeps me in the gym is more about the fact that I'm learning new stuff all the time and working on something new, progressing to new levels at all times. I don't just come in and do the same thing over and over again, and that gets boring. You just come in and you don't learn anything new, and you just do the same stuff for years at a time, and you go, okay, this is boring. So when you have new stuff to work on and new goals, short-term and long-term goals reached, then it makes it interesting.
it's for me it's a little bit like Gordon says is the fair because sometimes in the gym even before I was getting my butt kicked. But I don't care what happened in the gym. I mean, it hit my ego, of course, because I'm a proud person. I'm a competitor, even in the gym. But it's not a malicious competition. Competition between each other. When you fight, you have to be malicious and go there to work it out. But it hit me in terms of my pride when I got beat in the gym, of course. But that fear, that I don't want it to happen in public, especially not during a fight. That what help me keeps the balance between confidence and fear. It's kind of weird. It's a mixture of both that I believe to me help me to have the right mindset.
And I talk so much shit that I'm like, man, if I lose, this is going to be rough. So
Yeah, you put a lot of. I mean, that's the hard thing to do when you talk shit and when you play the heel. It's so much before the pressure. I mean, you have to be good under pressure. It's the Conor McGregor thing.
you know, the reason I actually started talking shit was actually like indirectly because of George. because
I will become the opposite.
I won my first EBI, and I didn't talk shit, and everyone was like being like, oh, you can only beat Yuri because he was tired or this or that. And if they have a rematch under any of the rules that you've lost, I'm like trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. So I'm scrolling through George's feed one day. He posted a clip of him beating someone, and I look at the comments, and with this in mind, I'm like, George is the nicest person of all time. And if you look at the comments, it's like 10,000 comments, and like 9,900 are just people calling him like, all you do is lay and pray, you pussy, you suck, you can't finish anybody. And I'm just like, looking at this, and I'm like, people are going to say what they're going to say regardless. They're going to talk shit regardless, so you may as well just say whatever you want and then just be yourself.
Is there some aspect of like mentioning Conor McGregor? He crossed the line with Khabib, his eyes of Khabib. Is there something you ever regret while crossing the line, or just that you ever feel like there's a line, or do you just keep pushing the line?
I basically play it per person. I basically fire back with like one step above what they do.
So it's plus one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I usually go hard, like I fire a bullet, then I drop a nuke, and then after that initial shot, then we go back and forth, and I'll just keep one up there.
So there's a lot of people that love you, but there's also a lot of people that love to hate you. So, like, what do those people like energize you, or do you just is it funny to you? Like, what as an athlete, as a performance, you should not think about that as like a fun thing.
It's just like a fun thing that you can be out about. Like because most of them that like talk shit, they like just say something that's factually incorrect. So then I just argue with like actual statistics. And it's just like you suck or you're not going to beat this person. I'm like I've already seen it that way. So it riles them up and it's just a fun thing for me to do.
Yeah, your responses are usually very factual. I appreciate it. Thank you. You start by talking trash, but then you respond with science.
Yeah,
it's great.
It's a good mix.
It's a good mix.
I mean, on the topic of haters, or more specifically, sort of doubts within yourself and doubts around you as you're coming out. Maybe George, you can comment on what you think you and John completely in this conversation. I was going to ask another question, but let me just ask on this topic. Are there times in your life that you were surrounded by people that doubted you? So, is there something you could say as by way of advice how you overcome the doubt, either yourself or others around you?
The first time I manifest my desire to become a professional mixed martial art athlete, everybody doubted me. Just not even, I'm not talking about UFC, just to become a professional fighter, everybody doubted me. And I became a professional fighter. I had a few amateur fights, I won them all, and I fought my first fight in Montreal. I won, and I became a professional. Then I told people that I wanted to fight in UFC. Everybody doubted me again. So it's a normal thing. So I worked my way up, beating a few guys. Then at the time, Pete Spratt was just knocked out Robbie Lawler with leg kick. And the person who was my agent at the time did a great move for me. So he brought Pete Spratt in Montreal to fight me. Pete Spratt came to Montreal, and I believe he didn't know who I was. He thought that he was coming to collect an easy paycheck, and I ended up beating it. So that gave me the opportunity to fight in UFC. And after I was in UFC, I wanted to become champion of the world, Matt Hughes was there, and he seems invincible at the time. So everybody doubted me again. World champion. And after when I was world champion, I wanted to be competing against other world champions of other weight class for the title, for the legacy and everything. So I was no longer competing against my opponent. I was, as a competitor, you never want to be satisfied, because when satisfaction is the death, when you're satisfied, you better retire. So you always have to find motivation. What you can have more. I want more. Don't be satisfied. So I wanted to be the best. As I was competing, like become the best. And of course, people doubt you all the time. Every time you say something that is outside of the norm, of the normality. When I say there's nothing normal, but I'm talking about manifest your desire to do something that takes special attribute to succeed, or that is something that is hard to do. For sure, you're gonna always have people that love you. It's so strange that people they don't lean into supporting, like people that love you too. Yeah, even the people that love you doubt me. And I believe you need to use that as a positive thing, as a motivation to prove them wrong. So for me, that was the thing. When someone doubted me, nothing gave me more energy, because I want to prove it wrong. I want to look at him in the face and say, "Hey, you see it? I got you, man. I did it." So, John, do you ever use this in one way or the other by saying, "I want you to do this to motivate them to prove you wrong," or more general question of, the mental toughness required to achieve, or confidence required to achieve greatness? Like, what's your role as a coach when you have these two athletes? With regards to your first question, would I ever say to someone, "You can't do this," as a kind of reverse psychology? I know. My job is to prepare people first and foremost with their skills. And as Corey pointed out earlier, if you're in any way a rational human being and you're noticing that you're getting tremendous success with a given move in the gym against high-level opponents, who give a good read on what your actual opponent in a competition is like, you would have to be a moron to help recognize that kind of success and say, "This is something I should be building into my game," and you will carry the confidence that you earned in the gym into the arena. So I never try to use reverse psychology. I know that everything I do in terms of confidence is to use physical skills. I know people say, "Oh, there's physicality on the one hand, there's mentality on the other," and confidence is squarely in the mental aspect of the
underpinnings and beginnings of confidence are physical. A rational human being will see where that having success and where that having failure, and confidence will surround those areas where they're having success and will degenerate in cases where they're having failure. So my job as a coach is to set them up for success in the gym with a given set of skills, and I don't have to do anything psychologically after that. I just, if I can set you up to be highly successful with a given move or a set of tactics 10 times in a row against quality opposition in the gym, I don't have to do a damn thing when it comes to instilling confidence. I would tell people, hey, you're doing a really good job at it, it's much more. But when they nod and agree, I'm not trying to force anything on them. They already recognize that long before the words get come out. But on the other hand, intelligent, rational people will recognize when they're failing from given moves, and no amount of talk on my part can ever change that. If I teach a given arm lock and 15 times in a row tries it over a month and all 15 failures, there's nothing I can say verbally. I will say, hey, you're really good at that move. So, bullshit. Terrible. And that will create a crisis of confidence where Gordon no longer believes the words coming out of my mouth. So I will never compromise that.
But isn't there a line? You just said 15. Is there? You have to believe that doing this arm lock 15 times over a period of a month is worth it, because eventually you might get it.
I think that's a separate issue. That's a separate issue. But there are times where I've more or less pushed athletes to go in a certain direction. For example, when I first met Gary Toner, he never had a guillotine strength. And I would say to Gary, you're a scrambler. Like, one of the greatest weapons of scramblers you can develop is a guillotine. It should be in your arsenal. And he was like, you don't have to scramble from the back. So there's going to be a day you can't take someone back. And it's always good to be able to strangle from front and back. Okay, of course we all prefer to strangle from the back, that makes sense. But there's going to come a day where it's going to be useful for you. And so that was one of the few times where I put my foot down and said, you're learning this, shut the fuck up. And
you literally wouldn't teach him anything else until he got a guillotine. And Gary would ask him a question. He's like, what's the guillotine?
And for the first 3 months, as gifted as Gary is, most Gary gets it in minutes. There was something going on that Gary just couldn't get people. And finally, after around 3 months, he started having some success until ultimately gave one of his best weapons. We had to go through like 15 different variations of it until he found one which actually was reliably for him. And that was one of the few times where I put myself down and said, no, you have to look for this.
And the long search has to do the physical characteristics. I think you figure out the right.
It makes sense. It made sense in the case of Gary Toner because there were more opportunities per minute of his grappling 40 teams. The investment of time was worth it. For another athlete, I might have said, well, he hardly gets in the situation with front headlocks or guillotines, so it's not even worth investing the training time.
I'm asking a question on the competition side. You mentioned haters. Do you think about this aspect of the competition, the athletes?
It's a great question, and the answer is no. You can see that you couldn't find two more polar opposites psychologically than George St. Pierre and this monstrosity on my left. And I've never said to my athletes, hey, I think this is the sort of demeanor you should carry yourself with. I'm myself a very flawed character, and I'm the last person on earth who should be delving out moral advice to other people. The only thing is that of course, I believe some things are off limits, but as long as it's done in the context of sport where no one's physically attacking people, doing anything crazy, or it just goes completely over the top, then I give almost zero moral advice to my athletes. I'm a jiu-jitsu coach, not a preacher.
And actually, if I may, we are entertainers.
We're athletes, we're professional athletes, but we make a living because of people what you see us
same thing an actor, same thing singer. A lot of the time, especially in the fight game, an event is promoted. It needs to be with emotion. Love me, hate me, but do not ignore me. And when it's authentic, it's done well. I think me, my favorite fighters to watch are the ones that have some sort of a bad persona. I really enjoy watching those guys because they bring an emotion into a fight, which is great. I feel to me it's more interesting to watch when there is an emotion involved. And I believe that's why some fighters make more money than others. You know what I mean? That's the reason why I think I did it. Yeah, they're very entertaining. But you're right, the authenticity. It's actually something very interesting. Then it's time to break out some secrets. Like you think of Jordan St. Pierre, you think of like the highly technical, polished martial artist. Do you know who his favorite fighters to watch were? You'd probably be thinking, oh, probably someone who's really technically advanced. Actually, it was Mark Coleman, Kevin Randleman, and Phil Baroni. He used to love watching it. That was a hammer house. That was his favorite. He would love those guys. And whenever their fights were on, we watched the hammer house crew. And it's funny what you said about how those guys brought an intensity to MMA that was off the charts. If you ever met those guys in their prime, let me tell you, it was something to behold. And they had this crazy, larger than life personality. Most of the things they did made no sense whatsoever. But that was their appeal. And these guys, George would love to watch them once. You never knew what could happen to these guys. I remember when Mark Coleman won the fight Rabbi, it was in my living room. I was jumping, I was so happy. Yeah! He beat Igor Barchev. But to me, it was amazing. You know what I mean? Because of the emotion that they brought to the fight. George is actually very interested by something he said that normally when I ask what is the appeal of a given fighter and what makes people watch a fight, you talked about the idea that fighters are entertainers, and that's absolutely correct. That they are. It's this weird industry where you're both an athlete and an entertainer, and you need to be successful in both regards to become financially successful. Insofar as your favorite athletes to watch, at least people who are almost like a polar opposite you are, I've always said that most people, if you look at, say, 1 million people watch a pay-per-view event, what percentage of those 1 million people have a genuine technical understanding of what's happening as they watch a fight? It's tiny. It's absolutely tiny. The vast majority of people who watch a professional fight have almost no technical understanding of what's going on in front of them. So how do they relate to the fight? What's the only way they can? It's through emotion. And so when they get a sense that these two don't like each other, then they can relate to the fight. But only a tiny percentage of people watching a given professional fight can relate to it on a technical level. The overwhelming majority will always form an emotional attachment to the fight. That's why when you see shows like UFC Prime Time, they never focus on tactics and techniques of the fight. They focus on the emotional elements, the preparation, the view of their own family members as athletes get ready. It's always an emotional pull, because that's how 99% of the viewers relate to the fight. If I think about chess, okay, if I had minimal knowledge of two world champions who come to fight each other in or match up against each other in a game of chess, I know so little about chess tactics, and I can't really form any kind of technical appreciation of what's going on on the board. But if you tell me that these two chess players hate each other's guts and they've got a rivalry which goes back 5 years, and they've said this and that about each other in public, then suddenly my ears pick up and I'm like, oh, okay, this sounds interesting.
because I just don't have the knowledge to appreciate what's going on the board and the chess game to be able to appreciate the technical nuances of what you're doing. So any interest that I have in the chess match is going to have to come from some kind of emotional level because I'm just not qualified to make technical assessments. And that's exactly how it is in the case of both grappling and mixed martial arts. That's why the ones who evoke the most attention are always the ones who can form some kind of emotional appeal. Conor McGregor was the all-time master of this. I believe emotion can be used as a weapon. For example, I've learned this from my favorite boxer is Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard, I remember I was very young, so I watched his fight later when I was older. I know that Sugar Ray Leonard was the best boxer ever to me. And I don't think nobody could beat him. I think he was skill-wise was the best. However, when he fought in Montreal, Roberto Duran made it in a way that Leonard became very emotional. He wanted to stand in front of Duran and fight a different fight that he normally does because he wanted to show that he's a man. And he lost that fight, which was a mistake. Then later on, he beat Roberto Duran quite easy. You know, the fair that everybody remember the no last thing. But my point is, emotion can be used in a way that it can make or derail your opponent out of his game plan. And I felt a lot of my opponent trying to do that. So that's why I never got involved. That was my way to defend myself against some kind of bully, to put like a shield in front. Some other guy like Gordon, he expressed himself differently. Of course, there's a language barrier, but for him, he's better at giving back. He's a better counter attacker. So that's the way he responds to the aggression of an emotional attack. I think everybody's different in that regard.
What's interesting that John said that he doesn't study the tactics of this game, or maybe you're not interested in the tactics of this game, because it seems like this is more than just being an entertainer. It seems like it could be an effective part of the match. Yeah, I just feel like whatever investment you're making there is it's going to get negligible rewards. This one's probably going to take to one match in front of you rather than the totality of your career. And whatever gains you get out of psychological trickery play typically don't last long. You raised an excellent example with Sugar Ray Leonard. He did fight outside of his usual manner of that guy. But rather than me try to tell someone, hey, behave like this before a fight, I would have been probably more forceful between rounds with athletes and fighting this right the wrong way. That would have a much more beneficial impact on my athlete than psychological trickery before a fight. I believe another example of emotion that leads to failure is Jose Aldo. I think that's Conor McGregor. I think it was on purpose that Conor McGregor did this, tried to make Aldo to become over aggressive to open it himself, and this is the next time he counter puncher. That's what I believe. He made a mistake.
That's another great one. My match against Cyborg, 2018 W Worlds, where he didn't even try to win. He just wanted to smack me in the face the whole time. He was so angry. I was talking shit to him before the match, and it was like the finals with Absolute. It was the biggest match of the weekend, and he just didn't even try to pass my guard or anything. He just wanted to hit me in the face, and I was like, sick. I just won.
He was incredibly frustrated.
Yeah.
Fascinating to watch. He's like a grown man to lose composure. One thing I've always been very impressed with you, and that's no matter how heated talk gets before a match with you, when you go out to grapple, you're absolutely cold. Like I've never gone into a match carrying anything other than just cold-blooded calculation, and you've always been able to separate very well the idea of words and deeds. And I think that's always been one of your strongest assets. The way
I often measure this is when a match is over, I will ask the athlete questions about the match. And if they can't answer the question, what were you doing in the fourth match? Okay, what was that setup you used in the third match that got you into thinking more about? If they can't answer that, that tells me they were just fighting on instincts and emotion. But with Gordon, it's like a logbook. It's like, okay, the seventh minute, you went for that Judy Tommy setup on the left side. What were you thinking? You can always give an answer. He's absolutely stone cold. Speaking of emotion, Gordon, you will potentially, if you're healthy, face Andre Galvao in the ECC coming up in the fight. Who is Andre Galvao for people who don't know? Can you tell the story of your beef with the emotional interaction in that?
Yeah. So Andre is he's considered the greatest UDCC competitor of all time, multiple time black belt world champion, winningest ADCC champion ever. He has six gold medals, and I've been trying to compete against him pretty much forever. Like since I got my black belt in 2016, I've been trying to get matches with him. He was in the first EBI that I did, and he ended up pulling out. And then I've been trying to get matches with him, and he would always say no, give one reason or another. And then after the last ADCC, I was like, hey, Andre said he was retiring after this competition. So if he wants to retire, he's the greatest ADCC competitor of all time. And I think it's great. But if he wants to compete, then that's great. He also super nice. And then he started posting passive aggressive Instagram captions, and we started going back and forth on the internet. And it was one point where I saw him in person when he acknowledged, I understand what you're doing, pump this fight up. He was totally on board. And then there must have been something that happened where it changed from him going along with it to being actually pissed. And then there was the one night at Flow where I went to go shake his hand, and he flipped me off, and then he followed me backstage and started to try to fight me. And then I smacked him, and then he didn't want to fight anymore. And then we've been going back. And he's actually blocking on Instagram now, so he just won't engage. No one from Athos will engage now, but it's going to be interesting how he shows up, if he can keep it under control or not.
Do you think, how do you explain that level of emotion? Is this fear of losing your throne? Or is it just a human being like a cyborg just becoming emotionally unstable?
It might just be me. I just have a way to get into people's skin. It's just, I don't know. He was cool for a while, and then I don't know. And everyone gets like this. They're all so emotional by the time they actually step up to the meet. It's pretty easy to read them. They're either so emotional that they want to actually come forward and beat me, like Tim Squibb's perfect example at ADCC. I posted on my story on Instagram 10 minutes before a match. I said what I'm going to do to Tim Spriggs is going to be criminal. And he's a very stalling guy, and he saw that, and he came out and actually tried to fight me. And he came and actually engaged my guard, and I ended up submitting him. So it either has that effect, or it has the effect where they know I've talked so much shit leading up to the match that they're so afraid to lose that they just get super stalled in his way. So it either has one effect where they come forward and they want to beat me, or they're so afraid of getting submitted that they know if they engage, they're super cagey and they just back away and don't really do anything.
Do you think this match happens?
There's a lot of variables. One, I have to see how my stomach is. Two, if I'm actually going to show up and compete, my stomach's healthy, I doubt that Andre will actually show up to compete. I've been trying to compete against him for 6 years, and he hasn't done it, so there's no reason to think he would now.
Is it possible for you to speak to where your estimates are about your stomach, or is it not too unclear for now?
Still too early to tell. I have this round of treatment that I'm doing until late February, and I'm pretty sure I need to do the same test they did initially, retest all my levels, and go from there. So I've been feeling a little bit better. It's not nearly as bad as it used to be. I was explaining to someone the other day, for the last 4 years, I would be so nauseous that every time I would walk into a new room, I'd have to actively locate a garbage can in case I have to throw up. So I'm one step above that right now. I'm doing a little bit better than that. So it's definitely getting a little bit better, but it's not where it needs to be.
Can we talk about diet for just a second? Because both of you, George and Gordon, suffered from stomach issues of different kind, and have arrived for
at different places. Can you maybe, George, speak to the general question of what is the best diet for performance, for training? Like, what have you learned through your career about this?
Well, I think everybody's different. To me, personally, I implement fasting, time-restricted eating, and prolonged fasting.
What's the longest you've done so far?
The longest I've done is 5 days. I do it quite often. I do 4 times a year. I do 3 to 5 days water fast. And I liked it. It helps me with inflammation. I think it boosts the immune system. And that does some of the I've heard about this. And it helps me also feel good. It's kind of very therapeutic.
Physical and mental.
Mental and physical, because when I break my fast and I sit at the table with other people, it doesn't matter what I eat. If we all eat the same thing, I always tell them, I said, my food right now tastes better than all of yours, because I have this thing that I believe sometimes you need to put yourself into suffering to realize how pleasurable something is. And I tend personally, like diet-wise, I eat whatever I want, whenever I don't. I no longer have any problem with this. But if I would have a competition coming up, like knowing that what I know now about my body, I would orient myself more towards an animal-based diet. That's because I tried different things, and that's the kind of diet that I believe helped me having less inflammation and feel better in terms of performance for doing something physical.
High protein, high fat.
Well, I think this is it's different between animal-based diet and keto. I mean, there's carbs. There's a lot of fruit. I get a lot of carbs from the fruit. A lot of organs. I know a little bit about paleontology and the past about prehistoric human, and I know that. And not only about that, I know because I was in certain places in the world. I went to visit the Maasai in Africa, the hunter-gatherer tribe, and I know that when they kill an animal, they go for the organs first. And I know most predatory animals do this. So organs, I believe, is something that normally in our culture and the western part of the world we don't really eat, but it's something that is very nutritious.
Have you been able to convince Gordon to try that?
We always talk about diets.
It's a different situation. I think for Gordon, he's a heavyweight. He doesn't want to lose weight. He want a heavyweight. The range of like my range was like I was a welterweight, weight, but a heavyweight. Some of the guys he can compete against, they might be 300 pounds. So if you lose weight, it's a big problem. You know what I mean? So. And there's things that will work for me that might not work for Gordon. So you have to make his own experience. And I told Gordon sometimes when everybody goes left, try to go right, see how you feel.
Not a topic that's part of your optimization, optimal performance formula.
Well, what I used to do for my stomach issues, and for those of you listening who don't know, I had recurring staph infections in 2018. And I took a bunch of oral antibiotics, and I just completely wiped out my stomach. So I just was diagnosed. It was misdiagnosed as gastroparesis. So for those of you messaging me on Instagram or just watching Rogan asking me about my gastroparesis, that's not what I have. They misdiagnosed it, and I did some other tests. And for 4 years, I didn't even know what it was. And then I got this doctor in California who diagnosed me with H. pylori, and then a fungal and a bacterial overgrowth in my small intestines. So the issues in the small intestines. So what I used to do was like seasons where I'd have a very clean season where I was body weight, and I would do like an off season kind of bodybuilder where I would eat a lot more food and a little bit dirtier food, and I would have cheeseburgers and pizza at nighttime to have the extra calories. But now I can't eat those foods because they upset my stomach. So now I pretty much just try to eat whatever I can and maintain the weight the best I can based on how my stomach feels. So right now it's like rice, chicken, eggs, fish, vegetables, fruits,
much nothing else. Like anything hard to digest, anything spicy, red meat, fast food, all that's hard for me.
which sucks because it
All
tells
that
us.
things, barbecue.
Then, I mean, this diet is really important for the time, I can tell. It's just, like, is that something you think about for athletes at all? Yeah, this is part of it. To be honest with you, I've never seen any measurable improvement in sports performance in jiu-jitsu by the change of diet. I do believe that diet is important for longevity in human beings, and I do think it makes a difference, especially once you get past the age of 40. With regards to longevity, for older athletes, I do believe it makes some difference. But my observation is in athletes in their youth and working up into their prime, I've seen athletes have the worst diets. God bless Trevor Stevens, that guy won an Olympic silver medal basically on McDonald's and candy. George St. Pierre, for 80% of your career, you were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
It's Virginia Alfredo. That was my field of choice before a championship fight.
Gordon for his youth was just Five Guys hamburgers. Gary Tonin, the same thing. I've worked with Japanese judo players who smoked a pack of cigarettes a day and went on nickel. I've worked with Russian wrestlers who just ate whatever was put in front of them, and their athletic performance was outstanding. I've worked with other guys who did have what would be considered a very clean diet, and their performance was no better than anyone else on that. So I've never seen someone say, okay, I changed my diet, and because of that, there was a measurable improvement in sports performance.
Another way to phrase it, though, is I have noticed with a lot of these athletes, what they eat, they begin to believe that either it's not a hindrance or it's actually good. Travis is an example of somebody who eats shitty because he believes it's like a power. Because whenever he's traveling across the world, he can't rely on healthy food to be there. So I'm going to eat shitty so that's like my body knows like whatever Skittles or whatever. Everyone's got McDonald's. Everyone's got McDonald's. So it makes and they've convinced themselves. You talk about Russian athletes. A lot of them have very strong beliefs about like this particular food being good for them. There's no agreement among them.
Exactly, no agreement.
Yeah. So belief is more important than actual diet.
Yeah.
If I can, after a night out, when you're hangover, I think the best thing, and I'm saying this in all sincerity, I think the best thing to eat to me is like a cheeseburgers with call that a pizza because it's very fat, it's greasy. So the next day, when you wake up, I think you feel better because it absorbed it.
There you go. My mom told me the same story once, and then I tried it. It was like I was home from some party, and I woke up. I was probably 19 or 20. I woke up, and my mom was like, "Yeah, just have a cheeseburger. Go eat something greasy." And I did, and I was like, "Oh, I feel kind of better now."
I do not know the science, the exact science behind it, but I always noticed, and I don't know if it's placebo. I always noticed that if I party hard and I'm drinking a lot, if I don't eat before I go to bed, if I don't eat shitty food, the next day I will wake up and feel worse than if I eat shitty food, I feel better. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know why, but it works for me.
Yeah, but it's also hard to decide the extreme performance. So discussions we're having amongst the very that this might not apply to a general like recreational athlete. I've just seen champions in every kind of combat sport, and I've never seen a correlation between dietary habit and performance in people under the age of 30. I do believe that diet is important for longevity, however, and for that alone, that probably worth investing time in. But with regards to sports performance, at least in jiu-jitsu, I've never seen anything.
Well, we had a little bit of a difference opinion on this. I think what about strength training and muscle building? Or at least we had the discussion about this. So what do you believe is the value of training outside of the sport? So fitness, lifting heavy, lifting explosive, all kinds of lifting.
personally, and then I'm John. I used to do train like a bodybuilder before because I thought in my early days of competition that was the most efficient way to do things because it was like I was watching Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger. We thought back in the day that was the thing. That's how we should do it, for to get ready for a fight. But I realized later on that it's all about efficiency. Some guys they don't lift at all; they're doing pretty well. So I do cross training mostly for it's mostly for like a therapy, more therapeutic than for performance. It's to keep my body healthy, to do certain movements that are different than what I do in the gym in combat sport. Keep me healthy and athletic.
So all the interesting movement stuff that you've done outside the sport, that was therapeutic.
Mostly therapeutic. I think it does. It could transcend performance, but it's mostly therapeutic. I do not believe that squatting 5 plates or bench pressing 3 plates will make me a better fighter. I do not. I believe actually it could hurt me more. It could damage me more than benefit. So
For somebody who on Instagram posts a lot of pictures of you being shredded, huge. What's the value of strength?
So I do like a combination of John got us big into like gymnastic type movements, like toe to bar and muscle ups and things like that when we were young. Like toe to bar because that's like the exact motion you have to do when you're taking guard beneath the chest. So I do a lot of that stuff in combination with I do a lot of opposite of George. I do a lot of bodybuilding workouts where I do like a basic split, like a chest and tricep, back and biceps day. And my idea is that weightlifting should always be a supplement to jiu-jitsu. So you should be missing jiu-jitsu sessions to lift weights. So I do probably train jiu-jitsu every day, and I lift 3 to 4 times a week. I feel like lifting 7 days a week is too much. Lifting takes a lot of energy, doing hard lifts like that. But my idea is, if you want to get good at jiu-jitsu, do jiu-jitsu. If you want to be bigger and stronger, lift weights and eat food. And I generally don't go super heavy. When I lift, you start putting crazy weights in, start carrying muscles and stuff. So you should do moderate weight with a very high rep range, 4 sets of 20 with a drop set at the end to fatigue muscles, crazy fibers. And,
Okay, so 4 sets of 20. That's interesting. So that's more for endurance than strength.
yes. And also, I think close to competition, I'll take the intensity up. And while there's no real way to get significant heat via max, I think that lifting and just getting used to mentally redlining gets me kind of in competition shape. Because a lot of times in jiu-jitsu, the guys I'm training with, they're not on a technical level where they can physically exhaust me to the point where I feel like I'm going to die. But I get most of that like when I'm wrestling, so not as efficient as wrestling, so I get a lot more tired. And lifting, you do like 4 sets of 20, like press to squat, and you go back and forth. Like you're like about to die at the end. And I feel like it gets me in the mental habit of redlining before competition.
But does muscle help you? The actual mass of muscle. Like this,
So
so
keeping stronger will always help.
will always help.
To some degree, it's not going to be to a degree where it overrides efficiency, but I think that it can't help being or can't hurt being stronger.
There's a bunch of people who believe, depending on the sport, that the strength can quickly become have detrimental effects to efficiency. So, like, I agree with that. Certain kind. I mean, if strength is purely like cleanly, purely applied to the exact to the sport, so in judo, the explosiveness you need is very difficult to replicate any kind of way except by doing judo.
Yeah. I mean, for us, I always have to understand there's only so much technique that can offer on a certain amount of strength. Like if we all try to fight silverback gorilla, it's going to kill us. But with that being said, I do think that, like, for example, heavyweights are usually the least technical because they rely on their size and strength to beat smart people. But I think that if you stay with the discipline of doing everything very precise, I train a lot of smart people most of the time, so I get out of the habit of using my strength. I think if you're very precise in the way that you train, I think the extra size and strength can help you.
Quick question: how would you find a silverback gorilla? I mean, is there which animal do you think you can actually defeat that would be impressive? That most people would say you can't.
I don't have an answer to this. I think I want to say that me and John had like a 4-hour discussion on this one time. I'm like, what would win, bear or gorilla? And he went like this whole dissertation about how like jaguars spin underneath and like bear-gold silverbacks and kill them and like rip their artery in their legs out. It was amazing.
I guess, okay, so before we talk about strength, now let me ask you, what do you think people would be surprised by if two animals faced? One of them would win. People would predict that. So they'll be surprised by the effectiveness of a certain animal at fighting whether it's in the forest, in the jungle. Let's look at the animal strength again. So there's two animals of different species fighting. And most people would pick. So, for example, the lion gets a lot of credit for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why the king of the jungle. Well, but a lot of people told me that the lion, for example, the tiger can be a lion. Yes, it's one of those age-old debates. Well, in grappling, in fighting, it feels like some animals use teeth and some use other parts of their body also. Bear, I don't even know how they. I think it's really powerful and long claws, and in addition to powerful bodies as well. So I wonder, in the same way for the silverback, I don't know how much they're. I don't know if we're having this discussion. We need Joe Rogan for this discussion. I think so. Yeah, I think so. Your question is going into about 5 different. So we started with strength, and let's go back there, which is, do you think? For an athlete, let's stick to grappling. Do you think strength is helpful or detrimental? I've always believed that 2 things will create whatever effectiveness you have in grappling. Those are your skill set and your attributes. And the best athletes are those who excel in both. Don't kid yourself. If someone gets twice as strong by some kind of magic potion, they're going to be a more effective grappler. If someone gets twice the level of endurance that they had previously, they will be a more effective grappler. These physical attributes have a very important outcome on a very important effect on the outcome of matches. It's always a good thing to be stronger. It's always a good thing to have better endurance. It's always a good thing to have better balance and whatever other attributes you throw out there. Gordon's point was, okay, everyone agrees on that, but there's a problem. In order to build these things, you have to carve into other elements of your training regimen. And then it becomes which becomes more important, increases its strength or increases its skill. There comes a point where investing in strength training starts to get diminishing returns. I can't tell the difference between someone who bench presses 300 pounds on the mat versus someone who bench presses 400 pounds. But that's a big difference. That's a 100-pound difference. If for an athlete to go from bench pressing 300 pounds to 400 pounds, that would require a great deal of training effort and focus. But if I can't tell the difference when I grapple, why not? Okay, once you get to a certain strength level, it doesn't really help that much to go from a 400-pound bench press to a 450-pound bench press. That's the stage where you really get a diminishing returns on your training investment. Now, skills, on the other hand, have experienced far less in terms of diminishing returns. Every new skill you develop can translate very, very well to big increases in performance. Look at the example of Gary Time I talked about earlier. Investments in guillotine made a significant improvement in his effectiveness in matches and led directly to some of his most important victories. But if he had invested the same amount of training time in developing a bench press that was 25 pounds more than previously, that would have had no outcome. That would have influenced on it
those matches. So the question always becomes, yeah, everyone acknowledges that these physical attributes are important, and everyone understands that becoming stronger or fitter is a desirable thing, and every athlete should work for. The interesting question becomes, okay, at what point do you start to say, I'm not going to be helped by further increases in strength training or endurance training? And my point with my athletes is, in the overwhelming majority of cases, if there's any kind of doubt, invest more heavily in skill training than attribute training, especially once you get to a certain level of the attributes. But the interesting thing that I think you should account for with strength training is there's Instagram. There's a world. It seems to be more fun to build muscle mass. So an addiction that people have. There's also economic outcomes. Like most people, I hate to say this, but it's true. Most people are more concerned with image than function, and it's hard to sell a fighter or a jiu-jitsu athlete who doesn't look like one. It's a tough sell. Now, you can do it in fighting and jiu-jitsu because ultimately it's about his hand is raised at the end of the match. And you can even use this as a selling point. The guy who doesn't look like Chewie, but he is that's a selling point. Like, most people have choice between looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger and winning matches versus looking like Fedor and winning matches. Most people select like to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And so most athletes feel almost like an economic compulsion to be in good shape and in order to advance their marketability. Yeah, Nike's not going to sponsor Fedor or Tank Abbott. Yeah, Tank Abbott. Big way. Yeah, I mean, it's very tough. There's something about aesthetic image of strength. So it's also a personal thing. If you look at yourself in the mirror, you like what you see. You find yourself attractive. What can you do to make you look better? I think to me, it was one of the reasons I work out. Well, I'm sure if Fedor looks in the mirror, he says, I look damn good today. Hey, great, me too. It's also a genetic factor. Some people, it's harder for them. All right, so the question of training. You guys, John, Gordon, train often 3 times a day, every day. George has a different, a different approach to training. So, what is more important? I don't mean that in kind of the opposite of something. It's just not every single day. So, and obviously, you are legitimately at the very top in terms of performance and accomplishment. So, what have you learned about what it takes to train to become not just the elite but the best? But a lot of people, when you say train, they see training hard. I think you need to be very constant and very disciplined. You need to train, but you don't need to train hard. That's what John taught me. For me, the nervous system, sometimes I feel if I load it up too much, it comes to a point that it's too much. There is no more information that I can absorb. So, and I do believe that it's something that you can train to your capacity of being able to learn, of absorbing certain things. And I did a lot of volume of training, but when I was getting ready for a fight, especially during sparring thing, I like to do it quick because when I fight, it's 5 rounds of fight. I don't like to spend an hour or 2 hours in a gym because I need to know how hard I can be going for 25 minutes. Not for 2 hours, for 25 minutes. And at my last fight, John and I were thinking of how could we make me more of a better finisher, more opportunist. And John, I remember when we were training with Gordon, Jake Shield came, Gary Gordon, my round of grappling were different than if I would be training for Abu Dhabi, for API or like something like grappling the round or longer. But in a mixed martial arts fight, it's very rare that you spend more than 4 minutes or 4 minutes and a half on the ground. So it's very unlikely. I mean, it can happen. So I remember, you remember we did the round 3 minutes. We did all the round I was doing were 3 minutes. So it gives a different rhythm in the training. It forced me to be more opportunist, be more of a finisher. Because I had only 3 minutes to do what I need to do. So if I see something, I need to go for the kill right away. I cannot be over patient. You know what I mean? It served me well in my last fight, and I think that's a good blueprint to follow when you're a mixed martial art fighter. If I would, the result was great, and I think maybe I should have done that before. It was a great idea that we had not to do. Be very careful to do volume. Just try to get out and try to focus on finishing. I mean, to build up your foundation, I believe you need a lot of volume. But when you get ready for a competition, it needs to be something that communicates what you're facing. What are we talking about? What do you think? Like, is there rest days like this? Twice a day, once a day? Is there any one formula like that? I do not believe in overtraining. I believe in under rest. I believe you can be under rest, and people always link that immediately to the volume of how much volume they train, which it could be something else. How are you feeling emotionally? Are you having problems, personal problems? You have a hard time sleeping because you have like someone died, or I don't know, like you owe money, you're broke, or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? It could be anything. There's something that can affect you psychologically or emotionally that made it in a way that you cannot sleep well because you're stressed, your cortisol level is high. You know what I mean? All these factors need to be taken into consideration. It's not only about the volume of training. People always think the volume of the training is the only thing that can affect recuperation, which is not.
You guys have to minimize the amount of stress of all kinds. And it's a very stressful job to be a professional combat athlete, whether you're a grappler, a boxer, a kickboxer, a fighter, and you need to be taken into account.
Is it more or less stressful than marriage? Next question. So, I don't know how to ask this question, given what George just said, but training 3 times a day and finishing. And what have you learned about what brings out the best of you as a grappler?
So over the recent years, we've actually changed it up a little bit. When I was coming up through from white to black belt, I felt that the volume was the most important. So it'd be anywhere from like 3 to 7 sessions a day, going from school to school, from New York to New Jersey. And I think the volume was very important to build the skills, where I just didn't know how to move my body and purple belt the way that I should. So I think that building the skills is super important. I think that early on, volume is very important. Now I already have the skills built. I think that acquiring more knowledge is most important. So I find that if I do so many sessions a day, if I do 3 sessions a day, I feel sometimes by the 3rd session, I'm just like so mentally, like there's so much information left in my head the first 2 sessions that I feel like I'm not even there mentally on the 3rd session. So I feel like doing less volume now, but having more mental clarity per session is more important because I already have the foundational skills acquired.
So a lot of your training is almost like just thinking, like learning.
A lot, yeah. So I'll do like, I mean, our schedule's been messed up since the pandemic because Henley's got shut down, and they were using a French gym in Puerto Rico, and now we're using a French gym in Austin. But once we have our own school, we'll have a set schedule where I can pretty much just be there all day long. Right now, I do like a lifting session in the morning, and then I'll come in and help teach at Henzo. So I'm there mentally. I'm seeing what's going on and I'm playing around with ideas in my head. And then I'm there physically and very sharp mentally for the competition class during the 1 p.m. session. And then after that, I'll go home, I'll rest and get ready for the next day.
What have you seen all these different methods? Is there a universal rule that applies, or is it method specific? First, what needs to be addressed is that George and Gordon play very different sports with very different athletic demands. Gordon can be in matches that range from anywhere from 6 minutes to literally hours long. As a result, the overall pacing and intensity of matches is massively different. Most obviously, there's no striking in Gordon's sport. Striking by its very nature is a much more explosive physical action than grappling is. Grappling is primarily an isometric kind of sport based around isometric tension and endurance. George's sport does feature a significant amount of isometric tension, but the majority of it is based around explosion. So the physical demands of the two sports are radically different. In addition, the time of application is radically different. George raised a very interesting point. His matches seem long, 25 minutes for a championship match. But always understand that the mixed martial arts fight at championship level, if it goes the distance, is really five-minute matches. Each round is a match in itself. And that's exactly how you're scored. You're scored by who wins the most matches over 5 matches. As a result, the application of the techniques, especially the grappling techniques, has to be done at a certain pace. As George pointed out, realistically, the maximum application time you're going to get in most situations is somewhere between 15 seconds and 3 minutes. Even for a specialized grappler like Damian Maya, it's still a significant part of each round to spend setup time to actually get the match to the ground. It's very likely that at some point your opponent will stand up out of grappling and you have to reinitiate the whole process again. So that even for specialized grapplers, you might be spending only 3 minutes out of 5 on the ground. And as a result, you've got to get your work done in a very short time frame. Gordon Ryan, once it goes to the ground, it can go to the ground because he chooses to sit to the ground. May spend the entire match in ground positions. As a result, the matches have completely different pacing, completely different physical demands, and the preparation that these wrestlers go through will reflect that. If George St. Peter in training for mixed martial arts becomes fatigued to a point where no longer physically effective and able to defend himself, the consequences for that in MMA training can be very deep. Okay, if you make a mistake in mixed martial arts because you're fatigued and tired, you take a 4-pound roundhouse kick to the head. That's some deep consequences. The grappler doesn't have to face that. You can be completely exhausted in grappling. Just sit at the bottom of the mountain, just practice just survival skills. We just don't get selected from bottom up. And that can still be an effective training session. Complete and utter physical breakdown of fatigue can end an athlete's career in mixed martial arts. The consequences of training through fatigue in MMA are potentially very deep and very disturbing. The consequences of training through complete physical exhaustion and grappling aren't really that severe. Okay, you just tap whenever there's a problem, just tap. And so they're very, very different sports to the way you prepare for them. And at grappling, an athlete like Gordon Ryan can take many more liberties with physical exhaustion and the amount of hours a day you spend in training that become a mixed martial arts athlete can actually be a benefit. Exhaustion as a framework of learning. So, like from a place of exhaustion, is there any benefit? Like you said, being at the bottom of the mountain, sort of understanding jiu-jitsu and grappling somewhat deeper because you're physically exhausted. Because then the only thing you have left in your favor is your technique, and then you'll see how technical you are. In addition, you'll get to explore realms inside your mind that we don't spend a lot of time in, and you'll learn a lot about yourself and your ability to control. have potentially great benefits in similar situations. And there's, I mean, for me, for a recreational person, getting exhaustion allows you the great benefit to experience what feels like really adopting and even greater frequency than you otherwise would. And that there's something there, there's some animalistic thing that's very unpleasant. And then afterwards, it takes you to a nice to a place of like humility and you get it forces you to rethink life in positive ways. There's something about dominance. Even if you get dominated a few times, rationalize it somehow. You say, okay, well, I screwed this up. But when you're exhausted and you have to do like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, or an hour of just being dominated over and over and over, being submitted, I don't know. It's a very good process for other avenues of life. I find I can't explain why. So I'm driving home, crying afterwards, but afterwards, afterwards somehow you can think clear. You can see clear about what is the right path to life in all walks of life, like relationships, work, but also grappling. Actually, the grappling is the hardest one to see what you have to do. It clarifies other avenues, the humility. It removes the bullshit. It's like we see the world through some kind of fog, and it just removes it, and I can see things clearly. I don't know what that is. I think it's important that you mention like something to see how far you can go, because sometimes you can go further than what you think, and it can boost your confidence. You can push yourself through a certain limit. Maybe you thought your limit was before that point. You pushed through it, like John just mentioned. It's a risky thing to do with striking because if you're exhausted, you're gonna get brain damage. Grappling, you damage something, but you can do it also with strength conditioning. I like to run track. I do it all the time. Track and field. It helps me know myself better. That's a good point.
It's like the scrimmage wrestling round. It's like if he's not moving, that you're gonna get scored on, and in your mind like there's no mechanical reason why I should give up the score here. But you're so exhausted that you're like, oh man, this is terrible. If I stop moving, I'm supposed to, if I don't stop moving, I'm gonna be twice exhausted. You actually do stand up. So it's an interesting game you have to play. It's your pride for real. Sharp, whatever. You just want to lay down and beat it because you're completely exhausted.
What do you think is the connection, John, between this ego pride thing, martial arts, and actual violence with our ancestors? You ever plug into that? You think there's echoes of something going on there? Like you mentioned, you have flaws and demons. Is it deep in there somewhere? Do you think we're struggling with those demons? Yeah, you will need to hedge up a question with those guys. Wow, that's not only about being dominated, just being dominated. No, but I know that question. It's so frustrating. Like, okay, now we can introduce you. But you went down the Bob Lazar. What do you think? I mean, do you? I don't mean just the line between what is martial arts and violence. I mean, there seems to be a gray area, and that connects us to the evolutionary aspects of it. I think there's deep recognition in all of us that, and this is so easy to see in daily life. If you're walking down the street and suddenly you're in commotion, two people are fighting, you will see literally everyone on that street stop whatever they're doing and watch the fight. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself why. And of course, it's a recognition that for a significant part of our evolutionary history, violence is one of the most important elements in human existence. As much as we curse it, as much as we talk badly of
juxtaposition between humans' social nature and their need for each other to get along and to express love amongst the various members of the community. There are disputes between humans that can't be resolved, and ultimately, throughout history, violence has been a number one method of conflict resolution. From now onwards, and there's a recognition in all of us that this is where we come from, and there's a reason why combat sports get this thing where people will watch them and they might be repulsed by them, but they find it difficult to take their eyes from it. And I do believe that most combat athletes carry that sense of their, even if it's on a subconscious level, this kind of belief that this is who we are. George used the word pride, and I believe that's a big part of it. I believe that most humans have this sense of self-worth and pride which they're willing to fight for. And if it gets crossed by someone else, they're willing to stand. Some people stand more early and some people will be pushed further back, but everyone's got that line beyond which they won't be pushed. And there's some kind of deep recognition in all of us that we have that somewhat in us, no matter how hard we try to bury it or whatever. And that's why I believe there will always be this internal interest in combat sports. Now, I don't believe that most people today have any kind of respect for unrestricted violence or non-consensual violence. I think most good people are repulsed by that. I'm sure that as humanity improves out into the future, they will become more and more widespread. But that's not to say we can't exercise these old evolutionary demons inside of us, and sometimes there are just disputes between different people, different cultures, different nations, where ultimately it's going to come into a shoving match, and then degenerate further into violence. There's always going to be a need for humans to be able to express themselves through violent methods that use physical force to get to their goals and objectives. Our need as humans is always to find a balance between the two forces of conflict and cooperation. We need cooperation because humans isolated from each other are more or less helpless and useless. In order to advance, human communities need to build, grow. And so that sense of cooperation occurs in most of our daily lives. But there will also be irresolvable conflicts that physical force has to be used to form a resolution. So most human beings find themselves swinging like a pendulum between conflict and cooperation. And that is something which really gives birth, I think, to combat sports. Because, sorry, I really have to ask you about this now. There's a guy in Harvard named Richard Brangham, and there's a lot of people that believe this. He wrote this book that basically there's a lot of people studying is what happened, how do we get from apes to humans, like what was the magic thing, right? A lot of people attribute it to fire and ability to cook meat. There's a lot of different theories. So he actually, his theory, how I describe this, is basically that the beta males won. That the apes that were able to cooperate. So the way you develop cooperation is that there's a big bad leader that the alpha male that you can only knock off their throne if you cooperate. And so we built big tribes that just excel at cooperation by practicing the overthrown leader. So, and anytime an alpha male would rise up and we would develop our skill further and further of cooperation. And so we're all just beta males, the descendants of beta males. That's his kind of theory that cooperation is fundamental and it's so distinct to the rest of the neighboring animal kingdom. So I wonder what you think about this tension of violence and cooperation and how important it is
preparation to perform. If you look at it in a given training book, jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts is solo sports, a solo athlete steps into the cage and steps onto the mat. But all of your preparation is done in a cooperative training environment with many peers, and as much as it's an individual sport, all of your preparation is done as part of the group. There's a sense in which that's an interesting metaphor for humanity. It's not everything we do in life we do alone, but we grow up in this kind of community and what have you. With regards to the whole alpha male, beta male thing, humans are, it's true, this fellow's correct. Most primates do have very strongly defined alpha males who rule the rules that determine the entire direction of the community that they build around themselves. Humans, on the other hand, don't have an alpha male in that strict biological sense of someone who's responsible for the next generation, who dominates all the female population, etc. Physically dominates. But we do, on the other hand, have our own version of alpha males as far as we're political and sociological leaders who have a disproportionate impact on the direction of the community. So, as a cooperation allowed us to have a greater scale of hierarchy, the alpha male on top, the alpha major on top. It's a fascinating in nature, we're very weak species need to cooperate with all. I think that's a double definition. If you look at humanity and nature, really the two things that seem to, more than anything else, determine whether or not a given human community will be successful in a predatory world are numbers and technology. The more your numbers increase, the higher the technology for weapons and support systems you have around you, the more successful you'll be in a predatory world. So it's not clear that just killing off the idea of that alpha male is the single biggest thing. The rise of technology and the growth of community after the imposition of language, these are other things that would have been very, very important factors in humanity's rise. George, you made an interesting point. You look at humans, just the raw material of humans is better. And a predatory animal kingdom would just be absolute bottom of the food chain. We don't have a single effective weapon other than better than average energy weapons. That's about it. But you put us in a community. You can talk to each other with language. Give us the time to come up with technological advances such as metals. And suddenly a human will go from no combat effectiveness in the animal kingdom to a human arm with a simple metal tipped spear can kill damn near any animal that the animal kingdom in this group. I'll be your silverback, I'll fight him in the deep water because he cannot swim. So I don't have to touch it. I'll have to go to the pool. You know why? Because someone told me, someone told me that information. We have to get some humanity, get to someone convinced to join him. It's very difficult. Yeah, exactly. It's very problem. Very, very difficult. From a technical perspective, you look at martial arts, fighting in general, and grappling. What's the difference between fighting and grappling? That's something I'd love to ask all of you. Maybe John, you can start when you talk about fighting, you mean unrestricted in a May type fighting. Yeah, I'm used to that. MMA type fighting. So there's street fighting, there's MMA fighting, and then there's grappling. It's really just the word of grappling. You say the difference between MMA and grappling. Yes. Okay. That was a much better question. Yes. Well, the symbol, when you talk about grappling, you talk about jiu-jitsu rules. Yeah, I mean, you can maybe also mention different rule sets that somehow fundamentally change the sport. In the sport of mixed martial arts, you've got two ways to inflict damage on the human body. You've got kinetic energy, which is done through striking, kicking knees, elbows, fists, and you've got isometric tension used along the lines of lever and fulcrum, which can be used for strangulation and joint breaking. In grappling, you lose one of those. You're no longer allowed to hit your opponent with kinetic energy. You can do it accidentally through the throw, but you're not allowed to just knock someone out with a throw in most grappling sports. It can happen, but it's relatively rare. It's not encouraged by the rules there. So, yeah, you got close. So there's a sense in which in mixed martial arts you've got twice the many problems to deal with, and they occur in a much shorter time frame. The single biggest difference between grappling technique, as we read in human combat, versus striking technique is time. Grappling technique takes a huge amount of time. Okay. The great advantage in grappling technique is certainty of outcome once you get there. It takes a huge amount of time to set up a takedown, physically take them down, work their way towards a dominant position, culminating with opponent's back, and then apply a strangle. That's a long chain of events, as opposed to a strong punch or kick, which will take a quarter of a second in application from start to finish, and the match is over. And so there's a sense in which grappling is it's fighting for the patient and the calculating, whereas striking is much more in this short time frame where everything gets done in the blink of an eye. There's a sense also in which grappling is a much more forgiving sport. You can make a terrible mistake, end up in a terrible position, and still fight your way out of it. In mixed martial arts, it's much less forgiving. If you get hit and stunned, your chances of recovery are minimal. You're going to get swarmed on, and unless it's right at the end of the round, it's very hard to recover from getting hit and swarmed on. So there's a sense in which the biggest difference between is time fabrication and technique. In mixed martial arts, it's incredibly unforgiving in terms of time. Even the smallest error can have huge consequences. In grappling, you can make massive errors and still come back and win. Grappling will typically be won in a much higher percentage case by the more skilled and conditioned grappler. Whereas there is much more of what they call punches in mixed martial arts, where there's a much higher likelihood of a lesser athlete defeating a greater athlete in MMA than was in grappling, simply because of time and application of techniques. Even the smallest period of inattention in MMA, the match is over. Gordon Ryan could fall asleep for 30 seconds, have his opponent mounted on, wake up and finish him 5 minutes later. It's not going to happen in MMA.
Okay, so the stakes are much higher. You do a lot of damage in first moments, just the dynamics.
Everything you see will be a reflection of that. Then you go further into things like rule sets. In the sport of grappling, Gordon Ryan comes out and sits down in the middle of the mat. His opponent must follow him to the ground and engage. In mixed martial arts, you come to the center of the cage and sit down. The other guy just walk away from you. They're completely oriented in different directions. Grappling is ground centered. MMA is typically standing centered. At the beginning of every round, you have to start standing again. If I disengage from a ground grappling situation, stand up and walk away from my opponent must follow me up to the feet. In grappling, it's the exact opposite. If I sit to the ground, my opponent must follow to the ground. It's written into the rules there. So one is inherently ground oriented, one is inherently standing oriented. It's more difficult to dictate what happens. You have to go to a pose where the fight is, whereas in grappling you simply choose it. So, what is your sense of the difference how you approach it between the two sports? You also are a student of wrestling, grappling, so in preparing for fights, what parts of grappling purely the sport you behind? I'm very lucky. I'm the opportunity. I train with, I consider the best mentor trainer I ever had. Best rappers that I can train with. They were there to help me in my career. So for my training is, of course, because I cannot dedicate as much time in one specific area. It's hard to be a world class athlete in only one particular area. I always, for me, like the idea to be more well-rounded, to be very competent in every of those areas, striking, grappling, takedowns, and all those areas that we just very good at one and not as good as others. Because I like the idea that it gives me more option. When I fight someone, I can mold myself to become a perfect nemesis to that person better if I'm more well-rounded. If I do not have those well-rounded skills, and you have less tools to work with, less technology. What about you, Gordon? What do you think is very distinct about grappling and the approach of versus fighting?
I think most of it's covered, but I think that one of the big things is the fact that when you're looking at MMA, we have a pretty general agreed upon and unified rule set. Where if you look at UFC versus Bellator, they have slight differences in rules maybe, but it's pretty much the same thing. Whereas in grappling, you have EBI rules, and you have ADCC rules, you have IBJJF rules, you have no time limit rules, and each rule set will play the skills of different athletes. If you do ADCC rules, it generally is slightly biased towards wrestlers, where they can stall to the overtime and then hit a takedown in the overtime and not really do any jiu-jitsu, but get score takedown, they're going to win. Whereas if you have like a PBI, for example, you have to finish the guy regulation, or you start in a shifting position, you're back taken, or in an armbar. So I think that you have certain rule sets that play in the favor of certain athletes. And certain athletes can win in one rule set, but then they just have no chance of winning in the other. Like when I fought Yuri the first time in EBI, I beat him in EBI. The chances of me beating him on that night under an ADCC rule set were probably pretty low. When I fought Leandro Low under ADCC rule set, he beat me that day. The chances of him beating me in the same day in EBI rule set were like next. So I think it's interesting that in MMA you have one unified rule set, which has small differences, but we're all generally the same. And in Jiu-Jitsu, you have a wide variety of different rule sets that have biases towards certain athletes.
You mentioned Angelo Low. I gotta ask you again about ADCC. You have lost very, very few times in your career. One, the same is true for George. And the only person who's ever submitted you is Felipe Pena.
Black belt,
A black belt. He is ADCC world champion, multiple time IBJJF world champion. You may face him at ADCC or elsewhere in the future. Will you beat him?
Yes, I'd say that's right. But I fought him initially when I first got my black belt. Then I fought him a year later, so 2016 and 2017. And despite what people remember about the match, whenever people talk about it, like, oh yeah, the guy stricken for it. But no one remembers that the first match was like a 45-minute war. And it's like a match with the full 20 minutes of ADCC. And if I didn't get my back taken like the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, we were playing between overtime. I had to change the outcome of the match. I think that if you look at Felipe's performances, especially Nogi, specifically Nogi, since then, it looks like he's always gotten worse. Whereas since that match,
2017. The only match I lost after that was against Vinny Bangladesh by points. And I'm on like a 55 match win streak over the course of 4 years, winning all the major tournaments. Nogi. And Felipe, since that match, I think is like 5-2. Nogi. He's lost his last two matches. One was convincingly where he's dominated by Andre, and one was by submission. So I don't think that he's progressed nearly as fast. If anything, he looks like he's worse than he was when he beat me in 2017 based on his previous performances. That being said, I know he's going to come in training very hard for this one. He's going to be prepared. But I just don't think that in terms of technical ability, he's anywhere near my level. And he was much bigger than me both times we fought. The first time, he was much bigger than me. The second time, he was one weight class above me. So now there's not going to be an advantage in technicality, and there's also not going to be a physicality advantage. So I think he's just going to be beat everywhere.
This is a good example of a scientific response to a comment, to a question. Yeah, so he's not. That's a match you're not deeply concerned with. And in terms of the set of opponents, you have and you will be facing a lot of.
That's actually, in my opinion, one of the easier matches because of the fact that we're relatively the same size. If I show up at 230 pounds, like a lot of the guys are 260, 270 plus, so that extra weight does make a difference. I think out of that entire bracket, Felipe is probably going to be one of the easiest matches because of the fact that I can easily take him down. And if I take him down, I'm going to pass his guard. Whereas I feel like the other guys, because they're so much bigger and they're very cagey, it may take me a while to actually take them to the ground. And get on top of them. I think that maybe it may be longer, drawn out matches because of the fact that they're so much bigger and stally, it's hard to take them down. But Felipe is relatively my size, and his wrestling is atrocious. So I've already taken him down in the last ADCC match. So I'm pretty sure I can easily put him down, pass him, and finish him.
I'm not sure what response I was expecting, but that was pretty beautifully. We talked about the Thiago Alves fight that Georgia had. And John brought it up in class yesterday, I believe. The point we were talking about wrestling, and I think that's a fascinating fight. That is an incredible display of strategy, of skill, of heart. George, can you maybe talk about that fight, John, maybe too? What lessons you gained from that fight? Okay, you your fight, not mine. Well, yeah, maybe it also tell what happened in terms of. Oh yeah, I was fighting Thiago Alves. The third round, I tear my adductor muscle. Yeah, but when I was on the bottom and pushed my knee down, tried to pass my guard, and I heard pop. I didn't know what he was going for. He came on his back, he switched to armbar, he hit the leg by pushing on the leg. He went to the pre-existing injury. Yes, and it kept worse. And I heard a pop. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it really hurt. So I came back standing up. And there's a famous video that goes on the internet about when I go back in the corner and I tell my coach, I don't know what it is. I think I tore my adductor muscle. Chris Jackson is like, I don't care. Hit him when you're growing. I was very worried because I wasn't right. I didn't know what I had. So I didn't know the gravity of it, and it plays on your mind. So, but I had to bite down my mouthpiece and finish the fight. You know, I know I was ahead on the scorecard, and I needed to finish strong. So, what was your strategy there in terms of strikes, in terms of wrestling? It's exceptionally difficult for the corner to take down. Yeah, well, at first I knew I would add a good jab, to stay always from the outside, fight him from the outside and use my footwork because he was like he's much bigger and much stronger than me. I never wanted to stay in front of him. So it was all the way out or all the way in, and when I was coming all the way in, it was with my proactive or reactive takedown, where I myself initiated the takedown by using distraction, like a jab, and it goes up.
single or double leg, or to react like baiting him for him to come hit me. Then while he's coming to hit me, I will change level. But that's the way I like to take my opponent down. Some guys, for example, like Khabib, for example, he's very good at bringing his opponent to the fence and use chain wrestling to take his opponent down. I find this for me, for myself, I specialize more in explosive takedown in the center of the octagon because I found it more economical.
What did you see when you were doing your commenting, John, about the wrestling? That was quite interesting. I mean, also, can you generally comment on the fact that Jewish and people don't, I don't think you wrestle?
I started wrestling, I was 19 years old, but I wrestled some very good Russian guys, so they took me underneath their wing. But my ability to cover distance comes from karate. It does not come from wrestling. Wrestling is how I finish once I get the leg, how I finish the takedown.
So the timing of the movement, exposure required. I think a distinction to make here is one which George made throughout his career. And I believe George was the greatest innovator in MMA history with regards to this. And this is the creation of what George calls shootboxing, which is the amalgamation of striking technique, in George's case, mostly karate, because that was his martial arts background, into grappling, and in particular takedowns. When most people say so-and-so has better wrestling in mixed martial arts, you have to be very careful what they mean by this. There are many highly credentialed wrestlers in the early days of mixed martial arts who went in and truly struggled to get a takedown. Now, these are very, very good wrestlers who in a wrestling match would easily put down your opponent. But in a striking situation where the ranges are completely different and the setups are entirely different, the stances are different, even the overall conditions are different. You're no longer wearing shoes. People underestimate just what an impact it is for a wrestler to take the shoes off. You lose like 20% of your forward drive and then you take off the shoes. All of these make massive differences in whether or not you're going to be able to even make contact with an opponent for a takedown. As George pointed out, the true value of wrestling in MMA is finishing your takedown once you've established contact. But that's only about 20% of the action of a mixed martial arts takedown. 80% of it is in understanding range, rhythm, setup, opportunity, etc. And that's not part of wrestling at all. Even the overall conditions of the sport of wrestling is tied at very close range, very bent over stance, and you're expected to wrestle for international stars for 3 minutes at a time. Now suddenly you're completely upright, and you're not wearing shoes. All the conditions, the rhythm, the speed is different. The counters are completely different. It's just an entirely different animal. And so George was an early recognizer of this and started to put the emphasis on direct training for shoot boxing in addition to wrestling. So he practiced with very good wrestlers in Rothschild Wrestling Club, just the sport of wrestling. And that's what made him very good at finishing takedowns. But it was in his shoot boxing training, which he himself largely developed. Remember, George started at a time when MMA was pretty damn young. And when you entered the sport of mixed martial arts, George, it wasn't even allowed on TV. Like it was completely banned. In his country, it wasn't physically banned. That he had to fight on Indian reservations. And this is way back in the Wild West days of MMA. And so as a young developing athlete, he had to more or less do this by himself. If you ever want to hear some incredible stories, talk about teenage George St. Pierre, and they had a coach who used to make him put on boxing gloves. Now, he was 16, 17 years old. They just put him on a hunt against a professional boxer in his late 20s at the peak of his career. And he said, George, you're not allowed to punch. You just got to take him down while he tries to knock you out. And it was great. Darwin is, he was like, It's like you're gonna adapt or you're gonna die. Like, you could have been very bad, but it turns out great. But there's a sense here in which people think, oh, you know, what determines your takedown ability in MMA is your wrestling skill. That your wrestling skill will determine your finishing ability in takedowns. But there's so much more to it than that. Whenever you say, you know, what are the broad elements that determine the outcome of a mixed martial arts fight? On the broadest possible level, I always give the same three things. The athlete who can dominate the pace of the match, the athlete who can dominate the direction of the match, and the athlete who can dominate the setups will win the vast majority of fights. There are those three things: the direction, the pace, and the setups. You dominate all three of those, you're going to win 90% of the matches you're in. George could always dominate the direction of the fight because he could stop the other guy taking it down, and he could impose his own takedowns at any point in the match. So whether it went to ground or whether it stays standing, it's always up to him. George had the most sophisticated array of setups and takedowns that I've personally ever witnessed. The whole distinction between reactive and proactive takedowns came very early in George's career, and he excelled at both. Most people tend to favor one or the other. Most athletes have a very hard time imposing their setups on the opponent, and as a result, they have to use the cage as a crutch for their setups, where they just pull someone towards the cage and then put them down on the cage. George is one of the very few people who is equally good against the cage or in the open, and could do so in both proactive and reactive situations. And the scary thing is that as good as all of you saw him in the octagon, anyone who knows George as a coach will tell you that he was twice as good as that in the gym, where he would also go against people several weight divisions above himself. I could sit here all day, I won't name names, but I always laugh when he was Elvis is the greatest pound guy of all time. And I've personally seen George take that guy down and crush him in the gym. I can't say anything that's rude to talk about that in public. It's just training. But I've seen George go with people all the way up to light heavyweight, some of the greatest names in the history of the sport, put them down, advanced position on the ground, and dominate them in training. It's what he did during that time. George, I've got to say, I deeply admire many of the things I saw you do, not just in the octagon, but in training as well. It's, the impact that you had on the degree to which takedowns were used in the sport was absolutely inspirational. That's why one of the reasons why I always say you're one of the only athlete I ever met who taught me more than taught you. Because you opened my eyes to a whole new world of shootboxing and how I grew up in a time when I was laughing before when you talked about Sugar Ray Leonard. I was a kid watching that match, and I grew up in a time where there was boxing, there was kickboxing, and then I came to learn grappling, and this young man here was the innovator when it came to the integration of the two. But I have to ask, if George sits here uncomfortably being complimented, if George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov face each other in their prime, it's a very, very loaded question. How? Yeah, but what are the different trajectories you see? Oh, okay, how does each one win? If one wins, if one wins, what happens? Interestingly, they're actually very similar in size. It's like that George fought a welterweight and Khabib fought into lightweight. That you actually see them stand next to each other. They're similar height. Khabib's actually a little more thick there. Yeah, he's actually had me walking around. George walked around most of his career between 188 and 191 pounds. And so Khabib actually would ironically have a size and strength advantage despite being in a lighter weight division. That's been the general trend as MMA has grown, is that athletes will come further down in weight to make weight divisions. I believe that George has the best takedowns in history in the open, in the cage. Khabib
Khabib was his great strength was using the fins to facilitate takedowns. Khabib's other great strength was not his ability to take people down, but to keep people down for extended periods of time. Both of them were powerful strikers on the ground and could do terrible damage to opponents on the floor. So they're both very similar in that regard. Khabib was mostly a puncher from the back. George is mostly an elbow from the front. Both of them could lay waste to opponents' strikes on the floor. Both of them were highly competent with submissions on the ground. They were submission specialists in the sense it was not like Gordon Ryan, but they were certainly no slouches with submission holds. Yes, it's a fascinating idea.
It's almost like who gets the first takedown.
Yeah, I do believe that they could probably stand up on each other. I don't think either one of them would get a hold to get down for a whole round. Both of them are notoriously difficult people to hold down. So I don't think that whoever won the first takedown wins the match. I don't think it's like that. I do believe that George would hold a decisive advantage in striking and distance matching. The few times that Khabib did look shaky is when Khabib was either advancing forward menacingly to fight moving backwards. There was a definite asymmetry between his ability to fight going forwards, which is very good, and his ability to fight going backwards, which was noticeably weaker. George would often fight both forwards and backwards. The Thiago Alves fight, most of the standing time, was going backwards. That's probably the single biggest difference between the two athletes in skill level would be in the standing position. On the ground, Khabib slight edge and takedowns on the fence, George slight edge and takedowns in the center. Ability to inflict damage on the floor, roughly equal. Ability to fight off the back, roughly equal. Ability to stand up from bottom, roughly equal. It's a very, very high match. In terms of the biggest difference in skill level is going to be the standing position. So it would come down to that doesn't necessarily mean that Khabib would lose in the standing position. He might just push him to a fence, use match tactics where he kept the fight on the fence for significant periods of time. You can win rounds in that fashion. So it's a match that could go either way. Both are absolutely the best that you'll ever see. I've always believed it's the greatest mixed martial arts I've ever seen in my life. But George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and John Jones. The three of them have some interesting similarities and differences. All three beat every single person they ever faced. I know John Jones officially has lost by DQ, but no one believes that was a loss. George does have two losses, but he defeated both athletes decisively in rematches. Khabib did it by having no losses. Interestingly, all three athletes have at least one match, which is controversial in terms of who won and who lost. John Jones has had several matches which could have gone either way on the judges' side. Khabib's match against Tyson Tebow could have gone either way. George's match with Hendricks could have gone either way. They all their matches that they won, which people would dispute the outcome. So that was a similarity between the three of them. All three of them have had the ability to dominate the direction of fights. When they want it to go down, it goes down. When they don't want it to go down, it doesn't. That's why I put such a heavy emphasis on that idea that a mixed martial arts champion must be able to determine the direction of the fights. It's the single most important attribute they all must have. As to which of the three is the best, it's going to come down to criteria. You can't put them apart. Which answer you give as to which of those three is the greatest of all time will come down to the criteria that you use. Okay, is it being undefeated? Is it the amount of time? Was it the quality of the opponents that they had? If you look by quality of opponents, I think you probably have to give it to George. If you do it by measured dollars, not being defeated, it has to go to Khabib. Arguably, you could say the same with John Jones. This is one losses on PQ. But then you can also say the last 3 or 4 fights that John has had have been the same measure of dominance as we saw previously. So ultimately, you've got those 3 guys, in my opinion, and which one you choose. It says more about who you are as a viewer than it does about the respective level of the athletes. You could throw a blanket over the 3 of them, not just that good. And what you said will probably say more about who you are as a viewer than it does about the athletes. Yeah, go. He's not even working. Because the generation that is present, there's a huge advantage. They have knowledge and technology that we didn't have. And we had the knowledge that the other generation did not have. But I believe the best, the GOAT is not even born. As good as they are today, I think in the sport where you can measure performance, track and field, whatever, you know someone is better than the other one because you can measure performance. Fighting is also subjective. We always debate of who would win, but the tendency in sport is that performance gets better. I don't think it's because the athlete necessarily get better, it's because they have access to better technology, knowledge, and they learn from their predecessor. As long as that knowledge is transferred forward. So something tells me that there's more time than 2,000 years ago, and it's forgotten. Some of the greatest warriors. They imagine the kind of grapplers, just the history didn't record them. There could have been small tribes where they developed many USAs. They've developed the kind of things. You have to think of like the Gracies, the small families that developed so much. I often has this discussion with Johnny. I think it's very important to mention. I asked very simple type thing. What would happen if we would take a fighter of modern days facing the champion of pancreation? This is an interesting question. And you brought some incredible good point, and people don't realize it. You know? I think one of the great tragedies of martial arts history is our loss of the historical records of pancreation. Like most of what we know was, from what I'm told, was actually lost in fires at the Library of Alexandria, and was left with only a pitiful amount of information on pancreation matches. But what we do know is that there was a very large participation in the sport, that it was widely considered the most popular sport in the ancient Olympics, and that it was represented in the ancient Olympics for many hundreds of years, plus a long period of time before its introduction into the ancient Olympics. And so the development time that it may have had would have been very significant. As far as we know, most of the development would have been in the major Greek city-states for hundreds of years of development. Given its prestige as an Olympic sport, then the best athletes would have been doing it. Some of the sharpest minds that we know of in human history were involved in the sport. Plato, the great philosopher, was a pancreationist in his youth. In fact, his name, Plato, is a nickname. Platos is a plate. That means broad, bigger. And he spoke often about pancreation and his written works. Imagine people with the intelligence of Plato thinking about grappling technique for hundreds of years in the most popular Olympic sport at that time. Significant numbers of people with financial backing, the city-states put great prestige upon Olympic success. They would funneled athletes in, brought in the best coaches, and they had that for many hundreds of years. But it's quite conceivable that the best pancreation athletes were of the absolute first quality. And it's so sad to think we'll never know what was the skill level. And, it's interesting to think about what kind of techniques they developed, whether there's stuff we haven't discovered yet. In class, you're talking about the most effective
takedown strategy in wrestling, collegiate wrestling. So maybe let me ask first, so the offline talked about this too. What is the highest percentage submission grab? Overall, you have to go with the way they get strangles from the back. If you look at most tournaments and most movesets, it has success across all movesets, all weight divisions, all body types. It doesn't require any kind of specific physical advantage in height in order to be effective. It works equally well in both fighting and grappling. It will work regardless of how physically and mentally tough your opponent is. A healing is a very high percentage technique in modern day competition. But if your opponent simply makes up his mind that he's not going to tag and is willing to take the physical damage, it won't result in the end of the match. A stranglehold, say, in contrast, will always end the match regardless of your opponent's mental toughness. So I believe it's fair to say that at the end of the day, this is the most high percentage method of submitting people in grappling is the red X. So when you're looking at that, and maybe going into this, like what's the best what's the best submission to really invest in? Is it the rear naked choke? To really invest in development, like understand the entirety of the system, that.
No, I think that you have to do them all, obviously. If I had like one submission only one submission I could pick for the rest of my life, it would definitely be a rear naked choke.
Can you explain maybe some of the actual technical details of why that's the case?
Well, as John spoke about, they're different joint locks, whereas you don't have to tap. You can just let your leg break and then keep going with your strangle. There's no there's none of that. And then it's just an inherent advantage you have being behind someone. Whereas if you go for an armbar, you start from top mount and you're facing the guy, then you put it down and you're not directly behind him with leg locks, you're facing the guy. Whereas when you're on someone's back and you have them in a pin, your chest to back, you have a body triangle in, you're pinning the guy in place, he can't explode out, he can't grease his way out most of the time. And there's an inherent advantage you have being behind them. Due to the fact that we're fully set up to deal with threats behind us.
So would you say that's the most dominant position more than mount, more than side control?
I think if you look at most matches historically, most guys who get stuck in positions for long amounts of time are guys that are back taken. If you get the explosive guys from bottom bounce, you can bridge, off bounce, you can lock half guard maybe and then work back to guard, but someone locks a body triangle on your back, that's where you see most guys getting pinned in place for long amounts of time.
Was the body triangle like a one or just a thing? Was that an invention at some point? Like as a system, as a excellent your listeners can correct me on this, but I believe it was a technique banned in judo called doji, which involved crossing feet or locking a triangle around the abdominals from the back. It was banned in judo, I believe, because of intestinal injuries which occur in the early developmental phases of judo. And in the modern era, when I first began jiu-jitsu, body triangles were relatively rare. They were not the standard part of life. And sometime around the late 1990s, early 2000s, people started to realize that this is a strong move with control. It greatly increases the amount of control you have over your opponent's hips and torso over regular hooks. It's not always easy. It's difficult for most people who are shorter, thicker stature to employ on big people. And your opponent's very broadly built through the stomach, which is almost impossible to apply. And so, because it can't be applied by all people, it tends not to be taught much at beginner level. And so, as a result, it was always seen as a kind of a specialist move for taller athletes at a higher level of competition rather than a broad-based move for everyone, or every body type, and every class to employ. So it just didn't get emphasized that much. You've got a top-level competition now. I think you would see that it's very apparent that the vast majority of athletes, they have the choice between body triangle and regular greenhouse. Majority of one half is treated more neutral. And we also had this conversation about wrestling. Maybe George, you can comment on what's the highest percentage, statistically speaking. Perhaps that's also interesting as John talked about. But just for you, in terms of mastery of the takedown, what's the best way to take it down in your opinion in wrestling?
Well, I personally, for me, it depends. For every fighter are different. They have a different set of skill. For me, when I look someone who want to bring down a tree, a big strong high tree, got it from the base. So the legs, that's what we stand on. So it was to attack the leg.
But is it single leg, double leg? Is it we talked about like there's also the John Smith low single. Actually, I don't even know if that's applicable for Asians at all. You can use it, but it runs the global submission holds. Yeah. It's not impossible to use, but without shoes and in a situation where there's a bedroom submission holds and you're scoring, it's a little more difficult to use. It is interesting. Something being a high percentage in terms of effectiveness tells a story. You're saying that every athlete is different, but if it's more effective for most people, then it's interesting. It's interesting what John talked about is that the highest percentage thing is actually the collegiate wrestling that he was talking about is on the defensive side. So blocking and takedown and spin on to the back. So that's an interesting idea. Then also there's all of these kind of going in for a single and switching to a double or wizard position, doing knee tap. Like, there's all these kinds of combinations that seem to be effective. If you look at the statistics, and it seems like there's maybe it's a scientific way of thinking, but it seems like there's some conclusion to be drawn there.
Oh yeah, I believe the high percentage move. There's a reason why it works. I think it's made for a bigger amount of people. For example, one of my main athletic strengths is I'm an explosive person. So I use techniques that are explosive. If I get a single leg, one of my things I like to do is to go for the double, power double. For someone else that, for example, in a single leg position, maybe he likes like body throw better. He's more a Greco guy, likes it, or he's a judo guy. He's gonna go for something else. So, but there is moves that are, I would say, like you just mentioned, are universal. Like statistically speaking, the highest percentage moves that works for pretty much everybody. Everybody pretty much can do at that gym. It's pretty easy, but it's not everybody that can knock a triangle with their legs. So those move like rear naked choke at like a gym is the highest percentage move because it's maybe more accessible. It's accessible for a bigger range, yeah, based on the physical characteristics of the people.
Do you draw any wisdom from these high percentages, John, for like, in terms of what you focus on? Yeah, absolutely. Jiu-jitsu has an ocean of moves, and you can get lost on that ocean. You can drift for a long period of time, and things that look very dynamic for it. So my whole thing is focus. You have one lifetime, and your training lifetime is even shorter than your actual lifetime. So in that time, I was the guy on the mat. That is true. Saying, I put a very high value on choosing what I believe to be the most high percentage moves and putting an extraordinary amount of focus on them. The only problem is that in one generation of moves, which can be considered low percentage, might actually turn out to be high percentage in another generation. For example, we talked earlier about leg rolls and how it's actually considered the ultimate low percentage move. And a big part of my career has been convincing people that in fact that was incorrect, that they can't be a high percentage move. We just change our approach to them. So we can't just follow tradition and say, oh, this is low percentage, this is high percentage. It has to be part of a fairly systematic study where you investigate what are the reasons why it's high percentage or low percentage. With regards to takedowns, if you look at what we could consider the most high percentage takedowns. If you're in front of someone, the single most high percentage way of taking them down is to get a hold of both of their legs and push them down. If you get a hold of one of their legs and put a force on them, they can use their other leg to defend themselves and hop around and find their way out of takedowns and cause all kinds of problems. I don't care how athletic your opponent is, if you get a hold of firm grip of both of his legs and start pushing it backwards, he's going to fall down to his butt. Now, he might be able to recover from there, but he will fall down. Even easier than that is to be behind someone. Takedowns from in front of someone is difficult. You go right into their hips, their hands, you go to all their defensive movements. If you're already behind someone and you're doing what in America they refer to as a mat return, this is significantly easier than taking someone down from the front. If you have control of their head in a front handle position, you've already closed distance on the time. You already have close contact. You don't have to worry about shooting. There's no sport out there. You don't have to worry about guillotines, kimura, or the enemy, standing defenses. Those are intrinsically easier takedowns out of my headlock. So if we're going to talk about high percentage, to me, I always go back to the mechanics of it, rather than just historical tradition, because historical tradition can't be wrong. It's wrong about leg locks. It's wrong about other things. So my primary thing is, okay, we're talking about mechanics. That's what always going to determine whether something is high percentage or not. You pointed out earlier, when you're behind someone, you have innate physical advantages. The other guy, you are weak. The human body is set up entirely to defend threats from the front. We are poorly adapted to defend threats from the rear. You don't have eyes in the back of our head. We can't apply pushing straight backwards. If you get behind someone, takedowns are 10 times easier from behind someone than they are when you're in front of someone. If you have to take someone down from the front, get a hold of both of their legs. If you get a hold of both of their legs and are part of pushing forwards, you will almost knock them down. If you get a hold of their head, it will take down some dead again. It's much easier because most of their defensive apparatus has been taken away from them before the takedown even begins. So, for me, the most high percentage takedowns will always be from the front, double legs. Any takedown from the back is going to be significantly easier than any takedown from the front. So all manner of return takedowns are going to be very high percentage. And takedowns done out of situations where the opponent is broken down in front of you and you have either front headlock or front chest right position are going to be significantly easier than takedowns from the Of course, you have to consider the full spectrum of mechanics involved here. It's possible that an outside low single leading to a double leg is much higher percentage. There's a lot of chain wrestling yet, that you consider as a possibility, maybe straight on double. And part of this cultural thing, are people afraid of this kind of thing that they can be the case with leg locks? Are people aware of this? Are they worried about this? Are they training for this? Did they defend this? And then there's opponents specific, of course, for that. With Jordan Martin's people preparing for the double, which is why he develops a whole other kinds of different stuff. And then the head to all the different control zones, different ties, and the rule set. And that's where it's so fascinating to see the effect of rule set and all this. Judo, over the past, I think, 20 years, went through this every Olympics, different changes to the rule set, and fundamentally different in terms of what's allowed to grip, whether you're allowed to touch the blades at all. There was a big one in 2012, I think. And that changes the sport completely. It's so interesting to watch, timing changing it changes the sport at the highest point when you're talking about people competing at the highest level. And the cool thing there is the rule change happens on scale of 4 years. So you get to see people that are at the top of their game have to recompete. So it's not like you have a new generation of people coming up who have to go, oh shit, you're not allowed to. It's the equivalent of saying you're not allowed to kick anymore. Because you're not allowed to grab legs anymore. Interestingly, if you look at the case of judo, if you look at the growth rankings of athletes, I think that one of the most significant changes in judo history, I think banned any form of grabbing legs. The ranking of athletes didn't change much. Yeah, that tells you that there's a reason why those guys were so tough. And it doesn't have to do with that specific rules. intensive. And then the measure, for example, in mixed martial arts, if they just said, hey, starting next week, instead of having 3 5-minute rounds, it's going to be 15 minutes straight. That would massively change the preparation of the athlete. It's a different game at that point. Computer literally is a different game before 2010 and after 2010. And yet, the international rankings didn't really change that much. The countries that were dominant before remain dominant. The athletes that remained before largely remained the same. You would think with such a massive change, all the rankings would be thrown upside down. They would. And again, it goes to this idea that there's a reason why guys at the top are at the top.
Now for something completely different, we're talking about so George brought up Bazaar. I will likely probably talked about Bazaar on this podcast, and then John had this skeptical look on his face about aliens. So let me ask John, do you think there's intelligent civilizations out there in the universe outside of our own? The universe is unimaginably large. The idea that we are the only life forms and a cosmos as large as this is, I think, life is forge. There's a very high likelihood that if life could evolve on this planet, that it could have done so on many other planets around the cosmos. I think anyone who puts even a moment's thought into this would realize that there's almost certainly other forms of life out there. The real question with regards to the alien community is, have they got here and are they something out there? Silver sources and making observations and periodically stealing people for experimentation. That's a whole source to be different other cover sources. And that question, I don't know. It's not, recently, Navy footage has come out showing some very interesting phenomena. If you talk to almost any experienced pilots, they will tell you they've seen things in the upper atmosphere that are very difficult to explain. I'll be the first one to agree with you on this. There are some things out there that are really difficult to explain. Literally UFOs, unidentified.
I mean, we just don't know what they are. But to go from the idea that there's things out there that we don't understand to there's like creatures running around and somehow it says, I just resume judgment. I just say, I'm agnostic about these things. I think it's possible, but all the evidence that I've been shown so far was insufficient to come to any kind of definite conclusions. Until aliens land at Central Park on Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. and get out with their alien ray guns and start shooting people. I don't believe that many of the stories that get told.
Well, what about if it's not aliens or ray guns? It's something very different, very difficult to detect for us humans.
That's very human. And that point, it's a fascinating idea, and it's impossible. Maybe we should be
All right. What about you? Do you look at the cosmos and ponder the stars?
I think it's a fair point John raised. Something really interesting I saw the other day was someone posted like if an alien or a civilization 65 million light years away somehow managed to look at Earth, they would theoretically see dinosaurs 65 million light years away. So like imagine us looking at galaxies that are 100 million light years away. That's 100 million years ago. You have no idea what it looks like now. So that's what's super interesting to me about it.
Yeah, the expanse is huge, and so much cool stuff will be going out there. The scary thing, of course, is if they haven't visited us yet, there has to be a good reason for it. The set of scary reasons involve the fact that they maybe once it gets sufficiently advanced in development, you destroy yourself naturally, as humans seem to be approaching now. We more and more have the tools to destroy ourselves completely in terms of our weapon systems. And we're developing them more and more. They're becoming better and better. And then we're starting to get angrier and angrier on Twitter and Instagram at each other. Those are good points you're raising.
It's the rest that and you think that it is real finish.
One day, yeah. there's also just the sheer difficulty of travel through space. And space is unimaginably invisible and to the best of our knowledge, this, even the theoretical speeds that we can attain in space, even if we could travel at the speed of light, we're not even remotely close to that. Still, the distances that need to be traveled to get to even relatively close solar systems are very, very long. If you look at astronauts who spend significant amounts of time in space just orbiting the Earth, it has to be an alphabet on the we're just not built for space. We're supposed to be in a gravitational environment.
By we, you're referring to your biological feedback as containing the essence of the mind that is jammed down to Earth. Maybe you could transfer the mind alone. The bag, the meat bag is not designed for space, but maybe the contents is all into the mind. That's possible. What do you think of you folks who like difficult things? What do you think about Elon Musk going to colonize Mars? Is this something you find interesting or a aimless pursuit? I think it's a blessing or a salvation. You need to leave at some point on the planet because historically in the past we know that we've been bombarded by asteroids, volcanoes, and crazy things happen here. It's very unstable. You know, if you look at it through a lifetime of a human being, it's nothing but just 12,000 years ago what happened. You know, so there's cataclysm that happen all the time. It's very unstable. So if we want to survive as a species, we need to get out, to be able to get out of this predators. So these are the early steps on a really long journey. But is there something about like we don't get that exploration of modern society? You kind of exploring the people did throughout the centuries of coming to the North America. Just throughout, we were shrouded in physical uncertainty. What's out there. And now we get to do the same kind of exploration with Mars. Is there any aspect of you that wants to travel out to space, that wants to travel to Mars? The goal is to allow civilians to travel, perhaps in our lifetime, meaning affordably. You can do so now, unaffordably.
Traveling to space and traveling to Mars are two different things. I think I'd like to travel into space. I don't know if I would like to travel all the way to Mars.
Because of the risks involved. Boring. Is there some part of you that enjoys
I think that if I was like towards the end of my life, I would like to travel. Just to experience. Yeah. If I go to Mars, I'm not coming back.
Hey, with the technology we have now, in the future, maybe our children of our children. Well, the weekend on Mars. The design of the Starship that SpaceX is working on is supposed to come back. It's supposed to be reusable. It's not a one-way ticket. It's the whole point. It's always going back and forth, back and forth.
What's the time frame between two planets that you travel from?
I think the current thing is stuck on Mars for 2 years.
How long does it take to get from Earth to Mars?
Oh, it's pretty texture. It's like I don't know, that was still a month. It's not killing you. You might not be healthy when you come back. All the astronauts they experience health issues. There's a lot of muscle mass, bone densities. Yeah, I don't think the technology is good right now. Let's say if it is, I would love to see it. If it's safe, I would love to be the first one to. You're a professional fighter, sacrifice his body. So there's some sacrifice to do. I don't want to be the first. I leave the other one, but when I know it's safe, okay, come. So one of the things that people say, and this is something I wonder about, is it's like having children or something. Once you're out in space, you look out and you see Earth, you look back at Earth, that's an experience. It's not like anything else. Like you can't replicate it here. It's just to look back at that, not in Earth. Yeah, disappear to the distance, and then you get to stand on Mars and see And just the look, you're standing on the ground and you're looking out and you see the planet from which you came and where you might not be coming back. But there's a challenge to the whole thing. Right? The risk is tremendous. And I don't know, I find that risk compelling for some reason. But that could be just the exploration. I guess that's a genetic thing too. How much do you want to explore? It's a safe zone, which even in the best case scenario, where they did get the technology to Mars in a fairly short period of time, it's kind of an inauthentic sense of exploration because your participation in it is no more exciting than your participation in an airline flight to a foreign country. You're basically, you don't have anything to do with the creation of the vessel. You're not in command of the vessel. You're not in any way, shape, or form important to the mission. You're just a person sitting in a passenger seat. You get off at a destination the same way you would if you flew to Singapore or London or something like that. Well, there's a hierarchy. There's a leadership. There's a bunch of people that all have roles. You don't get to go to Mars without having a skill set. You made it sound like space tourism. But yeah, I think it's a long time before you have space tourism to Mars. We have nothing to contribute. Like you will have to come with you go through like a training program. And there's technical things that you're contributing. So they're great people, in terms of agriculture. Okay, so this sounds like they're actually like explorers. Like you talked before about explorers and human history where Magellan sets off on a boat. Every person on the boat has the same function. They were all into the mission in a very particular fashion. They were always on the boat, but always recruited somehow. So this sounds much better. And just like with Magellan, I think most of them died. A significant number that year. from bacteria, from things that are unexpected. And if you discover life on Mars, you know what that entails. Because that's like a manned mission to Mars would likely be very driven by the research into all the kind of exploration required to find life. Now, from Mr. Musk's point of view as a developer, presumably there has to be some kind of financial incentive too. Is there some kind of financial benefit to Mars missions? Is presumably there wouldn't be that many people on Earth that can afford a ticket to pay for the kind of research and development that would require this. Is there some kind of mining on Mars that minerals? I think there's a lot of answers to this, but the only honest answer is the one that looks back into human history where we did a lot of things just because we could. A lot of hard things just because we could, and that led to a lot of innovation that ultimately made our life better. So this is why you have NASA, this is why you have government organizations. Like, what's the purpose of NASA? NASA would answer that by saying, okay, well, we're helping launch satellites up there. They'll have a bunch of answers. The reality is the programs were funded in large part by our desire to support them. And there's some aspect in which we have to all invest into that because historically speaking, that has produced a lot of things along the way that were totally unexpected. Like NASA was funded by public funding on the taxpayer. How was Mr. Musk going to fund this? Well, currently, most of the funding is SpaceX, NASA giving money to. So they're making a competition. Who can get our satellites? We need to go to for the space station to resupply the space station. Or we need to launch satellites up. Who's going to carry those quote-unquote payloads? They just need. So NASA's paying whoever the heck wants to get kilograms of thing up into space. This is the nicest suspicion. Why did they just give it? Well, I didn't realize when Mr. Musk came along, Bezos and others, that said we can do it for 1/10 the price. So why should the taxpayers pay? Why don't you NASA do what you do well, which is like to test out cutting edge stuff, make sure they're safe, and now that we've developed a car, let us UPS and FedEx take care of doing this at scale, doing it cheaper, doing it better. I mean, that's the argument. And NASA took, what they realized is it took way too long to do stuff.
when you're investing millions, billions of dollars into a project, the bureaucracy builds up and conservatism builds up where you really have to test everything out. The projects take years. Then you have somebody like Elon Musk come along and says, well, let's do launches every week, as opposed to just throwing away the rocket and reuse the rocket. That was one of the sort of cutting edge inventions. It's a dumb, obvious idea. Like Elon says, why do you throw away the plane? The equivalent is if you flew a plane every time you threw it away. Why are we every time throwing away the plane? But NASA tried that kind of thing with the space shuttle since the 1970s. Yes, they did that with the space shuttle, but not at the scale here that the space shuttle was seen as this like majestic, amazing thing that requires a huge amount of investment. But Elon Musk is like, no, every basic rocket should be reusable. Cut costs. Do you think that the more technology we have, the more advanced we become, the more specialized we need to be? Like, is that for that reason that now there is different branch? You just explained now that, so they're specialized in this, but they let another branch. Yeah, there's greater specializations, a little bit more stuff. Which is fascinating because is it making us more dumb in a way? You thinking like yeah, I don't know, like you know, but I use a cell phone, but I don't know how to do it. Like it's that beta males building up this whole society because we're this collective intelligence. We rely on each other more and more, and I do also see sort of the rise of conspiracy theories and all those kinds of things because, like, I've been talking to a few folks about flat Earth recently. It's fascinating. There's a large community of people that believe the Earth is flat, and that idea takes hold in this day and age. Of all the ideas, that's the one that takes hold for a large number of people, and I think that's a consequence of this kind of specialization, where it's just a huge amount of experts. But if you look out into our world and try to be simply about our existence, we are using the skills to do that. Because more and more people are specialized, especially in general, that are like extremely good at specific things. Are we capable now to do a robot that is self-aware? That's one the like one. It's self-aware, like not self-aware. It's been listening to this. But do you think human beings are self-aware? That's a good question. And I ask this question all the time. The robots move. There's a sense of when they turn on, something enters the robot. And when it turns off, something left. If they move in a certain kind of way, and if they surprise us, there's certain elements that enable us to see the magic in a living being. And some of them that we care about, we can maybe list them, but it's the ability to surprise you. It's the ability to make mistakes and learn from them physically. There's a bunch of things that you just, I don't know, it just feels like it has the magic of what is a living being and what humans have. And I try to think about how you replicate that into a machine. So when you turn it on, nothing dies every time. So for most machines, we don't feel that way. When we unplug things, we don't feel that way. I don't know why we don't feel that way. That's an interesting question. But I think when a robot has certain qualities, like memory, like ability to recognize you, yeah, you start to feel like you're turning off the organism. So whenever I have like the robots that recognize me and remember this is important, that all the things we've experienced together, then it's like holy shit, that's a living thing. But does he? It feels like a living. Does he remember your robot? Does he remember things that happened before you unplugged it? Is it like he's sleeping, like you wake up, or is he like no? So right now it's start to sleep. No, it doesn't start zero. Remember, every time you like, storing the memories, but the memories are basic. They're like, okay, we walked around the kitchen, and then you looked at me. I mean, the memories, it's like data. It's
it's not like we would experience it's able to actually experience anything deep like humans can. But just the fact of memory, it's like the toaster or the microwave don't give a shit about me. They don't know me. They don't know me by name. They wouldn't recognize my face as being different from yours. They wouldn't know the difference. And they wouldn't remember the microwave crone. It doesn't remember, the times I've been sad and happy, like what food I put into it. It doesn't remember this. When I was being a fat ass or when I was being in good shape. And all just those memories are enough to make you feel when you turn the thing off. It's like, shit, that's a living, that's a living thing. Of course, that's kind of an anthropomorphism we do to each other, but that's something, that's something that makes me believe it's possible to create systems with which we can have a connection that are not human, like similar to dogs, cats, and so on. It makes me, and that's what's interesting to me because ultimately I feel like that will help us understand ourselves and maybe practice crafting. Anyway, well, let me ask the advice question. Now that we're together, I spoke to Josh, I spoke to George. What advice would you give to young folks, whether we're talking about sport, excelling, becoming great at grappling, becoming great at fighting, becoming great at whatever sport they take on, or in life in general, whether they're maybe in high school or college? What advice would you give them to excel at that thing they take on?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this because I'm only 26. So
You're at the top.
you said give advice to you. For me, I think the two biggest things are find something that you're both talented in and you enjoy. I think that if you enjoy something but you're terrible at it, it's going to be hard for you to be successful in life in that given area. And it's going to be hard to do something for long amounts of time if you're talented at it but you don't enjoy doing it. It's easy to come in and train hard for a month or for 2 months or for a year. You can be very talented at it. But if you come in, it's a different story to come in every day for 5 years in a row, for 10 years in a row, for 15 years in a row. So I think finding something that you're both talented in and something you enjoy are probably the two biggest things for me.
How do you find the joy in it? So you've been training the same amount, a lot. You've been doing it for a long time. Is there ways to rediscover the joy in it?
For me, initially, it was just learning new stuff. Coming as a white belt and every day, you see a different move and you're like, oh man, that's awesome. And then when I started to compete more seriously towards my professional career, it was the joy of doing camps and seeing the results of those camps and beating high-level athletes. And then I got to a point where I'd beaten all the high-level athletes already, so who am I going to compete against? So now for me, the joy is just being the best athlete I can possibly be until I reach my prime, which is hoping somewhere between 35 and 40. So instead of competing against the other athletes, that would be bordering because I already beat all the rest of the guys. But I know that I can be better in a year from now or 2 years from now than I am today. And that for me is exciting.
By the way, is there some aspect of teaching that's exciting to you?
Yeah,
I've become a better and better teacher over the years.
Yeah, I definitely I enjoy teaching. And I used to teach a lot before I met John, and I was like, yeah, I just have to be able to teach. So that's like a completely different element of the sport. Doing things and being good at doing things, being good at winning, and actually being able to communicate those skills and knowledge to a vast amount of people is two completely different things.
George, advice for young people like yourself? Well, first, I would tell them, find what you want to do. Long term, do certain things, maybe sometimes you don't know, but where you want to propel yourself in the future. Not what your parent, your friend wants you to become, what you want to become. So once you
mind that you cannot doing it by yourself. Everything that is big achievement in life, you cannot do doing it by yourself. So what I would say is the second thing is try to build up your team. Try to build up your team to be able to achieve your goal of people that are competent and people that you trust. You need both competency and trust. I see a lot of people sometimes in business, for example, they hire people that they trust, but they turns out to be incompetent. You know, you have to fire a friend, otherwise your business like that. It's the same problem if you do the opposite. You hire someone that is competent, but you cannot trust is gonna fool you know. So it's very important to stay away from delegates and build up your team, people you trust and that are competent. And I would say the third one is to work hard, sacrifice yourself. Yeah, you have to go through hell sometimes, but yeah, you have to see the light at the end of it, you know, to keep your dream in mind is going to give you the motivation to go through the tough time. It's not easy. Work. It's not easy. You can accomplish without hard work. The fourth one, I would say, to invest on yourself constantly. Do not invest on yourself on whatever you are in which business and sport, the game will catch up to you. For example, if you become champion at something, you stop improving. The other guys that are trying to be champion, they will catch up to you. So you need to invest on yourself. Most people, most athletes, they make the mistake when they start to have money, they buy luxury stuff. And that's one thing I didn't do. When I started making money, I was investing of traveling to New York, training with John or the guys to learn what is new in the game of jiu-jitsu. I used to go in Thailand, train Muay Thai, in Los Angeles to perfect my boxing skill. So instead of taking that money to buy jewelry, cars, and to do what a lot of guys do because it's a mistake, I invested on myself because I know there were people coming, they want my place, so I didn't want them to catch me. The last one I would say, it seems weird, I would say, to give back. And it's not because I'm a nice guy. And it's not that, I don't say that to look good. I say that when you make it, it creates opportunity where you can help certain group of people. But when I say give back, not give back to everybody, to anybody. Give back only to the cause that you want. I give back not because I'm a nice guy. It's kind of selfish. I only give back to the people that I want to give back because I give back to them, and I know that if I'm more successful, I'm going to be able to give back to people I love, to the cause that counts for me. So it brings me more motivation because I don't compete for myself anymore. I compete to help people I love. You know. So when you reach the top in your game, you need to find new motivation. If you're satisfied, it's the end of it. You're successful. Down. So you need to find new motivation. What can motivate? What do you want? Oh, I want to help this. Or I need to be successful. I want to, you need to find reason. What do you want to do with your success? So when I say get back, it's not because I'm necessarily. It's not to look like a nice guy. It's to keep the motivation to be able to keep climbing the ladder even more.
John, um, first off, the two responses given so far covered, I think, the most important things already. Gordon talked about the need for an underlying passion and enjoyment. If you don't have that, you're not going to have the longevity that's required in order to build skills, which is ultimately is going to come down to running first. You've got to have some kind of underlying passion and enjoyment, which will keep you in the game long enough to build world championship skills. It's going to take a minimum of 5 years, quite possibly considerably longer than that. George talked about the idea of community. You're not going to make it by yourself, so you've got to build people around you and build a trusted environment around you to develop those skills. What I would add to the excellent points that both already raised, at least what I said at the start of this podcast, you've got to be able to identify some kind of undervalued elements in whatever industry you're in and show the world what their true value is. In addition,
You can't go through life doing the same things as everybody else and expect to get different goals. This is straightforwardly irrational, and worse, it's even arrogant. It's essentially the statement that I'm going to do the same thing as everyone else, but I believe I'm different, and so they'll work for me, but they didn't work for everyone else. That's like saying, no, I'm special. No, you're not special. We're all pretty much the same. And in order to be special, you're going to have to exhibit skills that other people simply don't have. Thirdly, I would say if you want to become something truly impressive in life, you've got to be able to focus on one or two things that you do better than anyone else in your industry. You can't learn everything, but you can get one or two skills, and the more innovative those skills are, the better. And you can truly excel at them. For example, at the peak of his career, no one in the world was better than George St. Pierre at integrating striking and takedowns. No one in the world was better at integrating grappling and striking on the ground. He had two things that he could confidently say he was the best at. Was he the best at every MMA skill? No. But he was absolutely the best at those two skills. And those two skills were skills that he used throughout his career to win the vast majority of his matches. Gordon Ryan, at the onset of his career, could confidently say, there's no one in the world better than me at left box. He could also say, there's no one better in the world than me at late stage defense. To submission holds across the board. As he went through his career, he started adding more and more elements. It's gotten to an extraordinary degree now where you could absolutely say he's the best at guard passing, the best at guard potential, unless this keeps going on. And that goes back to what Gordon said about keeping things interesting over time, because we're always introducing new skill sets. The day you start saying, I'm satisfied with my skill set, is the day you get bored. And boredom to an athlete is a precursor to death by boredom. As long as you're still growing in those directions, you'll stay in the game for very long periods of time. So the main thing I would add to these statements by Gordon and George is this idea of finding something which is current and undervalued and showing the world what its true value is. Understanding that you can't just use the same training methodologies as everyone else and somehow expect to be different from everyone else. You've got to almost every great rise in human civilization, whether it be groups of people or individuals, required some kind of innovation. You've got to look for that new angle. Okay, George St. Pierre founded the street boxing early on in his career. Gordon Ryan founded with leg box early on in his career, and they branched out from that angle. Add to this the idea that you want to become the absolute best in the world in your industry. One or two things that make a difference. Find out what they are and focus on those things. You'll go far. John, Gordon, George, this was an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for your valuable time, George. As somebody who's become famous in part by commenting on people's performance, how do you think you did? How would you evaluate our performance today?
I'm not impressed by that. I learn all the time. I don't. It's great. I love that you did that. It's very stimulating. Yeah, it was something I'm really looking forward to. I was hoping that we'd get together. It was so rare that at the same time in history there would be something great together. And the fact that you guys would be willing to come together and talk like this is awesome. And that Gordon didn't even wear a cowboy hat. I mean, this is just historic. This is like Churchill getting together with whoever.
This is great and all, but the next one is just going to be us just quizzing John on which animal win in fights. Yes, for the whole 3 hours.
We just we'll invite Joe. We'll make it a systematic.
It'll be a debate between Joe and John on which animal will win.
John and I, we have a thing that we send each other footage all the time of animals. We are very intrigued.
I guess let's say it's like 3:30 a.m. on Instagram. He's like, check this out.
Like a rhino taking like a big, like, brr, like, literally, like, it's not always fair. No, it's never, but it's interesting stuff. If people would see when we send the stuff that we, they would judge you harshly. All right, thanks so much, guys. This is awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation. George St. Pierre, John Donahar, and George Ryan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. There's nothing outside yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Following is a conversation with Thomas Toll, founder of Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and many more. He runs Talcum, which is an investment company that focuses on how artificial intelligence can revolutionize large industries. He's part owner, Pittsburgh Steelers, is the guitarist of the band Ghost Towns, and tours with the Rolling Stones. But most importantly, he's humble, down to earth, someone who has looked to become a mentor and friend. This is a Let's Think podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Thomas Toll. In 2004, he founded Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, like Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight Rises, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, the list goes on. It's just some of the biggest movies in history. What does it take to make an epic movie like that? What does it take to make it happen from start to finish?
Well, look, I've been enamored with movies since I was a kid as a fan. I think what you need is to be able to tell a great story. If you're going to tell a great story, you need a great director. You got to start with a fantastic script that is able to take some of these iconic characters that you did and put your own stamp on it while still respecting mythology. And I had zero experience in movies and television before we started Legendary, so it was a very interesting trip. Total luck that we had the opportunity to make 5 movies at the time with Chris Nolan, who turned out to be one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. But it's each one is its own little startup company. I don't think there's any formula to get there, but I know that if you don't have a great director and a great script, if you don't have that foundation, it's hard to pull off.
Who's the CEO that was the director? Would you say kind of defines the success or failure?
Well, when you build a big movie like that, it's an enormous effort, 360 degrees. From digital effects, it's certainly actors. If you have an amazing script, an amazing director, you don't believe anybody playing the parts, that's a problem. So the reason I think it was so difficult to pull off is I always used to say you start with a stack of papers with words on it called script. Bring that to life, and you're asking an audience to believe in everything you're trying to put out there, and you've got a cast that even if they're immensely talented individually, they have to mesh together, they have to have chemistry together. And the director is kind of the general on the battlefield, but you have a strong producer who's very hands-on. It truly, each one had its own story and its own sort of how it came to be and why it worked and didn't work.
So you said you were new to the industry, but you did a lot of revolutionary things in Legendary. So at that time and now, what is the good, the bad, and ugly of the business? What are some interesting calls that you were able to, like problems that you were able to fix, what problems still exist that can still be solved?
Well, look, the business has changed so radically since 2004. When I started Legendary, DVDs were still a cash cow. So, that's how far it is. But I would say a couple things. The reason that I started it from a business perspective was at the time it was a $30 billion industry, and there was no institutional capital around the movie business. And I was fascinated by that because almost every other category that you look at that size as institutional capital, private equity, etc., is kind of a cottage industry set up around it. And I was perplexed and fascinated that it occurred. And the way the movie business worked was unlike any business I'd ever looked at before. So after kind of convincing myself that you could actually make money if you were disciplined and had the right approach, went out, raised the money from the capital markets, which was Herculean, maybe the hardest thing I've ever done in my career, to walk around and say, look, I have no experience, I've never done this before, but, And the second thing, I'm very fortunate, was able to partner up with Warner Brothers. Warner's at the time was run by a man named Alan Horn, who, besides being creative, is also a Harvard MBA, so really understood what I wanted to do. And Alan, was just an absolute gentleman, someone that I still look up to this day. After Warner Brothers, he went and ran Disney with their run, between Marvel and Star Wars and everything. So between Alan being responsible for Harry Potter, Dark Knight stuff, and then on to all the Disney stuff, he probably had as great a career as anyone I've ever heard of in the movie business. So my first focus was around sort of two concepts: global, worldwide, large tentpole films and franchises, and then the business aspect of being bringing long-term institutional capital to bear.
I'm going to ask you a dumb question, which is part of the style, I guess. But just for people who don't know, what is institutional, what is capital, what is institutional capital, what is equity, what is private equity?
Okay. Well, so if you're starting a company and you go around to a bunch of your successful friends and say, hey, you should invest in my company. That's sort of, that's great. It's capital, but it's not getting money from Fidelity or T-Rowe or, a sovereign wealth fund or an endowment fund for the university. It has large pools of organized capital. It has a long-term point of view on your business. So if you get money from your neighbor who's a successful dentist, next year the dentist may say, hey, times are hard, I need my money back. If your partners with Fidelity or Morgan Stanley or any of these institutions, they have the capital and wherewithal to say, okay, I'm looking at this over the next 5 to 10 years. And I thought there was an opportunity to bring that type of capital to the movie business, just to be patient.
And the benefit of that patient is long term. You have to deal with fewer parties, you have to do much larger investments. So what are the benefits? What are the challenges?
Well, I think the benefits in some ways are the professionals who are largely dispassionate. Right? It's like, look, if you're hitting the numbers you told me, you're hitting your plan, great. And the other thing that always was interesting to me about the movie business is if I'm investing in an artificial intelligence company or a chipset company or something like that, a lot of the institutions don't have the technical expertise to really truly grasp what's being done, so they don't, other than good business practices, they're not offering every little opinion. The movies and television are completely approachable. Everybody has an opinion. So, whether it's, I think you guys chose the wrong actor for that, or why did you do that movie? So it invites a lot more sort of second guessing and things like that. So that was always one of the idiosyncrasies of the business that I thought was interesting. And then when you talk about private equity versus public equity. If you're a public company where the companies are traded, you want to buy Microsoft shares, you just go to your broker, team there, trade and buy them. If on the other hand, you're talking about private equity, that's institutions or individuals investing in private companies. So thus, if you have pools of capital that mostly invest in private equity deals, that's how you do it.
But it's difficult to make those happen. Individuals have to agree. So it's much less. It's much more human, much less mechanical. I'd say.
Yeah, no, and again, massive difference between large private equity shops who are professionalized and in the same category that I mentioned earlier, versus private individuals who are wealthy or whatever. But again, it's much more individualized when you're going to people who like your idea and just say, I'd like to invest in it.
Is that from all the types of people? What do you think is the most conducive to creating works of genius? Whether that's in technology, AI space, or whether that's in movies, or creating something special.
I would say a couple of things. Enough money in whatever endeavor you're going into that you're not so nervous about the edges. If I have $100 to spend, and I think I can create a perpetual motion machine or something for $104, I can't do it because they're all over the budget. So I would say making sure that you have enough capital, making sure that that capital is patient enough, so that it's, if you're going to do things that are extraordinary, it takes some time. Then you're going to break stuff, right? You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have a whole bunch of film on the cutting room floor, so to speak, or if you're in the lab, you're going to have a whole bunch of broken stuff. And I also think it's very important at the beginning, and I always try to do this with companies I invest in or buy, is make sure that you have a philosophical and somewhat mechanical alignment with the management team. So that going in, we both understand, hey, this is how we think about this problem or this company. This is what we feel like our culture is. This is what our goal is. And these are the metrics by which we'll agree to measure the fund. Because if you don't have that shared, hey, we're going to take this journey, then I think that's where people get upset, disappointed, etc.
What about constraints as opposed to still making an investment? Do you think more money is always better?
No.
So I like constraints a lot. Like constraints, almost like a desperation, and deadlines are catalysts for creativity, for productivity, for sort of innovation. So can you kind of speak to that? Sure. As an investor, as a creator, like what's the balance?
Well, I think if you're focused on a particular problem or a company or a thesis, if you have that focus and you feel like I have unlimited resources or renewable resources, so there's no leverage in the situation. There's no, if I fail at this, I'll just go get more money. Right? I'll just go. I think that's a hard way to be resilient and to think of new ways to solve problems. So I think capitalizing things just, to the nth degree does create some problems. So I think there's that perfect blend of don't starve the oxygen to the point where you make short-term decisions or non-strategic or thoughtful decisions because you got to pay the rent. And on the other hand, you can't have it be like this, everlasting gobstopper of whatever you want. You just keep flowing cash because that doesn't create any friction points that I think do result in works of genius in things that that are transformative. And one of the things that is interesting to me about society sort of writ large is, I think that when you go through hard times, you have to do things that are uncomfortable if you don't want to do them. You're tired. That in some ways builds up that being uncomfortable muscle. And I sometimes think we're losing that a little bit. You can't sort of paint with a wide brush, but that's one of the things that I kind of observe and hope that we don't go that way.
I do think challenge and discomfort are a gift. Overcoming that. It's like from every perspective. From your perspective, it's a source of happiness, fulfillment, overcoming challenge. But from a business perspective, I see like if something's really difficult, you need to also find that most others, many others fail at this point. So like it's a feature. It's nice that something is difficult. When people tell you that something is impossible, I love that. It's like, all right, well then that's what a lot of people believe, and that gives you an opportunity to be the person that shows it's not impossible. Of course, you might be wrong. If you're not wrong, you have the opportunity to stand out. So going through that hardship, taking those big risks, is going to really pay off. So like discomfort is a feature, not a bug, of both personal life. It's just good for life, but for business, it's like just good business sense. If something is hard, it's probably a good idea to do that. Yeah. Most others will fail. Fun question. I don't know if you can answer, but what's the most expensive movie or make? Why was it? You don't have to say numbers, but like, does something stand out as being exceptionally expensive? And why it's expensive?
I think Jurassic World was pretty expensive. Worked out great.
That's an epic.
It's one of my favorites. They just did an amazing job. And frankly, the crazy thing about my life is all the stuff that I loved as a kid somehow came full circle back into my adult life. And having the opportunity while I was out there to develop a friendship with Steven Spielberg, and then have my name on the same film as Steven Spielberg. That was pretty surreal. So that was an expensive film. Dark Knight Rises was an expensive film. But again, to me, there's a difference between expensive and irresponsible, and expensive because the vision warranted, and it turned out financially it certainly did.
In the Jurassic World, I can't imagine having those meetings because like you have to create so much, and so much of it is obviously not real. You can't bring dinosaurs in.
Yeah.
Is that where a lot of the cost is? The computer side of things.
Yeah, those are generally pretty massive components of the budget, and especially if you're doing it and inventing things as you go. I mean, Jim Cameron is one of those filmmakers who, is designing the plane as it's flying in such a brilliant way. And I've got to know him over the years, and just in awe of the way his brain works. So yeah, it's big trouble.
Can you speak a little bit more to him in terms of you're such a fascinating person? You care a lot about technology. You care a lot about the cutting edge of technology. So how does he, a creator, a director, build a plane while it's flying? Like, what's the role?
Well, so I never made a film with Jim. Just a huge fan. Got to know him. And John Landau, who's producing partner. And one of the things that just fascinates me about Jim is, so he makes Titanic, and there's a bunch of underwater cameras and things that they need that don't exist. He goes and invents them, and has a good grasp of engineering. It has not only the imagination, but the ability to lead a team to build them. I got to go down early when they were shooting Avatar at a warehouse, I think it was, where they were shooting. Is they were explaining to me how they were capturing it. They could go back save because they created the environment.
Save now with buy one get one.
In my mind.
Select paints, stains, and primers from top
Truly,
brands like
let's talk about
HGTV,
it.
Sherwin Williams, and
So
Cat.
he's continued
Find more
push the
affordable
envelope
deals now
in
at
terms of
Lowe's.
the art of
We
the
have,
possible.
you say,
I just
selection
think
varies by
he's
location.
an
Also,
incredible
like
genius.
this not taking time to purchase. 6 sales associate for details.
Again, another hard question. So you, in the realm of music, care about stories. Is there some aspect in which money and beautiful graphics get into a story? Filmmakers, if you think about Jurassic World, obviously, that's what do you think about the tension, story, experience, and visual?
Well, look, if you're using big effect shots and all kinds of tricks to cover over the fact that you don't have a very interesting story to tell, that's where I think it gets in. Where I think you have these incredible filmmakers, you mentioned Chris Nolan, Jim Cameron, Guillermo del Toro, you could go on and on. Folks that just see the world differently and use technology to enhance storytelling, right? To make you believe differently, to make you not just suspend you disbelief, but feel like you're immersed in it. So I've certainly seen it done expertly, and I've seen it done before.
You talked about this a little bit in the past. You kind of left the movie making business at an interesting time. Perhaps you saw changes. There's been a lot of excitement with Netflix, TV. So the world of film society has changed. So, what do you think is the future of movies versus TV? If you were, as a business person, as a creator, as a consumer, as a technologist, thinking about the next 10 years, what do you think is going to be the godfather, the great pieces that move us as a society in the next 10, 20 years? Is it going to be TV? Is it going to be movie? Is it going to be TikTok clips? What's it?
Well, so I think the other category that I would add to that would be the next great medium is truly immersive virtual reality, in which new storytellers will emerge, especially when you can go into VR and there's enough computing power to sustain it and to allow it to be social and for you to have different paths to go down. That'll be, I think, the next realm of what storytelling experience will look like.
So do you think video game kind of world, or is it more movies, or is it more social network, or is it all in kind of reality?
Yeah, I thought you saw Ready Player One, so I love the book, and the movie was cool too. But that's one version of it, right? Where you go in. We just talked about the metaverse and all that, but you go into a world that's fully rendered as yourself and you interact with that world. The other side of it is to go in somewhere between being a passive observer and being able to move around your point of view and experiences, which I think is interesting. And then I think another adventure, so to speak, I can think of is a blend of video games. So there's a mission, right? There's obstacles, there's everything. You move through it, but it's immersive and it tells a story at the same time. And that's why I think you're going to see new, amazing storytellers that we don't know yet, that understand how to innovate, how to make you feel something in that environment. And to your earlier point, I saw probably around 2015 when Netflix decided to be bold, put out House of Cards, put out all the episodes. leave you in charge of the pace in which you review them, which I thought was great.
That's a gutsy move.
Yes, it was, and I can't tell you around Hollywood, anybody that says that everybody thought it was a great idea is not truthful, because everybody I talked to said this is, they're idiots, right? What do they know about movie making and TV? And what I saw happening was, if you look at what Netflix pulled off, they realized there isn't really a moat around the studios. You really could make stuff, and really good stuff. So they started to create their own content. That pulled in Amazon, which pulled in Google through YouTube, and you had Hulu, and you had Disney deciding they're going to have Disney Plus. And the next thing you know, you have some of the biggest companies with the largest balance sheets on the planet being in the creative business. That's, if you're an independent, that's what's bringing a knife to a gunfight, to be sure. And so, I thought that was interesting. The other thing that it used to be, that movies were where the big things happened, and television was sort of full screen, different experience. And you had something like Game of Thrones, which was not only at the same epic level visually and storytelling wise, but had the budget to be able to do it. And now, I think you're seeing all kinds of different storytelling taking place. And I also like that you're not pigeonholed into a time. Like, you got 2 hours to tell a story. You can do a 3-part piece, a 5-part piece. You can do television that's all kinds of different formats. That I think is allows creators to be a lot more interesting.
It is also interesting to consider the role of companies that enable that, like the capital that enables that. Without Netflix and HBO have some of these epic shows. So if we're thinking about the virtual reality world we're talking about, it's interesting to consider who will enable that. Now, like you said, Facebook is talking about meta and metaverse, but it's unclear that just having money is enough. Netflix did a lot of really revolutionary stuff. There's Amazon has money. There's a lot of companies that have money that don't quite do as good a job yet at enabling creators of creating revolutionary new content that changes the world. That's probably what the case with virtual reality. There is a lot of money needed to enable experiences, like in terms of compute infrastructure. There needs to be a huge amount of money there, but you also need to somehow give freedom to creators to have fun, to do their best work, at the same time provide the perfect amount of constraints, all of that together. However, Netflix makes it happen. Good job. It's a very constrained platform. But yet, all the creators I've ever talked to, meaning on that work with Netflix, are really happy because they feel free to create their work.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, companies are letterhead that boils down to people. And I think I've known Ted Sarandos a long time. Ran the studio at Netflix and now took over for Reed, running the company. But Ted, very smart, talented guy, and understood early how to cultivate talent and relationships with talent, which is important. When you're dealing with creative people, their motivations and their goals are not always the same. Right? They're not always capitalistic, right? And so, in terms of being able to communicate with creative people that are not always A to B to C is a talent. And so I think they did a great job. Ted did a great job with that early. But I think that you're going to see different formats. I don't think going to a theater to see a massive movie on that screen in that format is a fundamentally different experience. But I think you're going to find movies, my old shop, Legendary, just put out Dune, which I thought was phenomenal. When we secured the rights to Dune years ago, it was I was over the moon because I love the book. I love the entire world that is Dune. And that's a movie that I think you see on the big screen. I think when Avatar 2 comes out, I want to see that on a big screen. But I think you're going to see a ton of content is obviously being produced, and it's not all going to go to a theater-going experience. You're going to see, I think, different versions of this over the next 5 to 10 years.
James Cameron is listening to this, so he officially agreed to talk at the time of this podcast at the time of Avatar 2 release. Just hope you to that. Just a conversation. Also, just super excited both me and the director. There's something special about movies. You know, they win Oscars. They're historic in nature. There's something about TV shows, even when they're epic like Game of Thrones, they're forgotten much quicker in history. I don't know. Maybe that's because we haven't had enough of them. But, you know, the De Niro performances, you know, the Scorsese films, all the great films that kind of we think of throughout the generations, that define generations of films. Is that just old school thinking? Is that always going to be the case?
I mean, look, to me, going in a darkened theater with a bunch of strangers, the lights go down, and you go on this journey, there is something special and magical about that. And I think movies have been a part of our cultural fabric forever. And for some reason, Hollywood in America is, you know, uniquely positioned to do a great job with it, right? Not that there aren't great foreign movies, but far and away, American movies are dominating not only the world market, but, you know, so whatever it is that we do well, or Hollywood does well, you know, there's something in the water here. But I agree that I love movies, and I will for the rest of my days. It's interesting how creators can move back and forth as well. That used to be a complete no-no. You're either a movie guy, or a person, or you're a TV director, and that's that. Those lines are completely blurred.
And they're also blurring. They're blurring all kinds of lines. They're moving to TikTok, Instagram. Like, I know right now it's just ridiculous to consider that these like 1 minute things could be considered even in the same realm creatively as a film, but maybe that changes over time too. Maybe experiences can completely become fluid in terms of their size, as long as they have some deep, lasting impact on you as a human being, as a consumer.
Look, to me, the whole thing is about either the moving image or even sometimes the picture will bring out an emotion, reaction, something. So, you know, short form is harder because you have less time to set things up and all that. But I'm sure there will be short videos of creators who come up with things. If a moving image can get a reaction out of you, make you feel a certain way and stay with you or inspire you, well, that to me is just the next evolution of whatever it's going to be between humans and cameras, etc.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm fine about this. That's why I love robots. I think there's certain things in the short form with robots and media. You know, there's something about our consideration of our own intelligence, of our own consciousness, of our own fears and hopes, beautiful things about nature, dark things about nature. Somehow, especially with robots right now, we have this fear and excitement. Was that are these going to be our overlords, our gods that will overtake humanity? Are these going to be things like horses or something like that, something that empowers humanity? You don't know what to make sense of it. That's why they're super excited. Speaking of robots, you've gone into traditional industries and disrupted them quite a few times. Is there a system for deciding which industry is right for disruption? When you look at the world and see one of the big problems we'd like to solve. Do you have a system of how you see which problems to solve? How do you look at the world?
Yeah, well, on the business side of that, so I have a holding company called Rothschild, very passionately. Part of that is literally every day ever is now taken, registered, and all that stuff. So we're a holding company.
What's the holding company?
So instead of being, it has money flowing in and out of it, and there's what's called a vintage year. I raise capital and I agree to invest that capital for so long, and then I get it back to you, which sometimes creates artificial time pressures and things like that. A holding company is more permanent capital. So the idea was behind Telco to buy almost always whole companies with majority stakes, great management teams, in spaces that did not traditionally have a lot of innovation. And to have our labs, data scientists, AI practitioners, engineers, machine learning, etc., and to be able to bring that wherewithal to that company. So to provide them with the right capital and to provide them with access to technology, it would be hard to individually recruit for that company. So I would say that the thesis was to look for industries that were large enough that hadn't traditionally had access to that type of technology or innovation, and to try to look for companies that not only looked that part, but had management teams that embraced this and wanted to take that concept.
Yeah, there is quite a few industries like that, but then finding the industries and the management pair, because like those industries often have a lot of old school folks who don't. It takes quite a bit of work with technology. I've worked quite a bit with the autonomous vehicles in just the automotive industry. Depending on the company, there's old school folks. It's like Detroit thinking versus like what do you call it? I don't know, California thinking.
Well, I think you have to look at the nexus of two things. One is just plain old human behavior. If I am uncomfortable, this isn't a comfort zone for me, and it's not something I have as a field of expertise. I'm going to shy away from it, especially if I'm successful and I feel good about myself and it's been a successful company or person or whatever it might be. And the second thing is that, especially if you're a public company, you're being weighed and measured every quarter. You are rewarding the managers of that company to hit metrics and be reliable, and to say, hey, I'm counting quarter to quarter that you're going to deliver what you say. It's difficult to say, you know what, everybody, the next 2 years, I wouldn't count on our financial projections at all. Because we're going to reinvent what we're doing. It's going to work, and it will work in the long run. And you're going to see that this was a really smart investment 5 to 7 years from now. That's not the way capitalism is currently wired, generally, right? And a lot of, so again, if you reward managers with yearly bonuses and stock options based and tied to stock price and all these other things, and then ask them to go break stuff, that's hard.
You're saying, like the Talco approach to this capital investment is the best way, or perhaps the only way, to enable this kind of long-term innovation, investment, taking big risks, investing in innovation.
Well, but we certainly are not by any means the only one doing it. I'm just saying that when you think about big companies or successful, that are in old line businesses, and I hear people sort of talk about why can't they just pivot? They recognize they need to be in the technology business because it's hard. It's hard to steer a ship and turn it that big, especially if it's not part of your DNA of that company. So, I just think that what we tried to do is to enable management teams that know where they want to go and to be patient with capital, and also, again, bring innovation to bear that they have access to. There's plenty of capital structures doing interesting things. That's one of the things I love about our country. This country innovates, and this country invents things, and I'm constantly in awe of just the the human ability to innovate and iterate. I get to hang around some universities, including your old shop MIT. And it's like,
I'm still there.
yeah, still there,
Still teaching there.
still teaching. But that place is like Hogwarts. I mean, it's just it's inspiring, right? And certainly the energy in Silicon Valley, which now Austin, Texas, where we're sitting, has its own incredible ecosystem. So that's one of the things I love about America is the ability, and that really is, I think, in the American DNA to create things and invent things. I think that's invigorating.
And I think that's even bigger than capitalism, sort of the machine of how capitalism works. That's just human nature. Capitalism is just one of the ways to sort of make that human nature shine, I suppose. But it's like you mentioned MIT. There's a drive there to invent, to innovate. That's so purely human. That human spirit to sort of do something new. It's like that hopeful optimism, especially in the engineering space. Like if you pay attention to the internet, like Twitter and all that kind of stuff, intellectuals and so on, there's a cynicism to when we talk about stuff, but there's an optimism to do stuff. Doing part, actually build things, especially like you care a lot about manufacturing too. Like you actually build physical products. That's when we truly shine.
Yeah, no question about it. And I'm passionate about our country making stuff again, right? Doing our own manufacturing and making sure that we don't lose the ability not just to create things intellectually and do the world's greatest blueprints, but actually make things. Your actual factories. Yeah, that's exactly right.
How do we do that? How do we bring more manufacturing to the United States?
Well, there's a company that I have a big personal investment in called Rebuild, with some folks that all went through the MIT school years ago. There's a good friend of mine named Jeff Wilkie, who used to be at Amazon, and we all felt the same way. America needed to make sure that it didn't lose its edge in everything. So it's a company that invests in American high-tech manufacturing. And I think the way we do that is provide capital, provide training. To me, this is also fertile ground for good, sustainable, high-paying jobs. And we have to make it economically feasible to do that again here in this country, and not to say to companies, again, they're being weighed and measured quarter by quarter. Hey, this is 3 times as expensive to do it here, but you should do it here. We need to innovate, and we need to create processes and companies and opportunities that balance that equation. And I think, as we saw during the pandemic, I don't think in this day and age you can be in isolation. That doesn't make any sense. But being self-reliant and self-determined and making sure that you are never in a position as a nation. We can't do basic things because we're relying on the supply chain in other countries. And whether it's, we're not friends anymore, or a natural disaster, or a virus, or something pops up. I think those are costs of doing business that we have to put into the calculus of being able to make things.
There's an extremely high cost to make the supply chain resilient that we have to consider. And so if you really consider that cost, it makes a lot of sense to invest, especially long term, in building up manufacturing in a way where you're making most of the stuff in one place. Bringing it all in, not all, but as much in as possible, and really almost like full scratch here in the United States. What I guess your thought is with innovation is possible to sort of revolutionize the way you manufacture it, to reduce the amount of supply chain stuff, and like build stuff from scratch and do high tech manufacturing. So optimize all aspects of manufacturing.
Yeah, and I think where technology is the most efficient is the human-machine interface. Right? It's not let's automate everything and have nobody working. For a long time, that's neither feasible nor desirable. But where we can enhance jobs and make that interface immensely productive with the right training and so forth, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor and something that's going to be important to our country.
You know, you talked to, I love human robot interaction, human machine interaction, human AI interaction. So, what do you think is the role of robotics in this high tech manufacturing? Sort of like industrial robots, robotic arms, all that kind of stuff, or even more complicated kind of robots. What do you think is the role of robotics? What do you think is the role of AI in this manufacturing?
Well, robotics to me is an extremely exciting field. I don't have the same expertise that you do. I have an adjacency, but not the depth of knowledge. And never really delved deeply into it or made investments in it. But I think what's exciting about it is everything from doing jobs that are very dangerous for humans, enhancing the human experience. When you look at really repetitive labor and things that, it might take away a job, but it's a good job for that person who's spending 30 years doing something highly repetitious. Is that a good experience in life? So I think, and then when you think about everything from military applications, rescue, we're already seeing a bunch of those things. And then just lastly, when you talk about that human interaction with robots, when you start to have the combination, so you have some level of intelligence and interaction. That's why we always love the droids in Star Wars, right? It's exciting. It captures the imagination. And I think, look, many hours have been spent on debating artificial intelligence and the ramifications if things go sideways and so forth. And I think those are all, those are appropriate conversations to be having. AI is happening. I think it's actually happening slower than most people realize, because there are tasks that humans do every minute of every day, standing up without losing your sense of balance. These are really hard things, but I think there's enough investment, both in private industry as well as nation states now, on artificial intelligence that it is coming.
So both in the software space, in the digital space, and in the physical space, when you talk about manufacturing, industrial robotics, it is very true that human manufacturing, even the tasks that you think are pretty basic, the amount of small intuitive decisions that humans make is quite incredible. So we have to be kind of explicit about saying which tasks are actually really hard and humans are just really good at them. And so on the foot digital space, social networks, recommender systems, all kinds of like personal assistants in terms of voice or voice-based AI, all of that. There's opportunities there to find niches where AI can really have a transformative effect. I think one of the places that really haven't, just the way like we work to say stupid things, but I believe it's very much that when we have AI systems in the home currently, like Alexa, the home, so on, they're kind of very basic servants. They tell you about the weather, they can play some music, they can turn the lights on and off, all that kind of like smart home stuff. I think there's a lot of value in systems that form relationships with us in the way that pets do, dogs, cats. I don't know, cats, just for people who have cats, cats don't care about you. They really don't. They don't form any kind of relationship. I don't know why you have a relationship with them. It's one way. Anyway. Sorry, I don't appreciate it. I'm just kidding. But that's a basic kind of connection you have with another living being. Then there's also just friends. You have different levels of friends, acquaintances, you have lifelong friends, all that. That friendship you have, I really believe that there's some aspect of the human experience that is deeply enriched by interacting with other beings. And for systems, computing systems, artificial intelligence systems in our world, to have the capability to engage in some of that, I think, is not just an opportunity to help people grow, become better people, but it's also just a good business opportunity too. And that hasn't really been explored enough. So that to me is really, that's a whole exciting space that I think will enable better industrial robotics. It will empower a better Facebook or a better social network, a competitor to Facebook that overthrows Facebook. So it'll create better technologies that currently don't have that human robot interaction touch. So I don't know. That's super exciting to me. But that has to deal with the mess of human nature. The reason that most robotics people and AI people stay away from humans, they stay away from the robot interaction problem, is because humans are complicated. They're messy. They're hard to control. They're hard to predict stuff about. They're hard to make sense of or like test repeatedly because one human can be drastically different from another human. So to deal with that as a robotics model is super hard. So one of the questions is which problems can you remove the human consideration when you're trying to solve the problem? So like Elon Musk is an example of somebody who believes autonomous driving can remove the human consideration to solve autonomous driving as a robotics problem. It's stay in the lane. If there's a red light, you stop at a red light. You know, if there are humans in the picture like pedestrians, that's a ballistics problem. Just treat them as a moving object that has a 90% probability keeps moving in the way they were in the past few seconds. Some smaller probability they might stop or turn. But just do some basic models about them and you'll be able to do just fine. So I definitely believe that even driving has to consider the full messiness of humans. The dance, the game theoretic dance of chicken we all do when you do walk with a car. That driver doesn't have the guts to murder because I'm going to walk in front of him and not look at the car. We do that kind of dance. And AI systems do that kind of dance. In Telco, there's the lab. So there's a data science component, AI component. So how do they go to the company? Like how to revolutionize that industry?
Well, there's different examples. So one of our companies makes healthcare workwear started by these two brilliant women, and early days helping to build the platform and crew, made sure that everything that we did at the company embraced technology, and at the same time they were obsessed about the customer, which is doctors, nurses, healthcare workers who are putting it on the line every day, and obsessing about the products. And when you have those two things come together, you get the result that we did at Fix. We have a company called Acashur, which is AI lab and base is down here in Austin, Texas. It was insurance, one of the largest insurance brokers in the world, and we did a deal with them and sold some of our insurance holdings. It was completely AI driven.
in that case, you basically put the team inside the company, right? Because it's a massive company with all, and we've gone into all kinds of things. So it just depends on the different situations, but the biggest thing was just to make sure whatever the company needed, they had access to the talent. Sometimes we build it, sometimes we help recruit for it. You know how things in technology, it's whatever works, right? There's no one way to do things.
Well, Akashir is really it's really interesting. It's an example of insurance is fascinating space. It seems like very ripe still for disruption across the board. So how do you? It seems like a lot of the disruption has to do with like almost the first dumb step of we've been using mostly paper. Like it's not digitized. You have to basically convert, create a infrastructure and a framework where like everybody's using the same digital system, databases, and just organize the data. It seems like that's a huge leap that basically can revolutionize the major industry. It still hasn't been done. Insurance is obviously a great example of that.
And one of the things that struck me, the founder CEO of Acrisure is a guy named Greg Williams. They're out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And as we were looking at expanding our footprint in insurance, I met with a lot of insurance executives. They would talk about technology. Greg truly understood the power of what would happen across actuarial sciences, predictive analytics, and using machine learning to really run every aspect of your business, and then automating a lot of just the back office, tedious steps. And as you said, one of the things that was great for us, they already had a data collection system and departments, so it was much easier to pivot. And I'm very excited about the future of that company. It's they're doing some pretty innovative, groundbreaking things, and those are the things that I like doing. Right? It's that yes, I want to make money. That's what that is. But at the same time, what did you do with your time on Earth? Right? Did you do anything to leave any kind of mark? That you did anything interesting? I can only speak for myself. There are many more ways to measure one's life, and I can only speak about how I think about things. I grew up poor in upstate New York with a single mom and watched her work a couple jobs, and had to, from a young age, shovel snow and mow lawns and do all kinds of things to help her make sure the lights weren't turned off in our little place. And so that's just something that I've always been driven towards, and I have a really eclectic taste and interest, and it's just been an interesting journey.
So help be part of and help enable cool new creations across the board, like film, music, AI, manufacturing, insurance, all the specific industries. Yeah, small tangent. Back to your childhood, your mom. Any memories kind of stand out, stick with you as something that helped define who you are as a man?
Yeah, even though university and college experience was not part of the family tree, and no connections. I didn't understand what trust fund was or prep school. I didn't know what any of it was. But my mom, from a young age, would always say, "You're going to go to college. There's no, if you choose to." And I think from a young age, that was just a motivation that I had, and she instilled, and the work ethic. I watched her, and then my grandmother was a janitor, a cleaning lady in the hospital for 50 years. And then I remember there were times of probably 10 years old, freezing cold out. If I don't go out and shovel 6 driveways, I don't have enough money to pay the bill. So I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know how that manifests itself in my life today. But I think the grit to say, I'm not in the mood to do this, I don't want to do this, but that's the work that needs to be done. And no excuses, not I'm a victim and I'm going to sit around and talk about it. No, it is what it is, and you have to get done what needs to get done. And again, I think it's, you can never fully put yourself in someone else's shoes or experience. I don't know what that is or feels like, but for me, those were two, I think, formative things that were important.
So that's pretty, the reality of life like that is reality. You still, you've been so exceptionally successful that it's easy to get soft. Now, how do you get humble these days?
But getting up, I think for me personally, trying to push the envelope and being weighed and measured, right? That's why I always love sports too. There's a sport board. And, I'm a huge believer in opportunity, meritocracy, all those things that I think are ideals that we want to aspire to. And I think that there's a lot of things I'm involved with right now that I just want to see if I can do it. I want to see if, if my own little mantra is cause the outcome, right? As much as you can. And at the same time, have the humility and not to have the hubris or arrogance to say, I'm always going to cause the outcome. You'll get your ass kicked pretty quickly and humble. The world and the universe is a big place with forces, beyond you. But I think, I also think a lot about being intellectually honest, which when I do university talks and so forth, I think that's a superpower. Because if you find yourself making decisions based on other people's expectations, based on places you don't want to go, but you're either you feel like momentum is taking you there. I think that's a big problem. There are people that go to our top universities and can't wait to get out and start their own company, and they want that pressure. They want to grind. And there are other people that are smart and talented who just say, look, I don't want to lay awake staring at the ceiling wondering how I'm going to make payroll. I don't want that. And I think if you can square that up and be okay with it and say, what makes me tick? What makes me happy? What puts me in a bad headspace? Because there's a difference between challenging yourself and going against your nature. So that's why I think that being intellectually honest, being able to really sit down and go inside your own head and say, what am I good at? What am I not good at? How am I going to put myself in a position to be successful? Because I'm working on my weaknesses, but I'm not going to put myself career-wise in a position where I'm just fundamentally going to have a hard time being successful.
Yeah, intellectually honest is a tricky one. Yeah, it gets, there's like levels to it too.
Sure.
There's, and some of the things, I think about when you dream of doing certain kinds of big things, the part of intellectual honesty is to say several things. One is like a thing you're dreaming about, like one, the fact that nobody's done it probably shows that you're just a dreamer. This is not going to, like, think clearly. The fact that it hasn't been done probably shows that it may not be the right path. And two, it's like if you're dreaming about stuff, there's a certain point where it's like, hey, you haven't done it. Like, why haven't you done it already? Like, you have to be honest with yourself. Like, you have to be ambitious. Like, a lot of people work hard, long time for a dream. You have to wake up and be like, all right, I've been at this for 10 years. Like with a startup, you launch a startup and think, okay, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, pretty successful, but it hasn't exploded like the dream, and you have to shut it down, you have to be intellectual honest there. At the same time, you might want to be, step it up into it, say almost like, the flip side of intellectual honesty is like maddening ambition of just saying, fuck it, and go on. That is a kind of intellectual honesty saying that, the big problem here is that we're trying to go through things, maybe with this dream and go on and all this kind of stuff. Maybe it's human experience, it's complicated.
Yes, not all human beings are right. And I think there's a difference between being reckless and making well thought out, informed decisions. If you're going to go all in, make sure you measure twice, count once, as they say. And one of my other favorite, I forget, many years ago, I heard this saying, never mistake clear line of sight with distance. And, so I think that the key, whether you're starting a business or you're thinking about leaving the company you're at, starting a business, or just leaving for another job, any of these things is as much as you can, right? And psychologists, I think, would tell us it's hard to be self-aware completely, right? That's the rub. That if you're all completely self-aware of everything you did, strengths and weaknesses, it'd be a different world. But I do think you can work on that and at least challenge yourself to think about it and not be in a position where I'm going to medical school because that's what you do in my family, even though I'm miserable doing it. Things like that.
So definitely you don't want to be sort of, because you don't think fall victim to conformity. It's just going doing the same thing over and over again.
That's right.
But at the same time, is measured twice and cut once. It does feel like some of the biggest leaps taken are where you cut once and measure later. Because you leap in first. Sure. It's almost like a gut. I suppose that is a measurement. If you build up a good gut instinct of like what to do, do it, and then you can figure out is this building the airplane that's flying it, right?
Well, and I think each one of those instances probably has its own unique circumstance, right? I don't have a deep biotech background, so if I suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to put everything I have into this idea, that's, those are game theory, right? What are the odds of success? If on the other hand, you're brilliant in your field or you've seen some opportunity that you think is wide open and you're going to go for it and break stuff, that's great. You just want to wait, to me, always say, like, how crazy is this on the spectrum of, do I have any expertise? What is the downside if I fail? Right? If you're at a certain point in life with young children and you got a mortgage or whatever else, that is one circumstance versus I just got out of Stanford or I just got out of whatever and I'm going to go for it. It's just the whole thing, right? It is complex, as you point out. And sometimes you just want to have the right matrix in your head of decision-making process to try to arrive at the right place. And even if you get close, that's where I think you say, you know what, the hell with it. I'm doing this.
Yeah. I do want to ask you about one specific idea that sounds super fascinating. You led the $50 million seed round for a company called Colossal. It's focused on deep extinction. This is funny relative to our connection and conversation about Jurassic World. They're seeking to restore lost ecosystems and use gene editing to restore the woolly mammoth, the Arctic tundra. How are they going to do that?
Well, I met this fascinating guy at Harvard named George Church, 5-6 years ago, and found him to be incredibly smart, have good imagination, and he partnered up with a guy named Ben Lamb, who's an entrepreneur. And basically, the press and to me the imaginative, you're capturing my imagination by telling me you're going to bring back woolly mammoths and other extinct animals, and we'll see where that road leads. I was more interested as an investor in the things that they're working through around understanding genes and more than proteins, CRISPR, and all these other things, because being adjacent to George Church and his team as these things unfold over the next decade, I thought was the right thing to do.
People are important, just like investing in people and seeing how they come up with.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look through history, and great things are done by great people, right? And companies, they end up over time becoming a logo and immediately what you think of them. But they started out with a person, with an idea, and a team that cultivated that and made that happen. And I think there are certain folks that are just immensely talented that if you can be around them, and I also know his and his team's ethics in terms of just spending time talking about where the lines are. People in other countries that may not have the same process, may not have the same checks and balances, are doing this and pursuing this regardless. So at least I felt like with George and Ben and their teams, they're also very responsible.
This is where the human side of things comes into play. I've interacted with a lot of really brilliant people in the technology space where you kind of, there's a lot of ways to feel this out. You can ask them whether they kind of read literature. You can feel out how much they really understand about human nature. Whatever the technology is, when it actually starts to play, interact with society at scale, do they have an understanding or an intuition about how that happens? Some of that requires studying history, some of that requires just looking at the worst and best parts and events in human history to understand, hey, it doesn't always turn out like we hope the technology turns out. If a person has a depth of understanding about history, about human nature, and I think that's the right person to mess with some of this cutting edge stuff.
Maybe you want Marcus Aurelius with a PhD from MIT.
Exactly. Just a small tangent, but you mentioned having a conversation with Warren Buffett. You spoke highly of him as an investor, as a human being. What about him do you admire? What from him? What insights did you draw from him as a great investor yourself?
Well, the afternoon that I got to spend with him, which is something I'll treasure forever. But sometimes when you meet people, even that are immensely successful, you may decide that after 20 minutes or a half hour, you were in the right place at the right time, and that's fine. There are other people that are clearly different, special, and I don't care if you made them start from zero, would end up in a good. And so it was an absolute privilege to spend the time with him. A couple of things that stood out in the conversation. He is incredibly intellectually curious, well-read. And I like how simplistic he likes to keep his thought matrix. And then also, instead of trying to outsmart the market, it seems like a simple axiom, but just look, good companies that are led by talented managers that are good businesses over time are going to get there. So I'm not going to day trade. I'm looking for value. And then just on life stuff, you just, and also his ability to take in and then use information is incredibly impressive. So I only spent I'd met him before, but I only spent one afternoon with him. Pretty incredible. And one of the things that stuck out to me is we were in the middle of talking about telco or investing or how we thought about it, and I said, I'm trying to be smart about it. And he stopped me. He said, Charlie Munger, his partner of many years. Charlie and I don't try to think of the smart thing. We try to think, what's the dumb thing we could do here? And I kind of laughed, and he said, no, I'm dead serious. We think about it from the standpoint of, what could we do in this situation that later we do like that was a really dumb thing to do? And I actually thought that was, it got in my head. And I still think a lot about that as I dissect the problem.
There's that's the kind of long-term thinking. Or if you simplify it, you just focus on those simple steps. All it takes is just do that for a long period of time.
But it certainly worked for him.
What about you? You've been a great investor yourself. How do you know when you judge people? So whenever I go to San Francisco, I was thinking of moving to San Francisco. That's why I decided to, after really giving some thought on this guy to Austin. Everybody's dreaming big and they have big plans. Especially, I don't envy the job of an investor of any kind because everybody has big dreams and it's hard to know who exactly, what idea is going to materialize, what's going to materialize into something great. How do you make those decisions about people, about ideas?
Well, if I had any kind of a lattice work on this, it absolutely starts with you. I think the reason for that is your business plan is going to change. Right? There's very few businesses I know of that say, we're going to make a widget, this location, and 30 years later, we're successful if we just make a widget. Things happen, right? And today they happen with such velocity that you have to be able to make hard decisions based on imperfect information. And how are you going to calculate those answers? How self-interested are you going to be? What kind of ethics will you apply? What's your short-term versus long-term thinking? Are you able to give an honest assessment of a situation? Because the thing that you can count on is problems are going to happen. Things you didn't anticipate are going to happen. How pliable are you, right? How much elasticity is there in your ability to be successful? And I think it's important when you invest in something that you both see, you understand the roadmap ahead and agree to it. Right? Doesn't mean there won't be twists and turns, but you're not like, well, wait a minute, what did we do here? This isn't focusing the thing I signed up for. And then I think honesty and communication is a huge thing to me. I always tell people, if bi-directional, if there's something going on, start the conversation with, Lex, we have problems. Okay, now I'm sitting up, you have my full attention, and we're going to talk about whatever it is. Bad news should travel faster than good news. And because it's going to happen, being in business with someone that's going to shoot you straight and sometimes say, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I got to go figure it out. That I can process a lot better. And look, I don't want you mad at me or disappointed, or I can't handle not having success, so we're just going to kick the can. I think, especially in today's business environment, that's very, very dangerous.
So that's a bad sign, not just because it's good to communicate and be honest. But if they're not willing to do that, then it goes back to intellectual honesty. They're probably not also able to be brutally honest with themselves when they look in the mirror about the direction of the company.
Well, look, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But I think if you unpack many situations that turned out negative, most of the people, whether you're faking lab or something, right? You have a biotech, everybody's staring at their nose. Do I think in a lot of cases you're either the villain, like you started out saying I'm going to screw my shareholders over and I'm going to be a liar. That isn't my experience. Most things are little incremental moves that you say, we're going to get this right next week, but today we got to make the presentation, so we're going to just tweak things a little bit. That's a slippery slope, right? And so that's why I think from a standpoint of people, you want to go into the foxhole with folks that, understand things are going to happen, and I'm going to let you know about them, and we're going to try to solve them together. And then just in terms of the idea, I always ask, like, okay, if this company executed the way, that's the other thing that always cracks me up about financials. Whenever somebody pitches you, inevitably they'll say, our projections are really, really conservative. I'm still waiting for somebody to come in and say, look, my projections are wildly optimistic. We'll never hit these numbers, but anyway, it's, if this company did what it says and executes, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't move the needle enough. And what are the things that uniquely position this company to be successful? You just have to be able to answer, I think, a number of those questions pretty crisply.
But at the end of the day, it's still a big risk. You just try to minimize to try to minimize the risk. Let me jump to another topic. You're an incredible human being. You're part of this. Your band, Ghost Hounds, is touring with the Rolling Stones. So before we talk about your band, let me ask about that. What's that like, playing with the Rolling Stones?
Real. Just because they're my favorite band of all time. To me, the greatest rock and roll band, it's not even close, of all time. And, to share the same stage, to be on tour, and to go out and get that energy from the crowd. And every night you go off stage and play everything you want, and you hear that iconic, ladies and gentlemen, Rolling Stones. It's incredible. And what's amazing to me about the band, next year will be their 60th anniversary. 60 years. And it's hard to be around anything for that long. Making music and packing stadiums. And what's amazing to me, they can play a 2-hour set. It's not just, that's a hit where you recognize it. It's like every song is an anthem, right? So it's been amazing. We got to play with them in 2019, and when they asked us to do this again, it's just an absolute privilege.
I asked you this offline. So I know you are a rock star, but just me, maybe I'm projecting, but do you get nervous? Such a large audience, the Rolling Stones. It feels like there'd be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to screw it up. I think our band, is tight knit and all that stuff. And I think that the individual nervousness dissipates when you go out as a group and you're making music together. It's sort of, okay, we're all in this. Which is why, even in sports, I always look at individual events like ice skating or anything that's just you out there alone. And that's different than the team. So, I'm sure we may have to choose the cards. The right kind of butterflies, I would call it. And just the energy of playing music and having it be this relationship. And look, I get it. I've been there's a ton of concerts where I'm like, look, can we just get to the band, please? But what's been great is just an amazing reception. And we have this guy named Trey Nation, the lead singer, who's just incredibly talented. I mean, he's just not only an amazing voice, but just has that charismatic thing.
That is great. What's it feel like to play in front of a huge audience? What's it, as a guitarist, like are you lost in the music, like you almost don't feel the audience? Does it add extra energy? Does it add extra anxiety? What's it feel like?
Well, stadiums are interesting just because it's so big and cavernous. And because you want to protect your ears, so we use an in-ear system. So it's more a little disconnected from the crowd because if you're playing that loud and you're standing in front of your amps without your protection,
how are you monitoring the sound? Like the in-ear stuff, is that going to produce the sound or is it strictly earplay?
no, it's producing the sound. So it's like putting ear pods in and listening to a song and you're playing to it, right? It's just us playing, but it protects your ears. But the energy from the crowd when they get going and get into it, which knock on wood so far has been amazing. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's just this bi-directional thing that happens, and I love music. Music and sports were kind of my first loves, and it's very difficult to describe, I think, accurately because it's like no other feeling.
Musically, how is it different than playing in the garage with the band by yourself practicing? Like, is it? Do you feel like you're creating something different when you got the guitar and the amp and just the sound is spinning out into everybody's listening?
It's listen. The first time we did it, there's nobody in the stadium. First time I ever played in the stadium, and I'm just like, I'm out there in front and just hitting different chords and playing different licks, and I'm like, it's like I won a contest and I get to do this. But what's different about it? Each venue is different. So we went on the road with ZZ Top a few years ago, which was incredible. Love Billy Gibbons. He's a Texan. Incredible person and guitar player. But when you're playing in like 5,000 to 7,000 seats, it's really. I mean, it's you're right there with them, with the crowd, and when you play in an arena. We toured with Bob Seger on his last tour, which was cool. Played some shows with him. And again, the arena, like they're all kind of packed on top of you, and it's super loud, which was cool. The crowd is. Stadiums is a completely different animal, and it's just a completely different experience.
Do you enjoy it versus like a smaller room?
Yeah.
What's as a guitarist, as a musician, what's your favorite like group to play? Size?
Any rooms that'll have me. Look, I think arenas are the perfect blend. If I had to say, because it's loud and 20, 30,000 people that like right up on you. The stadium, look, playing the stadiums with the Rolling Stones is going to go on the head marker somewhere. Is one of the more. I say this, and I really mean it. My life is like a punk episode. It just hasn't. No one's burst in yet.
Yeah.
But it's as cool as you think it is.
For 60 years, how do you think Mick Jagger still got it? Well, how do you explain it?
I got to tell you something. I mean, the funny thing is, wherever there is excellence, people want to know how'd you do it, right? What's the secret? Not only is Mick Jagger, I think the songs Keith Richards and Mick Jagger wrote together. If you go back and listen to the lyrics, it's just incredibly poignant, and I'm just a huge Stones fan. So, but he works out like a maniac, right? And it's that 10,000 hours thing. And it's that, hey, maybe I don't feel my best today, but I'm going to get up and do my routine and work out so that, at his age, which, I mean, you can look at people at different ages chronologically that are, maybe we're both at this age, but I'm a lot older than you are, and vice versa. And he just, I think it's the combination of raw talent and the ability. He's very smart, right? Like he's understands how to have interaction with the crowd and hold them in the palm of his hand and be an entertainer. But then on top of that, the reason he can at this age run around stadiums and be just as energetic is he puts the work in. That's one step that I think a lot of people miss sometimes. Where they want that magic trick, they want to know what's the shortcut. Most of the time, the answer is there's no shortcut.
You have to work hard on the way there and work hard to stay on top.
That's it.
And it's the best thing you like work hard is just like it's like be a professional, which that involves like in his case at his age the amount of stuff you have to do on stage and the way he does it. You have this is a professional athlete. A professional athlete that has to do things that are probably designed for 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds. Has to do at an older age, which means like what do you have to do? He probably has like a whole physical routine he has to do.
Diet, the whole thing. And it's hard. Look, if you want to do great things, you probably have to do hard things to get there.
I'm not going to make you pick. Just stick on the stones for one more minute. But what are some great Rolling Stones songs that were impactful lyrically, musically? Maybe something you like playing, like air guitar. Or, I don't know.
Probably my favorites. I love "Sympathy for the Devil." It's a very sort of Faustian. I love the lyrics. I love how the almost a voodoo beat just kind of builds throughout the song. That's always been one of my favorites.
So the next song, he never mentions Devil, does he? No, it's you know my name.
Yeah.
There's like a flirtation
Correct.
in the lyrics. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's here's all the trouble I've caused along the way with you humans. And I just think it's really, really great.
And musically it builds really nicely.
Yeah.
It's like both fun and dark. It's cool. There's a playful nature to it. It's very Stones. Only they can pull it off. It's like playful, but it's also like dark and dangerous.
Yeah, and Gimme Shelter. It's just, and to this day, when I listen to the studio version, and Mary Clayton just comes on and sings that epic, iconic part. And there's a documentary that was done about backup singers. Phenomenal. And it tells the story of that moment in that song with Mary Clayton. It's just her voice and the way it unfolded. They got her out of bed at like 10 o'clock at night in her life. She's like, the Rolling Stone, and Whitney just killed them. And I can't sing at all. My organ's not loud around a microphone. So I'm always in awe when someone can sing like that. But those are some of my favorite Rolling Stone songs. And Painted Black's awesome. I mean,
That's why. Again, a song that builds badass. I mean, it defines a whole generation. What made you pick up a guitar? What made you fall in love with it?
It's just the coolest instrument, right? I mean, when you watched back then, and I was kind of an old soul. I was listening at a fairly young age to Muddy Waters, Robert Johnson, like Hopkins, B.B. King, and just the soulfulness.
Thrill's gone.
Oh, I mean, B.B. plays 5 notes and just kills it. And the emotion that it evokes. So I just was just in awe of the instrument. And I also there's always somebody around who's a musician who just picks the instrument up and can play. Right? They're just so talented at it. They just listen to a record and play it. That was never me. I never took formal lessons. I had to grind, to just make it sound like I wanted it to sound.
So both technically and ear, everything was part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear it. And what they call, you play. So my right hand, the rhythm side of it is, that's probably, if I have anything, my strength. But there's something pretty amazing that happens when you get together with other people and play a song. In that moment where it hits the pocket and you all kind of know it, and it's just such a cool feeling. And it was interesting growing up because I always had eclectic interests. So I loved math, physics, and science. So I had those friends, and I was an athlete in like football and baseball and basketball. So I had jock friends, and then I had my music friends. And so it was just kind of that. And so when I was still living in Los Angeles and had Legendary, I just missed playing. And so I put this band together and called it the Ghost Hounds because, again, huge Robert Johnson fan. And that legend of Robert Johnson selling his soul at the crossroads in exchange for his musical talent.
You guys have that one videos.
Yeah, exactly. So I just thought that's such cool lore. I just love the blues. So Robert Johnson would often would talk about hellhounds on his trail, and so I always just thought, Ghost Hounds. I wish it were a more clever, deeper story, but that's about it for the name.
That's pretty deep, Robert Johnson. And you also talk about this, that you connect to the storytelling of things. So what makes a good story in a song? Like what aspect of storytelling connects with a good song? So I'm a big lyrics guy too. I love deep lyric people like Tom Waits. Like people that are like, Leonard Cohen, like that are even Bob Dylan, that are like obviously poetry. And then there's some people like the Rolling Stones there. It's like seemingly simpler, but it's still so much more to it. It's like less is often more. It still tells a strong story.
And there's certain people, Mick Jagger, and Keith Richards, Billy Gibbons, as well. They just say things in a certain way. It's cool, right? It just, and so I write our music and lyrics. I have to tell a story. I have to know the characters of the song. I'm not good at just writing some rhymes and having it match up to the right key and the right music. I have to understand, like, that's just me. So I think that, look, if you have 3 or 4 minutes to tell a story, you have to be proficient in your use of language, and you have to stand with the building to, if anything, evoke emotion, and hopefully for those 3 minutes get the listener understand not only the point of the song, but where you're coming from, and to make you feel a certain way. There's a song that the audiences seem to like a lot on the new album called Good Old Days. And I wrote that because, especially during COVID, reflecting on what normalcy looks like and what happens when you're cut off, I just was kind of taken with this idea of that when you sit around and reminisce with friends, oftentimes it's not just like some big event. It's, remember that summer we go up to the lake all the time. It's who you were with. And at the time, it probably seemed pretty pedestrian, right? It just seemed like kind of a normal day. But it was the company you were keeping. It was the time in your life, whatever it was. And I just kind of struck me that right now, we're doing stuff that we're going to reminisce about later. Seems kind of ordinary, and that was such a great time. So the idea is be in the moment and all that stuff. But these are the good old days, and enjoy it and soak it in, and kind of be present for it.
Yeah, it's a great perspective to take on the present because we are in the thing we're living through the thing. Sometimes the things we remember. Outside of Keith Richards, who is the greatest? Who is the greatest blues guitarist of all time? Rock guitarist.
Well, you got a little bit of a hybrid with Jimi Hendrix, right? Because he played the blues and he played rock and roll. So I think most guitarists would say Jimi Hendrix is pretty ridiculous.
That probably.
You can't. I mean, even to this day, I don't care technology, pedals, whatever. He just somehow fused with the instrument. I can't be sitting here in Austin, Texas, without mentioning one of the great guitar players of all time, Stevie Ray Vaughan.
That's why I know you're a Rothschild. You suck it up to the audience.
It's all over the place. But Stevie Ray Vaughan is another one of those that just blows me away. And then the older guys, B.B. King, Hubert Sutherland, Clapton. I saw him on his last tour. He just walked out with just like unbelievable how this thing sounds.
Both electric and acoustic.
Yeah, just fast range, absolute fast range.
And the greatest storyteller, Mr. Bob Seger. That's an interesting one. He almost doesn't get enough credit. I feel like for how great he is. Obviously, he's super famous, but
No, he's in his voice. I had the privilege of getting friendly with John Fogerty. John Fogerty and CCR fame. He's another one that's just the way he phrases things. You just look at the catalog of stuff he wrote. Amazing talent. I read Bruce Springsteen's book, and I'm a fan. But after reading it, really go back and listen to his lyrics and the way he pours himself out is pretty incredible. And then again, with the old blues guys, I just think the emotion they could get out of playing like staying on the one, right? Just playing the same rhythm. John Lee Hooker. You listen to Manish Boy by Muddy Waters, and it's just there's something so. It just draws me in every time. And the emotion they're able to get out of things. And I'm also a huge Chuck Berry fan. And I just think that sound is
do you know how to play Johnny B. Good?
I do. Yeah. Maybe, one of the great moments, at least of my childhood, was Back to the Future and watching Michael J. Fox plug in and then at the end play the dance to save his parents with Johnny B. Good. Awesome.
Yeah, the guitar is so much more than a musical instrument. It's like in the 20th century, it's like the car. Like it defines so much of Hollywood, so much of a generation, what it means to be. I don't know what it means to be a man, what it means to be a human in America. It's fascinating.
It's emblematic to me of a certain type of music. That's I made a documentary years ago called Mike It Round with Jimmy Page.
I highly recommend that everybody watch that documentary. It's incredible celebration of guitar. Yes, that's Jimmy Page, White Stripes,
The Edge.
and The Edge from YouTube. Okay, well, now you have to tell the story. Because how the heck did that all come together? It's so fascinating. Such different musicians all coming together, talking about their story, talking about how they approach the music, but also playing together a little bit in this casual kind of setting.
Well, look, one day I came downstairs and Rolling Stone magazine was sitting there. It was the 50th. It was the 50 top guitarists of all time. Their list. And then I had some other financial report with video games, and the top video game at the time was Guitar Hero, right? And there was a third thing I can't recall, but I said to myself, what is it about the guitar? It is so central to the rock and roll, whatever you want to call it. Like, why is that? And I said to myself, I want to ask Jimmy Page why he picked up the guitar. Jimmy Page, right? And so I called a friend of mine, Davis Guggenheim, who had directed Inconvenient Truth. I think it still is, but at the time was the biggest documentary ever. And I called Davis and I said, look, I have this idea. I want to make this movie about the guitar, about different eras and styles and whatever, but I've never made a documentary. I don't know how to do that. So I was just looking for advice. And thankfully, because he's one of the best documentarians ever, Davis is like, you know what? I can't get this out of my head. I'll direct it, which was amazing. And we wrote 3 names down that represented different eras and different styles. Rarely do you get, you go 3 for 3, but it was those 3 guys, and it was just such an incredible experience to sit there and get to know Jimmy Page. It was like, and he was like Gandalf, man. He was like always Jimmy Page, and
that was so cool to see him. Gandalf was there's like a wisdom, there's a calmness to him compared to like the restlessness of Jack White. Like I mean that combination is just fascinating.
It was one of the coolest experiences ever. And one of the things, there was a moment where Jimmy was going through his great guitar case, and he had the double neck from Stairway to Heaven, and handed it to me. I mean, it's like somebody handing you Excalibur. Yeah. Amazing experience. And the Edge, one of the kindest human beings you'll ever meet in your life. Just an amazing person. And I think you hit it right in the head with Jack. He's got that energy, and constantly pushing himself. But it's hard to believe it's been, I think, 10 or 11 or maybe even 12 years since it came out.
After watching it, I realized how much it was needed, and I was almost surprised it didn't already exist. It was like, because the guitar wasn't quite celebrated, like explicitly. We almost didn't acknowledge it. How important it was culture. It was kind of amazing. And the way it closed from the song, it's called The Wait, by the band. Yeah.
That's because they didn't want to go home. Yeah. We were shooting on a Warner Brothers soundstage for 3 days. We called it the Summit. The 3 of them came together. And 2 things I'll never forget is when Jimmy starts to play the riff, A Whole Lot of Love. Yeah. Edge and Jack ceased to be rock gods or whatever, and had the same 15-year-old kid feeling that I did. You can see it in their face. And then at the end, they're like, "Hey, can we play?" I'm like, "Oh, can we just play something acoustically?" So we printed out the lyrics. That's what they wanted to play, and they just sat there and sat on those couches and just,
What's your guitar rig setup like? You have a few guitars. First of all, let's just put on the line. So, what's better, Les Paul or Strat?
Well, I'm not going to get into what's better because I'm sure that'll start a flood of them. For me,
I'm going to say it's Strat.
All right, well,
Strat.
I'm my main instrument is a Les Paul.
But okay, let me just put it on the table. I'm speaking as somebody who literally, I don't think I'm really strong. So
Maybe uninitiated.
Exactly. So I don't speak for this. It's probably because of Hendrix. It's so deep. Hendrix that just kind of always starts to clap it.
The amazing thing to me is if you look back at Leo Fender and what the Gibson Guitar Company and Les Paul did in the 50s, those are still the shapes and the perfect thing today, right? The Strat, the Telecaster, the Les Paul, and they got it right way back then. So I have my main guitar. You got to name your guitar. So my main guitar is named Hazel, and it's a '59 Les Paul. And there's something magical in that year, like a Stradivarius, and there's something different. So I play that, and then I play it through sort of my main rig is either a 59 Fender Twin or a 65 Marshall. And then when we're on the road now, because we use older vintage stuff, you just got to be super careful with tubes and everything. It has to be reliable. So very nicely, the guys from Two Rock sent me some of their amps, and they're really, because I don't use any new stuff, but the Two Rock stuff is pretty great. So that's actually what
it gets close, like it's close to the sound that you like. For the one
yeah, it's new and reliable. So that's what I'm using on the road.
Do people use like emulation? Do they use software? Or is it still?
They do. I personally don't. I go, I don't have many pedals. I use a Klon, an old, vintage Klon, straight into the amp, and go. That's it.
Old school as possible.
Yeah.
Is there other cool guitars you have that kind of stand out?
I have a bunch of what they call Blackguard Telecasters from the 50s, which are pretty great.
Or those Blackguard Telecasters?
Yeah, so it's just,
They actually legit have a Blackguard.
But they're incredible. So
What's the color of the Telecaster itself?
most of them are yellow with black, and then they got into different configurations. But there's something. I have a 51 Telecaster that I play in Open G on songs in Open G. It just, again, there's something, and I'll take all the help I can get for making it sound great. So I'll try to find the magic ones.
What's your writing process like for your music and the lyrics? Is there, do you have to go to the mountains? Is there whiskey involved? Or do you have to do it? Do you just write a little bit whenever you have a moment of free time?
I'm a boring guy because I don't drink. I don't just. I figure I can screw things up plenty on my own without adding anything. But for me, it either starts with a riff, just something that I think is interesting, riff or tone that I kind of sink my teeth into a little bit. And then a lot of times I'll write a title and love a title, and then start to.
So the title is almost like an idea.
Yeah, like, this is where I want to be, and then start kind of writing it out. Again, I just have to know: am I writing from a character's point of view? Am I writing about someone or something? It's like narrator, and what is this person? Are they happy? Are they sad? Where are they in life? I don't know if all that, like, great writers, I'm sure would say, why don't you just write? You don't need all that. But that's, for me, that's my process.
I'm not so sure about that. I bet you quite a lot of writers have create a world in their mind before they even put the simplest of words down. So yeah, there's quite a lot to that. What's your favorite song to play? Is there some favorite ones you go to? Both play and kind of, I'm sure you love singing.
No. I'm not. I'm neither talented nor do I have the desire. I think if you come see the show, you won't see a microphone anywhere near me.
But do you hear, like, when you're thinking about lyrics, do you hear the idea of the words?
100%. But especially, what's great, with Trey, is I write for his voice, and then we have these amazing backup singers that are just, and I can hear all of it. I just can't do it. And so I'd say of our stuff, there's a song called Half My Fault that I play in Open G. It just, I love playing the song. I love that energy. And then we have a new blues album coming out, and there's a song called Baby We're Through, and it just stays on the one. And for non-musicians, that means, like in a lot of rock and roll and blues, it's what's called a 1-4-5 progression from your. You would hear, if you're a non-musician, if you heard it, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a lot of songs. And this song just stays on the same groove, like LaGrange or Shake Your Hips or any of the songs. And it's just got this unbelievable energy. It's fun to play, but I have to keep the same rhythmic thing going for the whole song.
With that simplicity and the personality of the song, which portrays that guy, really cool. It just comes through. And I guess you need that from the singer. You just
Gotta have that. And my other guitar player, Johnny Bob, he's a phenomenal. I mean, like a legitimate guitar slinger. Probably split the beats 70-30, and he is just. There's sometimes I look over at him, I'm like, I'm a fan right now. Like, he just laid down. It's pretty good.
From a lead perspective, what's the most fun thing you play? What kind of stuff do you like? Do you like slow? Do you like maybe the drill is gone? So if you look at BB King, sometimes one note just bends the shit out of that. What do you call that, vibrato?
Yeah. If I'm gonna play the beat, it's a certain kind of beat. Slow blues is probably my favorite to play, or something that's got a little more of that Chuck Berry drive, where you can be rhythmic in the lead. I can't the shredding thing those guys do, so that's not.
Yeah. I was actually always able to do that really well. Like you mentioned people that pick up that, like maybe it's the classical piano training. I play super fast guitar, super technical. But to me, the hardest thing, my favorite thing is just how to listen to the guitar more than life that's worth playing guitar for. It's like a certain kind of emotion you put into it. It has to do bending notes. Well, bending notes is a whole other art form. I worked surprisingly a long time on comfortably numb. And so David Gilmour there's a lot of bending. They're simple. They sound simple, but the dynamics of them to express the built up and really held, and there's often a vibrato at the top for a bit. Just that it's almost like a sigh of relief. Really, it's just that's an art form on him that's hard to get right. It's not just playing a note, playing a note, playing a note. It's in that like dynamic movement of the note. So much can happen. That's where the blues just happens to.
It's look, I'm a huge Freddie King fan too, right? And you listen to these guys, and you sit there and they're like, man, you're playing in a small range on the neck, but it's like I know the notes you're playing, and I'm playing them too, but not like that, right? I mean, Gilmour is certainly one of those guys. It's incredible to talk about.
And yet another chapter of an amazing life. You love football. You play football?
Yes.
What position you play?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Awesome. So maybe you can talk a little bit about your love of football and the fact that you are part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where do we start? We start at the beginning. Let's start at the end. Why the Steelers? What attracts you to the, first of all, I think, not to be controversial, but one of the best uniforms in football. It's just like black and gold, just
decal only on one side.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the helmet. Look, I've bled black and gold since I was a little boy. I grew up in upstate New York, and the first football game I ever saw was the Steelers in the Super Bowl. As a really little kid, and I mean, Jack Lambert, Joe Green, Franco Harris, and those guys were like came down from Mount Olympus or something. And I just was enamored with the team because we only had 3 channels. The only time I'd get to see them was occasionally when they were the game of the week or something. And I just loved, to me, what they stood for. Toughness. They played football, the way that I thought was great. I was a huge Jack Lambert fan. Our Hall of Fame linebacker just intimidated everybody.
So that was the decade of the Steel Curtain. Arguably one of the greatest defensive in the football history. They're also one of the greatest football teams, period, in football history.
I've been a lifelong fan, and was very fortunate to meet Mr. Rudy. The Rudy family started the team in 1933. Got to know him, and just was asked to be part of the ownership group. I think it was the end of 2007. First year as part of the group in 2008, we won the Super Bowl, and it was like beyond surreal. It was just beyond surreal. And it's amazing to be able to do. I mean, the Rooney family is one of those most revered in sports for the way they conduct themselves. Mr. Rooney passed away, I think, 5 years ago now, and we lost him, but was a champion, helped build the league, put the league as we know it together. More importantly, he was a civil rights champion who created what we now call the Rooney Rule to make sure that we're being fair about giving minority coaches a chance to get hired. And just is one of the most kind and amazing human beings I ever met.
It's incredible what sport does. Give people hope, inspire people. There is something about football that has all the elements of a great sport. It's the teamwork. It's the sort of combat aspect of it. It's the purity of it. It's strength and power and speed and all the elements of like last minute close calls required to win the game, and where referee decisions, of course, that's essential for sport. Screw up the whole thing. Just go all the way together. I don't know. It gives the drama and the triumphs. It's just beautiful. It's some of my favorite memories. I don't know if it's an accident or this is common with people. It's just with friends watching football and connecting over that.
Yeah, well, it's an incredible game because there's nowhere to hide, right? You're out there on the field. It's a great game that requires not only all those attributes that you said, but it's an incredibly complex game. So if you don't know what you're looking at, you don't understand how complex defenses are trying to disguise what they're doing. Offenses are trying to overcome that, and you can set up one play the entire game. But a team that plays well together, right, knows their plays inside and out, knows their assignments inside and out, can overcome and beat a more physically gifted team because of that. The work that aspect of working together. One of the things that I always loved about sports is just you're out there. There's a set of rules. And there's a scoreboard. So at the end of that game, it says that you can make excuses about the refs, this happened, that happened, but at the end of the day, did you go out and compete? And when you went out and were a competitor, how did it work out? Right? And the simplicity of that, the purity of that, is something that I always have been drawn to.
What about the business of owning a team, putting together a team, or trying to build up a team that's going to be a great team? What are some interesting aspects that people might not realize that you can carry over from all the other experience you have in business?
I think the hardest thing about professional sports right now, it's individuals getting paid money to play a sport, which is certainly different than amateur. And the decisions that are hard is when you get to know somebody as a player on the team, and either they're at the end of their career or you need to go in a different direction, and that person who's done everything that you've asked, whatever the coaches have asked of that person, you get close to them, and then when they have to be traded or released, whatever happens, it's that's sad. And being able to stand back and in some ways be dispassionate, not be a fan, right? I'm on the Baseball Hall of Fame board, And one of the guys that's on the board of these, Jerry Reinsdorf, and I think it was Jerry who said, you know, if you act like a fan, you'll be sitting with them. Which I thought was kind of funny.
Well, I got to put you back on that a little bit. But as a by way of a fan asking a dumb question. All right, let me just give some examples. It's very common in sport. It's funny to set this example, like certain great players going to another team right at the end of their career. And it always makes you sad. It always makes you want to wish that you kind of retired right there. From a perspective of just like, do you ever, as an owner, but just in that space, think about like the Steelers in the full arc of human history? So not like as a business.
The good news is I don't have to think about it as a business.
You
know,
could just be
I'm
almost
a minority owner, so I can think about it almost as a fan. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I suppose this is a dumb question to think of, like of a business in that way, not just investment, but like legacy of like what footprint would you leave on this world, on this history?
That is one thing that I can say unequivocally. I only have the experience that I have. But one of the things that I'm so proud of about the way the Steelers conduct themselves is, and that's the Rooney family. That's the legacy of the Rooney family, is asking constantly about what's right for the league, what's right for the players. You know, what's the right thing to do here? And that's something I would hear Mr. Rooney say all the time. So I think that legacy is important because ultimately the team belongs to that city, right? Belongs to those fans. And, you know, the owners are the custodians of that. So I think, and when you realize what sports teams mean to fans, the memories it creates, the bonds it creates, it's a responsibility. And I think that you do have to think beyond, you know, certainly not just dollars and cents, but just sports is a very big deal in our society, and it has to be, I think, held to a standard that's not just a week off or this year. Or there are other businesses for that. It is certainly a business. I don't mean to romanticize to the point that it's not, but to me, it's more than that. Or at least my experience has been it's more than that.
It's a source of meaning for millions of people. Again, and you see that most during COVID, for example, when there's so much desperation, so many people losing their jobs, so many people having to deal with the uncertainty what the future holds. Right? There's something about sports that just unites us. That again, the tragedy and the triumphs of sport, of gathering together with your friends or family, shared experience over like this, over just team, over rooting for your team, for your city.
And the access, you know, again, as I alluded to, we didn't have anything when I was growing up, but I tore through the box scores. I was a huge Yankee fan and Steeler fan, and feeling some ownership of that, right? That I the box score and relive what they did, and occasionally see them on TV, and feel like I was part of that celebration when they won and everything. It's a very powerful thing.
You've been exceptionally successful in a bunch of avenues and a bunch of efforts. What advice would you give to a young person today, a high school student, college undergraduate, that's thinking about career, maybe advice not about just career, but about how to live a life they can be proud of?
You know, we talked earlier about intellectual honesty, and to me, that's the first step of just saying, to the best of your ability, who am I, and what's important to me, and what do I want to do? If you can start with that and develop some sort of rules-based, philosophical, here's what I'll do, what I won't do, and that way you can be flexible and pliable, and you're going to need to be. But if you still have a compass, it tells you, hey, at least I know this is the path I'm going to take. I think that's very important.
The rules you're referring to, the principles, that's kind of like underlying integrity, is knowing what lines you don't cross on the path.
Exactly right. Because if you have those absolutes, there are many decisions that come into focus very quickly, right? Because, hey, that's not really me. Or, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do X, Y, and Z.
And it has to do with the thing you're talking about. It's kind of interesting that you mentioned that earlier in the conversation about slippery slope. That's how often it happens. Like how the slipping into unethical behavior happens. It's a slippery slope of little adjustments you put stuff off. And that I found that to be. I've been fortunate to not have to encounter these moments very much in my life, but I still encounter them. That's what integrity, I think, looks like. As the slippery slope is happening, those little things is without drama, without making a show of it, making a decision that stands behind your principles, and just walking away.
Yeah, and besides the big ideas, I'm going to change the world. I'm going to innovate. I'm going to do all those other things. I also start, if I'm giving any advice, which you can debate whether or not I should be giving advice, but just in terms of, well, let me start with this. Are you a good friend? Can you be counted on? Do you do what you say you're going to do? Right? Are you accountable to what you sign up for, and do you hold others accountable? Right? What does all that look like? And then I think it's being as intellectually curious and well-read as you can be. We live in a world that is designed to distract you, right? And being able to sit with your thoughts or go on a walk and think deeply about something, not just surface area. You text me, I text you back, and we decide the fate of the world based on a couple of text messages or something. You don't want to lose touch, I think, with being well-read and understanding and standing on great thinkers' shoulders and learning from those works. And then I also think that there's resiliency, and then there's grit. And I heard someone say one time, those are slightly different. And, you know, I'm also, I know that there are all kinds of challenges, right? That are tragic, they're unfair. There's no question that's the world we live in. But for me personally, to try as much as possible not to be in the victim mindset. Because unfair things are going to happen. And, you know, we all want to live in an idealistic, just world. That should be what we aspire to. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't experienced that yet. But yet you still have to function in that world. So, you know, I think that resiliency thing is very important. And then putting yourself out there, right? Because if you play scared and you're always afraid to fail, you know, this is probably a dumb way to get to the end of the podcast, but there are times, especially I'm out west, I love the big sky out in, you know, Montana, Idaho, places like that. When you look up at night, it's almost like I've never seen anything like this before, because there's no light pollution. And sometimes when I look up, the most daunting problems that I'm experiencing, I'm like, those things have been there for a billion years or whatever, and I'll be gone, and it doesn't, you know, the most famous person on Earth 200 years ago, so it, you know, it's pretty fleeting, and so make sure you have a good journey, and especially coming out of COVID, I think telling people that you care about them, and maintaining and cultivating your friendships and relationships, and they're not just transactional, right? And making sure that someday when you're laying there, you can say, yeah, I was a good family member, I was a good friend, I was someone that could be counted on. I think all those things go into the mix of, you know, however you want to take the journey.
So when you look up to the stars, do you think about that quickly approaching end of yours? Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about death? Are you afraid of your death?
I'm a huge fan of Stoicism. Right? I read a lot of Stoicism. I think Ryan Holiday's done a great job of bringing some of that back to the forefront. It's just really thought-provoking to me. It brings a lot of it just hits me. So I think that's right. And that memento mori thing, which is, hey, we're all going to die, so you should contemplate it. There's a finality to this thing. And so I think if you can rightly frame that between fretting about it every day and being afraid and being so laissez-faire that you think you're gonna live forever, it'll influence some of the decisions you make. It'll influence the way you attack things, and hopefully the way that you live your life. So yes, I wouldn't say I obsess over it. I wouldn't say it's omnipresent. But because I read a lot of Stoicism and just I think it's right to pause and say, who knows, right? There's going to be an expiration date. And if it happens tomorrow, have I done the things I wanted to do? Am I the person I wanted to be? And I think it's important along the way to check those things.
Yeah, I try to make sure that I actually visualize this. That I'm okay dying at the end of the day, at the end of each day. Like, if this is the last thing I do in my life is talking to you,
Oh, good Lord.
I'm happy. I know you're joking, but I'm happy I get to live the life I do, and I think that's more. I think the Stoics have it right. So you have it right in saying, meditate on death enough to remember that this ride ends pretty quickly, to help you appreciate every day and the people you love, the people close to you, and the cool shit that you're doing in your life, and the cool shit you're creating. And the fact that you, Mr. Thomas Tull, are playing with the motherfucking golden stones. You are the man in so many disciplines, so respected, so successful. It's truly an honor to sit down and talk with me today. Thomas, thank you so much for showing up in Texas and for talking on this little podcast.
That's great, man. I'm a huge fan of the show and had a great time hanging with you, and really appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Thomas Tull. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following conversation with Jonathan, his second time in the podcast. He is the chief AI scientist at Meta, formerly Facebook, professor at NYU, Turing Award winner, one of the seminal figures in the history of machine learning and artificial intelligence, and someone who is brilliant and opinionated in the best kind of way, and so it's always fun to talk to. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Jan LeCun. You co-wrote the article, Self-Supervised Learning, the Dark Matter of Intelligence. Great title, by the way. Really shocking this right. So let me ask, what is self-supervised learning, and why is it the dark matter of intelligence?
I'll start by the dark matter. There is obviously a kind of learning that humans and animals are doing that we currently are not reproducing properly with machines, with AI, right? So the most popular approaches to machine learning today or paradigms, as you say, are supervised learning and reinforcement learning. And they are extremely inefficient. Supervised learning requires many samples for learning anything. And reinforcement learning requires a ridiculously large number of trial and errors to get the system to run anything. And that's why we don't have self-driving cars.
That was a big leap from one to the other. Okay, so that to solve difficult problems, you have to have a lot of human annotation for supervised learning to work. You have to solve those difficult problems with reinforcement learning. You have to have some way to maybe simulate that problem so that you can do that large scale kind of learning that reinforcement learning requires.
Right. So how is it that most teenagers can learn to drive a car in about 20 hours of practice, whereas even with millions of hours of simulated practice, a self-driving car can't actually learn to drive itself properly. And so obviously we're missing something, right? And it's quite obvious for a lot of people that the immediate response you get from people is, well, humans use their background knowledge to run faster, and they're right. How was that background knowledge acquired? And that's the big question. So now you have to ask, how do babies in the first few months of life learn how the world works? Mostly by observation, because they can hardly act in the world. And they learn an enormous amount of background knowledge. But well, that may be the basis of equal common sense. This type of learning is not running a task. It's not being reinforced or anything. It's just observing the world and figuring out how it works. Building world models, learning world models. How do we do this? And how do we reproduce this in machines? So self-supervised learning is one instance or one attempt at trying to reproduce this kind of learning.
Okay, so you're looking at just observation, so not even the interacting part of a child. It's just sitting there watching mom and dad walk around, pick up stuff, all that. That's what you mean by background knowledge.
That's not even watching mom and dad, just watching the world go by.
Just having eyes open or having eyes closed, or the very act of opening and closing eyes, that the world appears and disappears, all of that basic information. And you're saying in order to learn to drive, like the reason humans are able to learn to drive quickly, some faster than others, is because of the background knowledge. They were able to watch cars operate in the world in the many years leading up to it, the physics and basics objects, all that.
That's right. I mean, the basic physics of objects, you don't even know, you don't even need to know, how a car works, right? Because that you can learn pretty quickly. I mean, the example I use very often is you're driving next to a cliff. And you know in advance, because of your, understanding of intuitive physics, that you come a little to the right, the car will be up to the right, will run off the cliff, fall off the cliff, and nothing good will come out of this. If you are a sort of tabula rasa reinforcement learning system that doesn't have the model of the world, you have to repeat falling off this cliff thousands of times before you figure out it's a bad idea, and then a few more thousand times before you figure out how to not do it, and then a few more million times before you figure out how to not do it in every situation you ever encounter.
So self-supervised learning still has to have some source of truth being told to it by somebody. So you have to figure out a way without human assistance or without significant amount of human assistance to get that truth from the world. So the mystery there is how much signal is there, how much truth is there that the world gives you, whether it's the human world, like you watch YouTube or something like that, or it's the more natural world. So how much signal is there?
So here's the trick. There is way more signal in sort of a self-supervised setting than there is in either supervised or reinforcement setting. And this is going to my, analogy of the cake.
Yes.
The cake, as someone has called it, where when you try to figure out how much information you ask the machine to predict and how much feedback you give the machine at every trial, in reinforcement learning, you give the machine a single scale, and you tell the machine you did good, you did bad, and you only tell this to the machine once in a while. When I say you, it could be the universe, but it's just one scalar. So as a consequence of this, you cannot possibly learn something very complicated without many trials to get the feedback of this type. Supervised learning, you give a few bits to the machine at every snapshot. Let's say you're training a system on recognizing images on the internet. 1,000 categories. That's 10 bits of information per second. The self-supervised learning is setting. You ideally, you don't know how to do this yet, but ideally you would show a machine a segment of a video and then stop the video and ask the machine to predict what's going to happen next. So you let the machine connect, and then you let time go by and show the machine what actually happened, and hope the machine will learn to do a better job at predicting next time around. There's a huge amount of information we give the machine because it's an entire video clip of of the future after the video clip in the first place.
So both for language and for vision, there's a subtle, seemingly trivial construction, but maybe that's representative of what is required to create intelligence, which is filling the gap. So it sounds dumb, but it is possible you can solve all of intelligence this way. Just for both language, just give a sentence and continue it. Or give a sentence and there's a gap in it, pause. Some words blanked out and you fill in what words go there. For vision, you give a sequence of images and predict what's going to happen next, or you fill in what happened in between. Do you think it's possible that formulation alone, as a signal for self-supervised learning, can solve intelligence for vision or language?
I think that's a good shot at the moment. So whether this will take us all the way to human intelligence or something, or just cat level intelligence, is not clear. But among all the possible approaches that people have proposed, I think it's a good shot. So I think this idea of intelligent system filling in the blanks, either predicting the future, inferring the past, filling in missing information. I'm currently filling the blank of what is behind your head and what your head looks like, from the back, because I have basic knowledge about how humans are made. And I don't know if you're gonna, what you're gonna say, how much you're gonna speak, whether you're gonna move your head this way or that way, which way you're gonna look. But I know you're not gonna dematerialize and reappear 3 meters down the hall. Because I know what's possible and what's impossible according to internal physics. So
You have a model of what's possible. It's possible, and you'll be very surprised if it happens, and then you'll have to reconstruct your model.
right. So that's the model of the world. It's what tells you, what fills in the blanks. So given your partial information about the state of the world, given by your perception, your model of the world fills in the missing information, and that includes predicting the future, predicting the past, filling in things you don't immediately see.
And that doesn't have to be purely generic vision or visual information or generic language. You can go to specifics like predicting what control decision you make when you're driving in a lane. You have a sequence of images from a vehicle, and then you have information if you record on video where the car ended up going, so you can go back in time and predict what the car wanted based on the visual information. That's very specific, domain specific.
Right, but the question is whether we can come up with sort of a generic method for training machines to do this kind of prediction of the blanks. So right now, this type of approach has been unbelievably successful in the context of natural language processing. Every modern natural language processing is pre-trained in self-supervised manner to fill in the blanks. So you show it a sequence of words, you remove 10% of them, and then you train some gigantic neural net to pick the words that are missing. And once you pre-train that network, you can use the internal representation learned by it as input to, is something that you train, supervise, or whatever. That's been incredibly successful. Not so successful in images, although it's making progress. And it's based on sort of manual data augmentation. I'm getting into this later, but what has not been successful yet is training from video. So getting a machine to learn to represent a visual world, for example, by just watching video.
Okay, well, let's kind of give a high-level overview. What's the difference in kind and in difficulty between vision and language? So you said people haven't been able to really kind of crack the problem of vision open in terms of self-supervised learning, but that may not be necessarily because it's fundamentally more difficult. Maybe like when we're talking about achieving, like passing the Turing test in full spirit, the Turing test in language might be harder than vision. That's not obvious. So in your view, which is harder, or perhaps are they just the same problem? When the farther we get to solving each, the more we realize it's all the same thing. It's all the same cake.
I think we're looking for methods that make them look essentially like the same cake. But currently they're not. And the main issue with learning world models or infinity models is that the prediction is never a single thing because the world is not entirely predictable. It may be deterministic or stochastic. We can get into philosophical discussion about it, but even if it's deterministic, it's not entirely predictable. And so, if I play a short video clip and then I ask you to predict what's going to happen next, there's many possible continuations for that video clip, and the number of continuation grows with the interval of time that you're asking the system to make a prediction for. And so, one big question with self-supervised is how you represent this uncertainty, how you represent multiple discrete outcomes, how you represent the sort of continuum of possible outcomes, etc. And if you are a sort of a classical machine learning person, you say, oh, you just represent a distribution. Right? And that we know how to do when we're predicting words, missing words in the text, because you can have a neural net give a score for every word in the dictionary. It's a big list of numbers, 100,000. So you can turn them into a probability distribution that tells you when I say a sentence, the cat is chasing the blind in the kitchen. There are only a few words that make sense there. It could be mouse, or it could be mesospike, something like that. Right? And if I say the blank is chasing the blank in the savannah, you also have a bunch of possible options for those two words, right? Because you have kind of underlying reality that you can refer to sort of filling those blanks. So you cannot say for sure in the savannah if it's a lion or a cheetah or whatever. You cannot know if it's a zebra or a deer or whatever. Wildebeest. But you can represent the uncertainty by just a long list of numbers. Now, if I do the same thing with video and I ask you to predict a video clip, it's not a discrete set of potential frames. You have to have somewhere representing a sort of infinite number of plausible continuations of multiple frames in a high-dimensional continuous space, and we just have no idea how to do this properly.
Finite high-dimensional. So
It's finite high-dimensional, yes.
Just like words, they try to get it to down to a small finite set of like under a million, something like that. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous that we're doing a distribution over every single possible word for language, and it works. It feels like that's a really dumb way to do it. Like it seems to be like there should be some more compressed representation of the distribution of the words.
You're right about that.
And so, do you have any interesting ideas about how to represent all of reality in a compressed way such that you can form a distribution of it?
That's one of the big questions. I mean, what's kind of, another thing that really is stupid about, I shouldn't say stupid, but like simplistic about current approaches to self-supervised learning in NLP text is that not only you represent a giant distribution over words, but for multiple words that are missing, those distributions are essentially independent of each other. And you don't pay too much of a price for this, so you can. So the system, in the sentence that I gave earlier, if it gives a certain probability for a lion and cheetah, and then a certain probability for gazelle, wildebeest, and zebra, those two probabilities are independent of each other. And it's not the case that those things are independent. Lions actually attack bigger animals than cheetahs. So, there's a huge independence hypothesis in this process, which is not actually true. The reason for this is that we don't know how to represent properly distributions over combinatorial sequences of symbols, essentially, because the number of words exponentially of the symbols. And so we have to use tricks for this, but those techniques can get around, don't even deal with. So the big question is, like, would there be some sort of abstract latent representation of text that would say that when I switch lion for gazelle, lion for cheetah, I also have to switch zebra for gazelle.
Yeah, so just independence assumption. Let me throw some criticism at you out from here and see how you respond. So this kind of filling in the blanks is just statistics. You're not learning anything like the deep underlying concepts. You're just mimicking stuff from the past. You're not learning anything new such that you can use it to generalize about the world. Or, okay, let me just say the crude version, which is it's just statistics. It's not intelligence. What do you have to say to that? What do you usually say to that if you kind of hear this kind of thing?
I don't get into these discussions because they are kind of pointless. So, first of all, it's quite possible that intelligence is just statistics. It's just statistics with people kind.
This is the philosophical question. It's kind of is it possible that intelligence is just statistics?
But what kind of statistics? So, if you're asking the question, are the models of the world that we learn, do they have some notion of causality? Yes. So if the criticism comes from people who say, current machine learning systems don't care about causality, which by the way is wrong, I agree with them. Usually, your model of the world should have your actions as one of the inputs, and that will drive you to learn causal models of the world, where you know what intervention in the world will cause the result. And you can do this by observation of other agents acting in the world and observing the effect of humans, for example. So I think, at some level of description, intelligence is just statistics. But that doesn't mean you won't have models that have deep mechanistic explanation for what goes on. The question is how do you run them? That's the question I'm interested in. Because a lot of people who actually voice their criticism say that those mechanistic models have to come from something else. They have to come from designers. They have to come from I don't know what. Obviously, we don't. Or if we don't run them as an individual, nature run them for us using evolution. So, regardless of what we think, those processes have been done somehow.
So if you look at the human brain, just like when we humans introspect about how the brain works, it seems like when we think about what is intelligence, we think about the high level stuff like the models we constructed, concepts like cognitive science, like concepts like memory, reasoning module, all those things, high level modules. Is this sort of a good analogy? Like, are we ignoring the dark matter, the basic low-level mechanisms, just like we ignore the way the operating system works, we're just using the high-level software, ignoring that at the low level, the neural network might be doing something like statistics, like me, sorry to use this word probably incorrectly or crudely, but doing this kind of filling the gap kind of learning and just kind of updating the model constantly in order to be able to support the raw sensory information to predict it and adjust to the prediction when it's wrong. But like high level, when we look at our brain at the high level, it feels like we're playing chess. Like we're like playing with high level concepts and we're stitching them together, we're putting them to long-term memory. But really what's going on underneath is something we're not able to introspect. It's just this kind of simple, large neural network. It's just filling in the gaps.
Right. Well, okay. So there's a lot of questions. Okay. So first of all, there's a whole school of thought in neuroscience, computational neuroscience in particular, that likes the idea of predictive coding, which is really related to the idea I was talking about. It's self-supervised. So everything is about prediction. The essence of intelligence is the ability to predict, and everything the brain does is trying to predict everything from everything else. Okay, and that's really sort of the underlying principle, if you want, that self-supervised learning is trying to kind of reproduce this idea of prediction as kind of an essential mechanism of task-independent learning. The next step is, what kind of intelligence are you interested in reproducing? And of course, we all think about, trying to reproduce, high-level cognitive processes in humans. But like with machines, we're not even at the level of even reproducing the learning processes in a cat brain. the most intelligent or intelligent systems don't have as much common sense as a house cat. So how is it that cats learn? And cats don't do a whole lot of reasoning. They certainly have causal models. They certainly have because many cats can figure out like how they can act on the world to get what they want. They certainly have a fantastic model of intuitive physics, certainly of the dynamics of their own bodies, but also of praise and things like that, right? So they're pretty smart. They only do this with about 800 million neurons. We are not anywhere close to reproducing this kind of thing. So to some extent, I could say, let's not even worry about like the high level cognition and kind of long-term planning and reasoning that humans can do until we figure out like can we even reproduce the castle. Now that said, this ability to learn world models, I think, is the key to the possibility of learning machines that can also reason. So whenever I give a talk, I say there are three challenges, three main challenges in machine learning. The first one is getting machines to learn to represent the world, and proposing self-supervised learning. The second is getting machines to reason in ways that are compatible with essentially gradient-based learning. This is what deep learning is all about, really. And the third one is something we have no idea how to solve, or at least I have no idea how to solve. It is can we get machines to learn hierarchical representations of action plans? We know how to train them to learn hierarchical representations of perception, with control nets and things like that, and transformers. But what about action plans? Can we get them to spontaneously learn good hierarchical representations of actions?
Also gradient based.
Yeah, all of that needs to be somewhat differentiable so that you can apply sort of gradient-based learning, which is really what deep learning is about.
So it's background knowledge, ability to reason in a way that's differentiable, that is somehow connected, deeply integrated with that background knowledge, or builds on top of that background knowledge, and given that background knowledge, be able to make hierarchical plans in the world.
So if you take classical optimal control, there's something in classical optimal control called model predictive control. And it's been around since the early 60s. NASA uses that to compute trajectories of rockets. And the basic idea is that you have a predictive model of the rocket, let's say, or whatever system you intend to control, which, given the state of the system at time t, and given an action that you're taking the system, so for a rocket, it would be thrust and all controls you can have. It gives you the state of the system at time t plus delta t, right? So basically a differential equation, something like that. And if you have this model, and you have this model in the form of some sort of neural net or some sort of set of formula you can backpropagate gradients, you can do what's called model predictive control, or gradient-based model predictive control. So you have you can unroll that model in time. You feed it a hypothesized sequence of actions, and then you have some objective function that measures how well at the end of the trajectory the system has succeeded or matched what you wanted to do. Is the robot harmed? Have you grasped the object you want to grasp? If it's a rocket, are you at the right place near the space station? Things like that. And by backpropagation through time, and again, this was invented in the 1960s by optimal control theorists, you can figure out what is the optimal sequence of actions that will, get my system to the best final state. So that's a form of reasoning. It's basically planning, and a lot of planning systems in robotics are actually based on this. And you can think of this as a form of reasoning. So, to take the example of a teenager driving a car again, you have a pretty good dynamical model of the car. It doesn't need to be very accurate, but again, that if you turn the wheel to the right and there is a cliff, you're going to run off the cliff, right? You don't need to have a very accurate model to predict that. And you can run this in your mind and decide not to do it for that reason, because you can predict in advance that the result is going to be bad. So you can sort of imagine different scenarios and then employ or take the first step in the scenario that is most favorable, and then repeat the process of planning. That's called receiving horizon model predictive control. So all those things have instead of going back decades. And so if you're not the classical optimal control, the model of the world is not generally learned. Sometimes a few parameters you have to identify. That's what systems identification. But generally, the model is mostly deterministic and mostly built by hand. So the big question of AI, I think the big challenge of AI for the next decade is how do we get machines to run predictive models in the world that deal with uncertainty and deal with the real world in all this complexity. So it's not just trajectory of a rocket, which you can reduce to first principles. It's not even just trajectory of a robot arm, which again you can model by careful mathematics. But it's everything else, everything we observe in the world. People, behavior, physical systems that involve collective phenomena like water or trees, branches in a tree or something, or like complex things that humans have no trouble developing abstract representations of predictive model for, but we still don't know how to do it.
Where do you put in these three, maybe in the planning stages, the game theoretic nature of this world, where your actions not only respond to the dynamic nature of the world, the environment, but also affect it? So if there's other humans involved, is this point number 4, or is it somehow integrated into the hierarchical representation of action in your view?
I think it's integrated. It's just that now your model of the world has to deal with, it just makes it more complicated. Like the fact that humans are complicated and not easily predictable, that makes your model of the world much more complicated.
Well, there's a chess. I suppose chess is an analogy. So Monte Carlo tree search. If there's a I go, you go, I go, you go. Like Andrew Kapatha recently gave a talk at MIT about car doors. I think there's some machine learning too, but mostly car doors. And there's a dynamic nature to the car, like the person opening the door checking. And he wasn't talking about that. He was talking about the perception problem of what the ontology, what defines a car door, this big philosophical question. But to me, it was interesting because it's obvious that the person opening the car door, if they're trying to get out, like here in New York, trying to get out of the car, you slowing down is going to signal something. You speeding up is going to signal something, and that's a dance. It's a asynchronous chess game. I don't know. So it feels like it's not just. I guess you can integrate all of that into one giant model, like the entirety of these little interactions. Because it's not as complicated as chess. It's just like a little dance. We're doing a little dance together, and we'll figure it out.
Well, in some ways, it's way more complicated than chess because it feels it's uncertain in a continuous manner.
It doesn't feel more complicated.
But it does feel more complicated because that's what we've evolved to solve. It's the kind of problem we've evolved to solve, and so we're good at it because nature has made us good at it. Nature has not made us good at chess. We completely suck at chess.
Yeah.
In fact, that's why we designed it as a game, it's to be challenging. And if there is something that recent progress in chess and Go has made us realize, is that humans are really terrible at those things, like really bad. There was a story right before AlphaGo that the best Go players thought they were maybe 2 or 3 stones behind an ideal player that we call God. Mm-hmm. In fact, no, they were like 9 or 10 stones behind. We're just bad. Yeah. So we're not good at. It's because we have limited working memory. We're not very good at doing this tree exploration. Computers are much better at doing that. We are, but we are much better at learning differentiable models of the world. I say differentiable in a kind of, I should say, not differentiable in the sense that we run backprop through it, but in the sense that our brain has some mechanism for distributing gradients of some kind, and that's what makes it efficient. So if you have an agent that consists of a model of the world, which in the human brain is basically the entire front half of your brain, an objective function, which in humans is a combination of 2 things. There is your sort of intrinsic motivation module, which is in the basal ganglia, the base of your brain. That's the thing that measures pain and hunger and things like that, like immediate feelings and emotions. And then there is, the equivalent of what people in reinforcement learning call a critic, which is a sort of module that predicts ahead what the outcome of a situation will be. And so it's not a cost function, but it's sort of not an objective function, but it's sort of a trained predictor of the ultimate objective function. And that also is differentiable. And so if all of this is differentiable, your cost function, your critic, your water model, then you can use gradient-based type methods to do planning, to do reasoning, to do learning, to do all the things that we'd like an intelligent agent to do.
And the gradient-based learning, like what's your intuition? That's probably at the core of what can solve intelligence. So you don't need like logic-based reasoning in your view.
I don't know how to make logic-based reasoning compatible with efficient learning.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, there's a big question, perhaps a philosophical question. I mean, it's not that philosophical, but that we can ask is that all the learning algorithms we know from engineering and computer science proceed by optimizing some objective functions, right? So one question we may ask is does learning in the brain minimize an objective function? And it could be a composite of multiple objective functions, but it's still an objective function. Second, if it does optimize an objective function, does it do it by some sort of gradient estimation? It doesn't need to be backprop, but some way of estimating the gradient in an efficient manner, whose complexity is on the same order of magnitude as actually running the inference. Because you can't afford to do things serving a weight in your brain to figure out what the effect is, and then sort of you can't do sort of estimating gradient perturbation. To me, it seems very implausible that the brain uses some sort of zeroth order black box gradient-free optimization, because it's so much less efficient than gradient optimization. So it has to have a way of estimating gradients.
Is it possible that some kind of logic-based reasoning emerges in pockets as a useful, like you said, if the brain is an objective function, maybe it's a mechanism for creating objective functions. It's a mechanism for creating knowledge bases, for example, that can then be queried. Like maybe it's like an efficient representation of knowledge that's learned in a gradient-based way or something like that.
Well, so I think there is a lot of different types